and orators to reaffirm a shared vision: education for all, inclusion for each. Let us begin this meaningful day by joining us for silence of 2 minutes. Let us prepare ourselves, mind, heart, and intention to engage in a day dedicated to knowledge, reflection, and transformation. Thank you, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now invite our esteemed dignitaries on stage: Ms. Chandana Ma'am, Dr. Arjuna, Dr. S.P. Prasad, Ms. Shata Ma'am, Ms. Nuria, Mrs. Amranza, Dr. Sini Haji, Mr. P.V.S. Roy, and Mr. Man Sharma for lighting the event. Thank you all for gracing the ceremony with your presence. It is now my privilege to introduce Ms. Chandana Mandi. Ms. Chandana Mandi is an Education Commissioner at Indian Vidyalaya Sangathan with 3 decades of experience in public school governance, teacher development, and system level administration across India's largest school network. Ma'am, we're delighted to have you. And may I request you to please come on stage. I also request Samranta to please come forward and participate now. May I now invite Dr. Sri Aurobindo Society to deliver the welcome address and set the tone for today's dialogue on inclusive and inclusive education.
Good morning. Good morning, distinguished guests, respected policymakers, educators, partners, and friends. On behalf of the Sri Aurobindo Society, I warmly welcome you to the National Conference on Inclusive Education 2026. We are grateful for your presence and for your shared commitment and bring us together to advance education for all learners. This year marks an important milestone. Project Inclusion completed 10 years. Over this decade, our focus has been consistent, not whether inclusion matters, but how inclusive education can be implemented at scale within public systems and sustained inside the classrooms. So with that, we start today's conference.
We also request Chandana to kindly come forward and share.
Essays team and all the distinguished guests who sit here. I'm glad to be here, part of this inaugural session for National Conference on Inclusion. And it's such an important topic or the subject to deliberate about, to discuss the discussions of the clear or bring clarity to the way ahead. And inclusive education, as known to us all, is basically anchored in, as far as policy is concerned, NEP 2020 and the WB Act 2016. And it has, what has been the shift assessment and also teacher capacity building. And other shift, that major shift I would say, as I understand, is that from individual support, like earlier also we were aware or sensitive towards the issue, but it was largely isolated cases where individual support was focused upon. So from there, another shift has been system level institutionalized interventions. These are the major shifts that has come along. And as far as the I'm from Neuro-Developmental Disorder. I don't know how many of you are aware of this. This is a chain of schools under central government scheme. We are supported by Government of India, Ministry of Education, Government of India. And so we have being the central system, we have more of the responsibility to implement as far as National Education Policy 2020 is concerned. And also the scale that Dr. Cindy just now mentioned, we cater to roughly 14 lakh students across the geographical locations, that is across the country, and also across all socio-cultural diverse contexts. We have, like our heterogeneity is 180-degree extremes of this, the entire spectrum we have. We have students whose parents are from very, I would say, good socioeconomic backgrounds, like even students of army officers or armed forces officers or even IAS officers, and at the same time we have the other end of the spectrum from lower socioeconomic strata. So, as far as APS is concerned, this was an area that needed to be addressed in a meaningful manner, in a systemic manner. So, that is what we have collaborated with SAS, and it is now almost the third year we are into, and the project included, we have collaborated with Aurobindo Society on multiple programs, and one is project inclusion. So, as far as the numbers are concerned, we have 25 regional offices, what we call, across the country. So in all regional offices and in approximately 1,200 schools, and the focus is on the teacher empowerment rather than the external support. So we didn't want that we are always dependent on the external support, rather the teacher should be empowered. And there is a three-phase approach. That is, first is of course sensitization to diverse learning needs. Then second is the early identification through screening, and then next phase is the classroom level intervention through the personalized learning plans. And approximately 36,000 plus teachers, including special educators, have completed training modules that Project Inclusion has, and early screening of the students as far as academic and behavioral screening is concerned is done approximately for 92,000 children, and this has the major outcome is improved teacher confidence and more responsive classroom environments. I myself have visited such classrooms where mothers sit with the special children, and teacher, it is a teacher and parent together, they are contributing towards the learning of the child. And one good aspect is that it draws from technology. So technology intervention is uniquely engaged. It is an app-based program. So scaling actually is easy. The scaling, the monitoring, and the assessing the outcomes. Because of technology, it is self-paced as well, as far as the sensitization training modules are concerned. And as I already mentioned, there is continuous mentoring and support and real-time dashboards for monitoring and decision making. And the way forward is that development of resource room as regional hubs for inclusive practices. So resource centers are being developed at all these 25 locations. Every location will at least have one resource center where the parents can come for further consultations as far as the child is concerned. Then strengthening the classroom based approach. So we look forward to the continuing journey and maintaining the continuity. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sharma. Please have a round of applause for that. We will now start with the panel discussions. Our first panel today centers on the people who bring inclusion to life every single day, our teachers. They face diverse classrooms, changing needs, and new challenges, yet continue to inspire learning. Learning aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals served by the community. Our second panelist is Dr. Vinay Kumar Singh. Professor Singh heads the Department of Education of Groups with Special Needs at NCERT, with 3 decades of clinical and academic experience. Persons with disabilities. Let's now welcome Ms. Sharda Devi, currently working with Wipro Foundation. She is an education and teacher development professional with nearly 3 decades of experience designing learning ecosystems, capacity building programs, and professional development pathways for teachers, institution leaders, and education systems across government, civil society, and higher education contexts. Please welcome with me Ms. Nuria Ansari, a senior social impact leader with over 2 decades of experience in education, having led large-scale teacher development and inclusive learning initiatives across public systems, including India's largest national teacher professional development program. Ma'am, welcome. Let's now welcome Dr. Sri Mahajan, the Chief Human Resource Officer at Sri Aurobindo Society and Chief Program Officer for Project Inclusion, with over 3 decades of experience across health, education, and human resource development. She leads national-scale inclusive education initiatives, supporting teacher training and systematic implementation across public school networks in collaboration with central and state institutions. Now, welcome. Now time to welcome Mr. A.B.S. Rao. He is the former director at the Department of Empowerment of Persons with Disabilities, Government of India, and author, a disability policy expert, and a wellness trainer with extensive experience in disability policy formulation, governance, and advancing national initiatives for inclusion and empowerment. Mr. Rao will be the moderator for panel discussion. So welcome. We will please start the discussion.
Welcome you all. We have a very distinguished panel today. The topic is of the panel discussion: teachers and center, capacity, confidence, and well-being in the inclusive classrooms. This is a very important topic. We have 45 minutes. We'll have about 5 to 10 minutes for discussion at the end. And we'll have 2 rounds of questions for panelists. The first question will be to each of them. They'll be answering in 1 or 2 minutes. Why teacher should still be at the center stage? So now we have technology, we can sit at home, artificial intelligence, or in the classroom, special educator, or the school leadership, who should actually be at the center of the teaching system. That will be the first round. Then second round will be specific questions to the panelists. They will take about 4 minutes to talk about the particular question. So we'll start with the first question. Why teachers should still be at the center of teaching system? Dr. Ajlan.
Thank you very much, the moderator. I would like to thank the leaders of our Aurobindo Society for putting this excellent conference together. The question that you raised is extremely important. I think I would strongly say that teachers remain at the center. There are emerging technologies that are going to push the difference. But the reason why I strongly say and advocate that teachers remain at the center in the classroom, in the ecosystem, is the fact that despite the ability of these emerging technologies, the lesson which I work for strongly advocates that teachers should remain at the center because these technologies should be ethically driven. And they should be, human centered. So that these are the two key principles that UNESCO stands for. So we cannot put teachers to the periphery. So we cannot that's supposed to be the chief pilot, that's supposed to be the driver. So these technologies are supposed to enhance their skills and enhance the capacity of learners, not to push them to the periphery.
Next question here.
Thank you for the question. I think if you look at the classroom as a microscopic ecosystem reflective of society, then actually the classroom, the entire is a democratic process in play every day. And core to that democratic process of a classroom is the teacher, because he or she decides who will be heard, how long will they be heard, who will be attended to, what will be the nature of that attention, what will be the nature of interaction, and what will be the nature of the outcomes. And as long as teachers remain that central human force which decide in a classroom how an environment is going to operate, we can't take the teacher out of the classroom. She's at the heart of that entire exchange. The second thing that I think why teachers continue to always should remain at the center is because one is, of course, the pedagogy. A lot of conversations about learning outcomes today in the country. But what we are missing out is that very often the teacher stands for an emotional resilience and emotional outlet and emotional trigger for students. It is the teacher who is, it is the teacher who is after the parents, that second adult human that children, as they grow and as they develop, are seeing every day, meeting, interacting, engaging. So if they are the ones for whom students tomorrow will define their society, their community, their environment. And that cannot be replaced by either a virtual environment or an AI-enabled environment, and hence I think we have to make
Thank you so much. And there are a lot of thoughts I resonated. And just to add and build on further, I think great start to the conversation and dialogue here, keeping the teacher at the center. Because no matter what conversations, dialogues curricular reforms, pedagogical reforms, we talk about policy reforms, we talk about. I think everything translates to reality only in the hand of it. Because at the center or the heart of everything is what happens in the classroom, and then at the center and the heart of it is what is the engagement or interaction happening between the child and the teacher in the classroom. And Ms. Surya also mentioned that it's only the teacher who actually takes the call that who and how the child will be seen. What kind of patterns or dialogue or environment or culture is there in the class so that the child not only feels seen but also accepted. And then what kind of environment will be within the class that it's not just limited to be seen or accepted, and every child feels a sense of belongingness. And that's actually what inclusive mindset is about. And why, another thing that I would like to really highlight here and take this opportunity is that it's a very deep rooted connection between a teacher mindset and the kind of mental model a teacher holds, and then what kind of practices she has in the class. So I think keeping the teacher at the center, and when we also talk about teacher capacity building, I think this is something that I would really like to highlight. That oftentimes the focus is on the techniques and just at the knowing level, but I think teacher mindsets and the mental models also have a very good role. And they go along with the curricular reforms and pedagogical reforms, policy reforms, assessment reforms. I think keeping teacher mindsets, who they are as a human being, how they function, how they operate, how different factors influence their functioning, I think always important.
Thank you. Why teacher is important is center for everything for the students. It's a very important question and very important, you can say, concept also. So far as, let me tell you what our system, I belong to Neuro-Developmental Disorder, and we believe in distance education, where teacher is not on the face-to-face mode. Even though we try to inculcate the teacher into our study, and there is a feeling of the student, they feel that teacher is there. Even though some students feel something to get direct intervention from the teacher, they come to the counseling class. So I must agree with all of them because it's a psychological fact. It's a part of development system because education is a very important phenomenon for development, overall development. And teachers gives a sort of sense of security, sense of belongingness, sense of emotional support, and sense of support in form of that sometimes what happens, everybody as a students, me also, all of us also, we are scared that if what we are going to take, what we are going to learn, what we are going to get from the environment, maybe we are wrong, maybe we get wrong. So that feeling is secured by the teacher. Because they have the feeling, they have the security, sense of security. The teacher is there, somebody is there who can protect me when I am wrong. So it's a sort of psychological support, mental support, and that support. In that support, inclusive or mindset is very important. So that inclusive mindset is important for overall development of the child, particularly for the children with disability.
Thank you very much for inviting me in this national conference on inclusive education, and respected all the experts on the dais and all my colleagues or friends. So we are working in the same area, the cause is same, and I am from NCERT, heading the Department of Education of those with special needs. So responsibility is much bigger, and the same thing I have to pass on to the teachers who are working in the field, who are the main students who work with us. So the motto of this NCERT, or I can say the department, is to enable the teacher, to empower the teacher, and educate the children. So we are just to recommend whatever is there in the national policy on education. You all are maybe knowing that chapter 6 on equitable and inclusive education learning for all, and again chapter 14 for higher education on equitable and inclusive education. That two chapters are the dedicated chapters to transform the Indian education systems. And across all the chapters of NEP, we will see this equitable and inclusive education is across the chapters and focusing upon that. So what should be the role of the teacher? If you see our classroom, the classroom is with diverse learning needs. Teacher is at the center, he is the access point, and he has to work with all children. He has to, or she has to, identify the learning needs of all children, and accordingly, he or she adapts the curriculum, whatever is required as per the learning needs of the children. He uses the pedagogy, what is effective in the classroom. He prepares the learning materials in the classroom, and similarly the assessment procedure they are working with. And if the classroom is diverse, so there are three things that are very important for the teachers: knowing the diverse needs of the child, or knowing the children, working with the children, that is the second thing, and third thing is belongingness. If we belong to that particular diverse needs, then we understand the child. So these three things are very important for a teacher in the classrooms. So if we will go align with NEP recommendations, so if you will see, so many recommendations are there from para number 6.1 to 6.20. He has to work with the regular teacher. Regular teacher has to work with the special education teacher. There is a resource center. There is all systems. They know how to provide education to the children with disability or children with other learning needs in the classroom, maybe of high potential, maybe with the average cognitive level. So that is the important thing. So now we expect NEP expect much more from the teachers because NEP promises by 2040 we should have high quality of education. It does not expect only the quality education, high quality education. That means the children who are getting education in our classroom, that should match with the standard of the global standard, with the global standard. So whatever avenues of education is there, either open schooling, day school, residential school, pre school, National Institute of Open Schooling, home-based education. So from all those system of education, NEP is emphasizing on all avenues, and the standard of all avenues should be at such a level it should match to the global standard. So we have to prepare the teacher accordingly for the global standard. So our pre-service program should include the component of inclusive education, not only in the theory but on the practical also. So in the NCERT, in our 4-year course, through our Regional Institute, you already know we have around 9 Regional Institute. So there the components on equitable and inclusive education is already built in, and the students who are getting trained through the pre-service program, so they are skillful to work with children with disability and other disadvantaged groups in the same classroom where other children are learning, and even in the master degree also there is a specialized paper, and across the paper also inclusive education component is included. Similarly, for the in-service program, we are throughout India we are doing Nishtha program and through Nishtha program, and now we are again revising our Nishtha program, and it is for the foundational stage element. Earlier it was for the elementary stage and secondary stage. Now in all the Nishtha program, the component of equitable and inclusive educations, we are going to equip all the teachers to work with the children with disability and other disadvantaged groups. So this is the way we are working. We have all the system like the SCRT guide and even at the school level, block level. So that is how we are working. The department has developed so many resource material also. Like recently we have launched national guideline on equitable and inclusive education. And that guideline itself has 5 guidelines. After that, I will stop my speech. So in that guidelines, how we can promote inclusive education, that is the first guideline. Second guideline is on how we will create our school inclusive. Third is on how we will do home-based education, what are the lacuna are there and how we are going to implement that. Fourth is one, how our pre-service and in-service program will be in such a way, so that the teachers who are getting training through pre-service program or getting education through in-service program, how they will work with. And the fifth one is, without collaboration of other organization or departments, we cannot work with. So how we should collaborate and what are the areas we should take for collaboration. So thank you.
Definitely, as an Sri Aurobindo Society, we always believe that if a bigger change has to come at an attitudinal level, or we are actually realizing the dream of inclusive education, teacher has to be the most important person in this journey. So 10 years back, Sri Aurobindo Society started working for supporting and training teachers to understand diverse learners' needs in the classroom, and so we are strong advocate of that the teacher has to be the center point if we are talking about inclusive education. So because it's not about supporting a child in academics, teacher is the person who interacts with the community through parents. She interacts with peer group also. So there has to be the attitudinal shift if we are talking about inclusive education, inclusion at a larger scale. So we cannot work without involving teachers for inclusive education. So it's been how happy it has been portrayed for so many years that when the policy also came that sending special educators in the school makes the school inclusive. So that shift has to be really changed. That we have to understand that all the facilities in the schools are always to support teacher so that the right education has to be given. So I'm not saying that the role of special education is not there, definitely is there, but the major onus lies to the teacher. She has to be skilled, trained, and she has to be supported. If we are expecting so much from the teacher, because there is a lot of shift has to happen in her learning, in her attitude also. So the system has to be very to understand the need of a teacher also to bring this change and to realize that inclusive education should happen. So we need to support also. So definitely teacher has to be studied.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the inputs. All the panelists, very well taken. The classroom is not just for skills but also values. Therefore, teachers' role is very important. Yes, as a teacher, the whole society expects good results from the teacher. Every parent or even the school administration all depend on the teacher. Given the present legal arrangement, whether it is Rights of Persons with Issues Act 2016, it is a good inclusive education, or the National Education Policy 2030. Now, there is more responsibility of the teachers in handling students with disabilities. Maybe the earlier days in classroom or had less number, now it is going to be more number because critical disabilities have been recognized as one of the area. So, if I was a teacher, probably I would be very much demoralized at this stage because everyone would expect me to come out with the magic to handle the classroom directly. I have not been given proper training as to what are the disabilities, how to handle them, what kind of learning need related to their capacity is what I'm talking about. So in the absence of that, how would society expect me to deliver? So first part, we will briefly discuss on capacity building. While we all agree that every mainstream teacher must possess certain minimum competencies to support children with disabilities, how do we prepare them systematically, continuously, and nationally? This is the question which I am posing regarding responsibility to the Kumar's thing. In fact, he has already covered much of the points. If you have any more, you can say very briefly. Then the same question I will be raising to Dr. Edi. Yeah, Dr.
Thank you, sir. So, as I earlier also told the same thing, here, see the system. Our society is all like with the diverse needs. If the child is coming from the background, the cultural background is different. In the same classroom, if you go to a district, I just mentioned Chaivasa district of Jharkhand. In the same classroom, if there is 20 or 25 children or 30 children, so you will see the children is speaking 5 to 6 languages in the same classroom. They may be speaking Ho, Mundari, okay, Bengali, Bhojpuri, Hindi, and Chota Nagpuri. And there is a single teacher in the classroom and how he or she will handle. So what, I have seen that practices there in the school, how the teacher is doing. He is taking the concept, NCERT book, they are referring and they are taking the concept from the NCERT book. And whatever concept he has to teach, टीचर से वो टीचर जो है बच्चों से ये पूछता है कि इसको आपकी भाषा में क्या बोलते हैं, आपकी भाषा में क्या बोलते हैं, आपकी भाषा में क्या बोलते हैं. And they are doing a very wonderful practice. I'm just giving you an example because theoretical things are so many things and you can read those things from the net or from any other document. So वो क्या करता है टीचर्स कि सारे बच्चों से पूछ करके और आपके लैंग्वेज में क्या करता है and they are making the classroom very much enriched with different languages. उसके साथ साथ वो करता क्या है कि उनके जो टेक्स्ट बुक हैं उसमें there are some blank pages. उस blank पेज में क्या करता है टीचर पर्टिकुलर कॉन्सेप्ट के बारे में बच्चों से बोलना अपनी अपनी भाषा में अपने अपने कल्चरली जो चीजें हैं, जैसे आपके घर में कौन बना खाया है, आपके घर में क्या खाना बना है, आपके घर में क्या अलग सा है, इस तरह की चीजें आप लिख करते हो. एंड यू कांट बिलीव हमने अगर एनसीईआरटी ने एक बुक में 12.8 चैप्टर्स दिए हैं, देयर आर 35 अदर चैप्टर्स आर देयर इन द टेक्स्ट. सारे बच्चे अपने अपनी चीजें भले पैराग्राफ में लिखे या वन पेज में लिखे, वो सारा कुछ लिख करके लाते हैं. एंड दैट्स हाउ all the children feeling that we are in the same pathway, aligned with all the cultural background of the children. In a similar way, if there is a child with disability, we have to strengthen that teacher. Suppose there is a child with visual disability, hearing disability, or the child who is using wheelchair that is we are in the classrooms. So whatever techniques, whatever pedagogy the teacher wants to use with the children, they can explore it. Suppose if they want, we have read in the theory or the be a teacher in the community को collaborative teaching करना चाहिए. So why don't we practice that? तो वो क्या करे कि 3-4 बच्चों का ग्रुप बनाए जिसमें एक बच्चा जो है विजुअल डिसेबिलिटी का, दूसरा ग्रुप बनाए जिसमें एक हियरिंग डिसेबिलिटी का और other children are non-disabled children. Similar kind of things they can make in the classroom. Parts of mind पढ़ाना है, so 5 parts are there. So उसको कहे कि आप अपने ग्रुप में डिस्कस करो. The teacher can assign the duty to the child with blindness, also child with hearing impairment, or child who is using wheelchair. They will discuss upon that. They will come out with the suggestion. They will present the thing in the classroom. And अगर वो बताते हैं 5 पार्ट्स में से 4 पार्ट 3 पार्ट बताते भी हैं तो ठीक है, बाकी चीज जो है टीचर सप्लीमेंट कर देगा. And if the assessment part is there, so what the teacher will do, जो child with hearing impairment है वो अगर उसको multiple choice question को पढ़ लेता है, he will do just the 3 mark. And discussion we get. Yeah. Okay. So similarly for the children with intellectual disability, they can use some vocabulary. So different way of approach is there. This we call it as differentiated instruction and behavior. So I'm just with the limitations of the time, I'm just so.
Thank you so much. So, through my own personal journey of becoming a teacher, then a teacher educator, and then contributing to like first decade of contributing to free service teacher education, and then my own journey, learning and experience of supporting capacity building of teachers, teacher educators, and now as a part of the Foundation. We also able to see how civil society organizations work with children at a disadvantage or are underprivileged or marginalized or underserved. This is the entire spectrum of inclusion that I was able to. Through these musings and meanderings, I will share some reflections with you and then also try to synthesize what it means for capacity building of teachers. Why it happens that on the surface of it, everything seems okay, like you have the right content for teachers, you design workshops very well for them. There are teachers who are invested, there are systems who are supported. Then what goes amiss when the real issue or intention is not met? It's not addressed, but it just gets reorganized in the class. And I'll just maybe share one or two quick examples which have really stayed with me through my journey and also nudged me as a person responsible for capacity building that what really miss, what went wrong. So, taking an example of one civil society organization who works very closely with children with visual challenge. They, I think, doing fantastic work, and the focus is on mainstreaming the children. And I think a lot of investment done to equip, build sensitivity, address the mindset of the teacher. Yet, then we go there, and the teacher says, "ये बच्चे और हमारे बच्चे." I think so. You realize that the issue is really deeper. And when you talk to the child and you say, how's everything? You say, school बहुत अच्छा है, teachers मेरा बहुत ध्यान रखते हैं, सब मेरी बहुत हेल्प करते हैं, और फिर you ask them, आपके यहाँ friends कितने हैं? And the child suddenly goes quiet. So, is it really getting addressed or it is getting reorganized when you feel, you just get the satisfaction कि जो हमने किया वो सब ठीक है, लेकिन what really happened at the child level. And then some very, I would say unconsidered or unrealized expressions of teachers when, they are made to go to a capacity building program where there was a movie that was screened. The event was very fine, Tare Zameen Par, and how it gets translated that this becomes a lingo or a lens to look at child. with the teachers, and this is the way the teachers then they take the title of the film and start delivering children. So when clients will teach them how to screen children or build this competency, and then whether that becomes a lens to appreciate the diversity or look at the different needs of the children, or it translates into just raising the children. And some of these challenges and these examples have really challenged us to deeply examine then when we did everything right, why this still exists. And it just answered back to us that there is an intent of capacity building, and then what gets translated. And then one is left wondering that is it really deeper than just the content and pedagogy of teacher design, or sometimes it is also the structures that act as act as the barriers. So how teacher curriculum is even designed, I will just give a quick example that when I did my BA, inclusive education was then termed as children with special needs. And that was one optional paper. Now, I would really want you to seriously consider that if we talk of inclusive education, every child being considered, if actually my curriculum places children with special needs as an optional paper, what is the mental model a young teacher develops? So, similarly, when we design our teacher capacity building offerings, I think I'm just taking this opportunity to some of these unconsidered and unrealized aspects that it's not just about how teacher capacity building is what goes as an input for teacher capacity building, but also what is the learning ecosystem we design for teachers. When the capacity building for something like inclusive education happens, as the structure of teacher education curriculum, is inclusive education a separate paper, or is it like understanding development? It should be ideally a subset of that. Because how curriculum gets designed, how some of these experiences are crafted for teachers, what gets supported, how much support a teacher gets, how much at the level of the classroom, at the level of the institution, and at the ecosystem. Do we also take care of some of the aspects which helps teachers understanding and competence to translate into action in the classrooms? I feel those are some of the aspects that needs to be paid attention to, so that the intention actually meets the reality in the class. So I will stop it here, and if I have something useful to say, I will come in later. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's a very important point that not only as a teacher I should be trained, but I should be trained properly with proper mindset. Okay, now I have been trained. I've been given proper training by Sri but there's a lot of gap between what I learned in the classroom and how I handle the children. I've been taught what is autism, but I do not know what kind of symptoms a child is. I do not know how to speak. There's so much is there. When it comes to practice, I am totally confused. So now, I've been trained to be a special educator, I've been trained to be a therapist, I've been trained to be a psychologist. I can't wear too many hats. So now the question is how the system will develop confidence in me. What support systems are needed for teachers to handle their work with confidence? And can teachers' work be shared by school leadership and others in the system? This will be Dr. Ajnam, followed by Dr. Yuri.
Thank you very much. That's a very complex question. But I think we have a crisis in our hands. We not just about people, but there's now what we can speak of as a global teaching crisis in certain countries. And when we try to unpack, the different levels of these crises facing for people, some people just think it about let's increase salaries, salaries and compensation. But it's just a scratch of the surface. Because there are so many drivers, in terms of, if you look at the career progression of teachers, management practices. So in so many countries, the evidence is coming out quite strongly that teachers are often excluded from the important decision-making processes that impact directly on their work. Okay? Particularly, this is what we see in every country at the local levels, where we may have shortages, we may have teachers who have been motivated, but are they really part of the decision-making processes that impact their daily work? So we need to recast teaching as a collaborative profession with impactful lifelong professional development, and that's where we can some of our colleagues have touched on that. Professional autonomy and ongoing engaging them in decision-making and crucial decision that impacts daily on their profession. The work that we do at UNESCO Mathematical Institute of Education for Peace, working as a specialized research institute for UNESCO, focuses on education for peace. And if you look at the National Education Policy 2020, especially the chapter on universal human values, that's where we think our mission, intersects nicely with the Indian education policy. So one of the things we need to do in terms of the question that you raised, teachers are motivated, significantly, in so many countries, and also overburdened. So I see this as a paradox. There's been motivation, but we expect more from them. We've talked about curriculum, adaptations, mainstreaming of different kinds of things. So we expect so much from teachers that always, the AI age, you have to reskill as a teacher to become relevant. You have to retune, with the modern technology to become relevant. So every time we pass, there's quite a lot of things we want them to do. So we have to be extremely careful to do these things, in such a way that don't motivate them anymore. And talking about the universal human values chapter in the National Education Policy. So, for instance, the challenge of constant adaptation, of curriculum, and that was, the way that you teach, the way that you teach in the classroom or in the student system. So all of those things that are mentioned there, the attempts to create compassionate, responsible, and multilingual citizens based on the values, which righteousness, peace, love, non-violence, alongside empathy, respect, and scientific thinking. This is just more than chapter in the education policy. This resonates very strongly in the vision of my institute. But the point I'm making is that we talked about confidence. We need to do all of these things, and we can begin to imagine, the burdens that we are putting on teachers, the way they do these things. Whether it's through curriculum reform or through integration into their academics. So the point I want to make is that we need to be mindful, of overwhelming them, the more. So I'm talking about emerging technologies. On the policy side, we see all of this. This is just one chapter of the National Education Policy. There are other chapters that also require a lot of adaptation in curriculum, a lot of changes in pedagogy. So I think my suggestion is that while there is needed to adapt curriculum to emerging trends and needs of society, and why there is also need to reduce pedagogy the way that they teach, or the way that teachers should teach. We need to do this to be mindful of the fact that we are dealing with a profession that is already, burdened, with a whole lot of, obligations. So we should do this in a way that do not, become the norm. So I think that is where the confidence building, should come from.
That's a lot to unpack. So yeah, you're absolutely right. Then I'm going to step back and say, number one, capacity building ends usually by an expectation of a teacher to be measured on the basis of the workshop they've attended or the training they've attended. But there's some OECD research that says that, it's not about actually that workshop that they attended or the end of the workshop feedback form that they attended, right? It's about what they did in the classroom, about how they feel as if they're in control of the learning practice, of the teaching practice, which really determines what happens. So in the real world, or the corporate world, so to speak, the real world, the corporate world, leadership is measured not by the performance of the people reporting under them. It's measured by a coach relationship. It is measured by a mentoring relationship. There are coaches attached to leaders. There are mentors attached to leaders. So the teaching world, no such option exists. There are 20 days of teaching, or 50 days of teaching, or 15 days of teaching. You go in, you have to be trained. You're in a class. You're very much in a classroom environment, and then you're supposed to deliver this in a diverse environment. Other thing that I think, and that needs to be fixed if we're looking at products, right? The other thing that I think we need to tap into when we're looking at a teacher's confidence or capacity in a classroom is actually the definition of inclusion. And I'm going to step back for this and say, I look at a government school system today, where still about 60-65% of our children are studying. And these are government state schools, not the central schools. The grade 1, grade 2, grade 3 child comes into this classroom having most probably have been malnourished for 3 to 5 to 7 years of their age. So actually, our education system is trying to deal with the top 2%, the top 5%, not the remaining 80%, because a child malnourished is also requiring inclusive strategies. A child who is diverse is also requiring inclusive strategies, and a child who is defined as disadvantaged is also requiring diverse strategies. So actually, the government classroom, 80% of that government classroom is actually inclusive, because there is malnourishment, there are attention requirements, there are neurodiversity requirements, there are then, of course, physical elements which contribute. So the teacher today actually needs to be an inclusive expert, and not just a teacher who knows or has been trained on inclusive education and inclusive practice. And I think that's the shift that we need to do, because that's the reality that we look at. And how do you build capacity and capability there? The stress and the stress that has been measured, has been spoken about before, is a real stress. I left the teaching profession because I couldn't deal with it. It's not that I couldn't deal with the teaching. I just couldn't deal with the paperwork around the teaching, and the lack of autonomy that I was affected with. I knew my kids. Someone needed to trust me with them, not overburden me with registers upon registers upon registers to be dealing with my set of children. And that's when you're questioning teachers, when you're measuring them on very narrow outcomes, you are actually not building confidence. I think the role of all of us as society the systemic support that we need to bring, the reduction of, actually that's a good place to use AI. Right? Let's reduce the burden of a teacher on operational tasks by using the AI for that, so that we can free up more time and they can use it for instructional practice. Because as we build that confidence by giving them that layer of, I'm freeing this up for you, then they will be able to use that capacity. And I think the center of capacity and confidence is calm. Not often talked about. How does the teacher keep that calm in a classroom? How does she own that calm so that we can have an environment that moves in synchronity rather than moving in a manner where it's just task-based. The ability for a teacher, as we did right here when we came in, 2 minutes of calm. I think that's not spoken about enough. And how do we help teachers create that? Because in my opinion, capacity builds confidence, but calm sustains both in a classroom. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I have been very properly at the Indian confidence. The whole system is supporting me. But when I get up in the morning, I get stressed up that to handle school, the classroom. Not only students with disabilities, students without disabilities, because the attention deficit problem and paperwork, what we said. Maybe I too have to preach, because it is difficult to handle classroom, even though I've learned everything I'm able to handle the situation. So how can I recreate the classroom? How, with new generation of teachers entering the school system, how do we keep them engaged with continued motivation, enthusiasm, and commitment, given the load of inclusive setup? Dr. S.K. Thank you, sir.
How do we maintain motivation or keep motivation? I think motivation itself is very important, or very broad term. So far as the new generation is concerned, we believe that they are coming with some sort of different type of training. Training including with inclusive education. Training with the inclusive environment or inclusive concept. But even though they require some sort of enthusiasm to maintain enthusiasm, they require some sort of support. What type of support they require? First of all, in my opinion, or whatever I experience, that the teacher autonomy is the main thing. That teacher must be given full autonomy in the classroom. Because teachers should not be considered as latika. You should be given proper flexibility to mold your strategy immediately as and when required. For that, you have to understand each and every child within your classroom. So teacher has to understand. If the understanding of child is there, if the understanding of children, whether it is the children with disability or non, but if the understanding is there, understanding means the educational need, psychological need, as well as some sort of personal need. All understanding should be there. Because the child is considered a teacher like everything in the classroom. And teacher is also supposed to be a commander in the classroom. So overall flexibility should be there. And if flexibility is there, secondly the interest will be there. Because I personally feel, recently I have met our students, because it is our duty to meet our, particularly for students with disability. So I found 300 children with students with hearing impairment at one place, and one organization is supporting them for their psychological well-being. So I was there, and I found 2 days completely I was there, and I found all 300 and there were 300 different things for education. So far education is concerned. So it was generated a long interest within me, And certainly I discuss all these things with my authority that we have to make flexible changes in terms of evaluation, in terms of admission, and in terms of transacting our study material to teach all these priorities. So it is important to understand the classroom, understand the children, understand the home environment, understand the background, understand the family, understand the parents, and at least provide counseling, at least provide suggestion to each and every stakeholder to do their work, not take everything on its own. So if people expect everything from teacher, and they think that teacher will do everything, but teacher should also expect something from everyone. So if there will be a two-way communication, two-way action, certainly interest will be there and interest will be there.
Thank you, Dr. Prasad. Thank you for the counseling. So I decided not to teach as a teacher. But I am safe because my school authorities are taking a lot of interest in me and my reading. But a lot of my colleagues in other schools are suffering because the school leadership was not taking much interest. So the question to Dr. C, what policy changes are required to improve inclusion from individual efforts to institutional practice to ensure capacity, confidence, and well-being of teachers?
Since I have pressure also that we have extended our time, but first of all, whatever has been discussed, I am also part of it. I agree with that, especially Shabdaji and Ansari madam, because we have worked on ground. So I traveled across country, worked with teachers, and these are the realities on ground. So whatever is working here as a government, it is not being transacted there. So that is the reality. I would rather appreciate NCERT for creating beautiful content, like everything we have. But reality is that it is not been there, it is not seen there on ground. First challenge is that everything, whatever is happening in inclusive education over there, it is scattered. It's never been structured. Organizations are working in silos, and if we are bringing something like Madam said, there should be the monitoring of that whatever a teacher has been trained and how it has been transferred into the education. So working on ground, we as a project inclusion, we actually incorporated all those things that it should not be that one part is training a teacher, the content is not click away. It's not that if I am making a content, because if I have a desire to learn, so I can learn from anywhere. Now, learning is, having a content is never a problem. It's always the attitude which matters a lot. And Rao sir, you said very clearly, because we have seen on ground, teacher is actually in contact with the child. Somehow you are at least sympathetic towards the child. Sometimes she has limitations because the school leadership and the other leadership, even they don't understand how it matters for the child learning. So we have seen at a policy level where people who are at the helm of the policy, even they are not even aligned with the idea that the children with special needs, they have the special abilities. We need to focus on that. So then the teacher is the task person, but definitely she is the most important person. She has to be taken into account. Secondly, it's very difficult to unlearn people, because those teachers who are in right now existing teachers, we have to work on that. But rather, if we start concentrating on teachers in making, that's there. Because after new education policy, I really want to ask whether, because then it requires that the whole B.Ed curriculum should be 360-degree turn. Whether we have changed that system, curriculum or not. If we are not, again, we are doing the same thing. We will be putting more energy when they will be coming into the system, then we want to change that. So the policy level, we have been closely working with NCT. So you said rightly, we cannot have just one paper for inclusive education. Inclusion has to be ingrained into the curriculum at every level. When the teacher is making a lesson plan, whether it is a UDL plan, is she capable of making a UDL plan or not? When she is given an internship for 6 months in a school, whether she is given an internship period when she is in the contact with the child with the special need also. Unless you are in touch with the person, you cannot even understand. That is there. So at every level, it needs the need of change, and but it has to be more comprehensively in structured way. So one time we are identifying a child, then there is no road further. It is not going to make a change. We are making lot of content, but I don't have a hunger for that content. I'm not going to use that content. So we have to work on all the levels. And this is what we want pre-service teachers and in-service teachers. Definitely, it's not about sensitization. Teachers are sensitized. Everybody understands when your child is working is in the classroom. It's more about they need to be given a complete hand-holding. They really need to be supported well. How to work with the child, and there should be a mentor who are supporting them, who are giving them the support so that they can actually work. Once they will I have a complete, I agree, if teacher work with one child, she understands how to support this child, then she doesn't need any training for her. The only thing she has to have that belief that works.
We already taken 15 minutes more time. Madam, do we have time for questions?
We can have one or two.
Good morning. I have a question for the
Please give the mic.
So, ma'am,
You can also mention to whom you are directing the question.
so my question to you is, in this day and age, when we're building upon making education more widespread, so in this day and age, when we're making and aiming to build inclusive education and making it more widespread, what kind of training and support do you think teachers in the classroom in this day and age need in order to practice inclusion?
So, thank you for that question. I think it was, some of the aspects were very beautifully summarized by Sri. But I'll just reinstate few things. Your name, please?
Mahima.
Mahima. I think one thing that just in context of inclusion, I would say inclusive practices in the classrooms require working on inclusive teachers having inclusive mindsets. So it's not about understanding inclusion or how do we cover the curriculum, what are the pedagogical intervention assessments, but an inclusive mindset. So do I have that lens? I think very careful consideration on how are the learning experiences for teachers organized. So, and when I'm saying that, I'm not just limiting to workshop. I think we also need to focus on some alternate models or have a more, a broader understanding of the ecosystem in a way in which a teacher practices. So teacher as an individual, teacher as an anchor in the classroom, the teacher as a member of an institution, a teacher as a part of a system, larger education system. And I think when capacity building programs are designed, and I have my reservation for the term training also, we can talk about it during the tea. I would say whenever these, you design some intervention or capacity building for teacher, I think all these lens need to be applied when we design. And I'd also like to maybe highlight one small aspect is also how the design is also crafted. You know, sometimes imagine a teacher who experiences a capacity building engagement wherein there is a disarray of 10 topics who are not talking to each other. What do you expect the teacher goes back? What kind of mental model? So I think just that if you've given how much instructional space has been given in one capacity building also talks to the teacher. So I think we are very experienced people here. I'm not really going into spaces which we already know, but I think I'm trying to highlight some invisible aspects of capacity building. Who is sent, how much time is invested in something, what is the pre and post of any capacity building, how is the whole capacity building engagement is designed, are there any post interventions also to support. All these things also talk to the teacher, and I think they're very necessary also. And just one 2-hour session or 1-day session did not impact my practice. I think these are few reflections and principles I think I can use for you.
Thank you very much. I should thank all the panelists for contributing so well for each of the topics. Only thing I can say is that if the teacher fails, then we should say the teacher is not failing, but the society is failing. So therefore, if all of us can work and empower the teacher, only then success is possible. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you to all the panelists for that deeply insightful conversation. Indeed, empowering teachers are the foundation of the inclusive education system. May I please request Ms. Aurobindo to come forward and participate our panelists on stage. Dr. Arjuna, have a round of applause, please. Ms. Nuriya Ansari. Ms. Shadla Devi. Mr. KVS Rao. Dr. S.K. Prasad. Dr. Vinay Kumar Singh. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. Dear guests, tea is now being served. May I request anyone to please step out of the room for a few minutes as a quick security check will be taken, please. Thank you for your understanding. And we'll see you in next 15 minutes. Welcome back, everybody. Our second panel turns the focus to the school ecosystem, where mindsets, culture, and peer engagement shape every child's sense of belonging. I now invite the panel members and the moderator for panel 2 to please come forward as they announce their names. Our first panelist for this session is Dr. Shefali Gulati. Dr. Shefali is a globally renowned pediatric neurologist, professor at AIMS, New Delhi, and an international leader in autism and neuro-developmental disorders, recognizing among Stanford's world top 2% scientists with extensive global leadership roles. We welcome him. Okay, we will now welcome Dr. Jyoti Gupta, an education leader with over 3 decades of experience in the DBS system. She currently serves as a CPSC City Coordinator for Ghaziabad and has led award-winning schools, spearheaded global exchange programs, and played a key role in curriculum planning and teacher development. Can we have a round of applause, please? Please welcome Mr. Sridhar Bodakati, the founder and CEO of Edge Queries, an inclusive e-learning platform based in India that provides interactive games, digital lessons, and cognitive skills training modules. Sir, we welcome you. Join me in welcoming Dr. Varna Shukla. Dr. Varna is Deputy Director Education at the Confederation of Indian Industry, bringing over 16 years of experience in education research, policy, curriculum development, and institutional engagement with government and industry, contributing to initiatives focused on strengthening education systems, equity, and workforce readiness. Ma'am, welcome. Our next panelist is Mr. Tarun Negi, an Assistant Professor of Special Education at Uttarakhand Open University, with expertise in inclusive education, teacher training, curriculum development, and research focus on empowering learners with diverse abilities across education contexts. Please welcome Ms. Ashna Kaur, Senior Manager Strategy and Partnerships at Sri Aurobindo Society, leading education initiatives in partnership with government, donors, and schools to implement inclusive competency-based learning. Now let's welcome Ms. Srina Gupta, Senior Director and Head of the Office of Learning Support at Ashoka University and Chair of the Inclusive University Alliance, leading research-driven initiatives advancing inclusive higher education, accessibility, student support, and institutional transformation across India. Ms. Srina will be the moderator for the session. Please start the session.
All right.
Hi, good morning, good afternoon. We were supposed to start at 11 and it's almost 12, so it's becoming an afternoon. Yes, so when the Aurobindo Society people, when they wrote to me requesting to become the moderator, it took me some time to accept that request. Mainly because for as many years I have been actually on the other side, where I have been talking a lot. This is for the third time that I've been asked to moderate, and I said this is going to be a very interesting time to moderate and to learn from, and I immediately said yes. In fact, somebody at the tea time said that people who talk too much, they are asked to moderate the sessions. So he said that. So I did reflect back to I talk a lot. Looks like I do. So, thank you for having me here. And I think this is a powerhouse panel where we have, unique people coming from a very unique vantage point in terms of the title of this session that we are hosting here. Fostering perspectives that lead to positive learning environments for all students. I think that all students really makes that difference. So anyway, so before I share my thoughts on the topic and the title, I'm going to ask each of my panelists here to share their thoughts on the title of this session, because we are going to talk about the mindsets, the culture, and in real sense, what shapes an inclusive education. So I'm going to start with you, Dr. Bladi. Just a few words, maybe take 1 minute on the title.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for inviting. Your few thoughts which I put actually when we talking about fostering perspectives that lead to positive learning, positive was very important because positive attitudinal learning is very, very important. And environment of also is all I actually is important. So I found was positive learning environment begins with the fundamental belief that every child belongs, irrespective of ability, background, or learning style. That is something important. And inclusion is not an add-on or a special program. It's a school culture reflected in daily attitudes, language, and interactions. And what the school adopts a strength-based approach, students are viewed by their potential rather than their limitations. So I think you have to look at the capability approach, that is very, very important, and work on that. And emotional safety and a sense of belonging are essential foundation for a beautiful learning for them. And the teacher's expectations and beliefs directly influence the students' confidence, engagement, and achievement. Because sometimes some children are given up by the teachers, and they go downhill. So I think it's something important when teachers' expectations and beliefs are very, very important. And inclusive environments normalize differences and move away from labeling and segregation. We are talking about parents equity and non-equality, because if you are taking a short height child who wants to see across the fence, you give a higher stool than the other one with a height is bigger. So that is why you have to always believe in equity and non-equality. Whoever leads the little bit more knowledge needs to be given. And the students' voices and clear acceptance are very critical in shaping an inclusive and respectful growth. And also the parents of this children is very important, because I remember I was in Jansen Why and children went to the national class to respond for that. And mostly the problems maybe aren't to take the but many of the principals said the problems with inclusion is, inclusion is that the parents of the children who are neurotypical, that we should not be calling neurotypical or following neurodiversity, have a problem with their children interacting with children with challenges and special needs. That is reasonably important. And early identification of learning needs are important. You don't want to wait until before school achievers, You have to pick them up early so that early intervention does, and you don't end up having more school. There should be no stigmatization. And the school leadership has to set the tone by getting inclusion into the system practice and accountability. And ultimately, the inclusive schools nurture not only academic success but also empathy, resilience, social responsibility. See, all our 5 fingers are not the same. And that is what we should understand. And the thumb, which is a bit twisted, is very important. We cannot sign without that. And inclusion, we're talking about society and then we're tagging about school, but I think inclusion is at home, and many times we understand that the parents are also not giving that much effort to children with special needs. Lastly, I want the word humanism to be there in everybody's mind, both teachers and students should talk about this, which is a ethical and a democratic stance which emphasizes the value, dignity, and agency of human beings, and promotes using reason, empathy, and scientific inquiry to understand the world and solve the problem. Each child, each individual has a right to equal right to dignified life, and we have to understand that, and we have to ensure that as teachers we have to optimize every child's potential, which will be very, very different in a very dignified way, and giving everybody equal and equal respect.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Malari. I think because each one of us has to speak on this, we'll go in even the way we are sitting here. So Dr. Gupta?
Coming from different school, I would say that
Every child is important. No child should be left behind.
and
The teachers have to create an environment for all the children to learn. We are talking about the education moving from being teacher-centric to being child-centric. And every child who's coming to a school is important, not just for the school, but for those parents who have just one or two children at home. So creating that positive learning environment where the child will learn, there would be lifelong learning. That is important today because these children are going to be changing many jobs, not just jobs, careers. So it's important that they learn to unlearn, they learn to relearn, and they learn to train themselves and adapt themselves to whatever comes their way. Every child has a unique capability. When we talk about inclusion, we just do not talk about, the children with special needs or the children with diverse needs. Today, every child has a special need. And as schools, we have to identify the different ways the children are learning, and the teachers have to transact in a way that all those children learn. So it's not just about children with special needs. Every child learns differently, and that's what we have to look at. That's my perspective.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, Dr. Shukla.
So, like when we understand from the topic, fostering learning environments, it's not only the school that has a role to play. I think as a community, as an individual, as a parent, we also have a role which should be played very honestly. Like we are seeing, like as a parent also, there are a lot of parents who they don't want to come in front because they know that they have a child who has some sort of a disability, and they don't want their children to stand with the other children as well. So I think it is very important that as an individual also we have a special role to play. We always say special child, special disabled child. I think we should stop using that word special disability. When we say every child is to be valued, they are children, not specially disabled children. Thank you.
Thank you. I agree with you. Yeah, Mr. Devi.
Thank you, मैम। ऐसा हम उत्तराखंड, जैसे मैं उत्तराखंड से आया हूँ, तो हम वहाँ के पर्सपेक्टिव में बात करें तो जो ग्रासरूट वर्कर्स होते हैं, हम लोग उस टाइम पर उनको ट्रेन कर रहे हैं। ग्रासरूट वर्कर्स हम बात करते हैं कि जो आंगनबाड़ी कार्यकर्ता है और आशा कार्यकर्ता है, हम लोग उनको ट्रेन कर रहे हैं कि जो बच्चे होते हैं वो सबसे नजदीक उनके होते हैं और सबसे पहले उन्हीं के पास जाते हैं। तो उनका क्या कि वो बच्चों को अर्ली आइडेंटिफिकेशन जो पेरेंट्स होते हैं वो बता सकते हैं कि आपके बच्चे में इस तरह की इश्यूज है, या तो ये आइडेंटिफाई कर सके पेरेंट्स, और जो ग्रासरूट वर्कर्स हैं वो उन पे काम कर सकते हैं। उसके ट्रेनिंग मॉडल तैयार कर रहे हैं, हम ट्रेन भी करते हैं।
Thank you, Mr. Shikhar.
मजा आ रहा है नहीं। This is the fundamental question I think as a child and क्लास में आज मजा आएगा या नहीं? Can we make learning fun? इस पॉजिटिव एनवायरनमेंट क्लास में अपने आप आ जाता है, अपने आप बच्चे दूसरे बच्चे को इंक्लूड कर लेते हैं। They want to play a game, they will include. This has been seen, I think I already noticed that. So the fundamental, if I think of which were the teachers whom I still remember, those were the ones who were friendly and made learning fun. In the era of AI, there was a question asked to me, what is the role of the teacher? And it's increasingly against technology into the classrooms. The role of the teacher always was and will always be foster curiosity, allow, encourage and inspire. तो साथ में पता करें कि क्रिकेट का स्कोर कैसे कैलकुलेट करते हैं, मैथ्स आ जाएगी, क्रिकेट का फिजिक्स लगा सकते हैं कि नहीं, उसमें फिजिक्स भी आ जाएगी। The lab is outside sensory room, your garden ही अपना पे sensory room है। So can the teachers think like that beyond the syllabus? तो मेरे लाइफ में टीचर भी जिन्होंने बोला माइक्रोस्कोप के साथ खेलो, तो मैं मेडिकल फील्ड में चला गया। Because we used to play with things. Teaching is not about forcing something into students. So inclusivity will also happen like that as well.
Thank you so much. Very nice. Yes, Ashna.
So, I think one of the first things that we noticed while we were working on project inclusion was that teachers need tools and they need sensitization. And that was our goal when we began in 2016. But as we went through it up, we realized that remediation is also a very integral part of this process. So I think the first focus is to increase a teacher or a school leader's confidence, and also the NP Samaj Shikshna Competitive India speaks about inclusive schools, right? But what does an school mean? What is the role of a principal? What is the role of a special educator? When we started our work, we realized that a lot of teachers felt that speaking to a child who has a learning difficulty is the job of a special educator. I love that job. Right? So that was the first myth that we broke. But we did it in a way that provided them enough data for them to enable accommodation inside the classroom. Right? So not just identify, but also remediating at the same time. The next thing that we're looking at doing is working at launching a school resource framework, which will enable all of these stakeholders to work together for the child. And we're also launching a parent support tool, which will allow parents to screen children and identify learning difficulties. And we're hoping that will ease conversation on the ground. But at the end of the day, a school is also a community hub, right? So we're also hoping for a lot of stakeholder integration there, but I think it all starts with confidence.
Absolutely, completely agree. So if you may allow me also to share my thoughts on the title, I'll give you the example from where I come from. I'm from Ashoka University. When we started this Office of Learning Support 2016, we were figuring out the name for this office. We called it Office of Learning Support and not Office of Disability Services. The only reason was really about the perspective that we are talking here, because we wanted to make this office available, accessible to all Ashoka students. The moment you do that, that whole stigma around special or specific needs or disability or neurodivergence actually is called out. Make your resource centers that we talked about in the previous channels also, session also, make those resource centers available to all. That will change the perspective, that will make the classroom environment positive, and that will lead to the outcome that we all are looking for. So that's what my view on this is. The idea of this panel discussion, which I would actually want to be more conversational, that's what I was telling my fellow panelists, that let's make it more conversational. Let's engage with you all. We don't want to just listen to us, but please participate. Because there are very all established and very well known people in this panel who are here. So I'm sure we all have a lot to learn from each other. And the idea of this panel is that when we move out, when we get down from the stage, we have at least some idea on how do we make a shift from what is wrong with the student to what is wrong with our design. I hope that based on our conversation, there will be one or two takeaways for all of us, regarding this aspect. So I'll now start chatting, which I love to do with my fellow panelists, and I'm going to go to Dr. Gulati. Dr. Gulati, you have 30 years of experience with the pediatric neurology. And we all know that there is a science, there is a research behind the understanding of brain functioning, right? Now we understand how the child's learning of brain functions at that level, but the moment that child moves to a classroom or they even come to the family, they have to go through the belief system of the parents, the family, the teachers, the community. So there is a gap there. How do you think we can bridge that gap? How can we translate the high level clinical understanding to the everyday practices at school?
I think it's important that we should understand, for example, if we talk about autism spectrum disorder, so just because it's becoming in sort of an academic promotion, this right thing, and in our data which we have for 2011, the data was 189, now it's 131. So basically, we have to understand for that exam, which has similar things in all other neurodevelopmental disorders. It has got some genetic reasons, right? There are some genetic reasons. There are some environmental factors. There are some genetic factors. So the point is the environmental factors, maybe like the air pollution, and we a lot of things of parents need both fathers, paternal age, maternal age, and their lifestyles of the father and their stressors and all that, and their environment, which means having body some change, right? Work up to my dad, to my mom. But the gene expression is very affected by the environment. When we understand all this, so we know that there is something is solution. So when we know the red flags, we are aware. So that is why we need to have empowerment of the teachers in this training to understand that they are different because they have some genetic environment, they will be such a red flag. They just to be aware of it, they can't know about their neurology, they have to know red flags and they have to then refer. So that is if you pick them up early, then you will be doing the early intervention so that the defects will not come. For example, if you have the wiring of the brain cellular maximum the first 2 years of time, so then we start early intervention for the autistic children. It is not regular to stereotypies and the abnormal things. So they will get better. So similarly, when you have those small SLE children, once one is trying to pick them up early, so the regular intervention will be better. So the point actually would be to make the awareness not to be unfree because of the teachers and in service also because they are there and teacher will continue. And second is also of the school children and their parents. We are currently doing a project with their DSC in which we create a gap knowledge and practices of some aligned professionals from things we had done as a project that was simple and we found it was discipline. And then we are doing it in schools and schools of high schools and the other schools and with the NCRT and then training in institute. And we really found that still in the process, we found that information is not very good and we developed training modules to make them aware, trying about it, what we expect the teachers to know. And then we do the post-training survey. So after that, that thing can be done. So I think awareness is very important for you to understand so that it becomes, they understand their responsibility to identify these red flags and make help. That is all. Because the red flags they have, the parent seems to move. And for example, ADHD. When we are assessing ADHD children, we send the formers for the teachers to the parents to be filled by the teachers. Right? And for SLP also, it is not on the battery we are doing. We are asking for all the school copies and the school teacher report. So it is just we all have to work together. So some kind of empowerment to be there on that side.
Alright, so basically you're saying you're absolutely right. A teacher has to be able to see the child's brain, right? So
see the child's behavior and learning and activities and understand because of some practices, all the curriculum is not there, it should be public controls. So they should be aware that these people red flags and it's not that the child is naughty, that he may be something like ADHD exists. Sometimes they can be autistic and it's not the child is reserved. The child is not answering what if you have to, that means it is you having a red flag that the child should be taken to a specialist. You guys, and then many patients will come in like that. They have to be observant of the child's behavior and which they understand because of the experience. It's a little aberrant, basically. Like what
one example, a child at 1 year can take the first independent step. Okay. But if he is not walking at 1 year, does it mean that you are studying the hearing start investigating? What happens is there's a bell-shaped curve for whatever he can do, right? So what happens is if the child is not able to walk in 1.5 years, that's the above plus minus standard deviation. Then you evaluate after 1.5 years. But when the teachers are aware that सवा साल में चला गया है, and just good example, you will see later on if the child is not understanding. So it becomes a red flag that the child needs to get the parent activity, the child needs to be evaluated. And also the evaluations not only by the psychologist, because your learning problem, maybe either you have vision and hearing problems, the child is sitting at the back, they cannot even see or hear properly, or there may be some motivation problems at home, you need to see how the parents are treating it, or there may be some other issues with the child. So in that case, we have to understand that parents do play a very, very important role, but teachers play a very important role which is unrecognized. And it's your responsibility to be there able to make them use their maximum potential and create a fruitful system. Right, exactly. Because since we're talking about the teachers and the brain function and the teachers, I think it's very natural for me to go to Dr. Gupta here. Dr. Gupta, you have been leading a lot of schools, you are at the leadership level. There are some sayings around, the buck stops at the principal, right? For anything and everything, including of course inclusion. The other ideas are that it has to be a top-down approach. I'll go and ask the senior management, does the leadership agree with it? So how do you think teachers' role changes with respect to, of course, inclusion? And what is the role of a leadership like yourself in facilitating this whole aspect of inclusion?
So the character of the school is the character of the principal.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's the leadership's role to ensure that everything percolates down to the last level. So the continuous professional development of the teachers is very important. We've spoken about awareness, we've spoken about remediation, we've spoken about interventions. So there are certain things that come to us through the doctors where whenever, and schools are also the places whereby the first identification is done. The parents are in a denial. They don't want to accept. So it's a difficult task for the schools for the parents to make them understand and say that we are as concerned about the growth of the child and the development of the child as you are. And then starts the process of counseling the parents, making them go to the professional doctors, get the referrals done, come back with the reports and share those reports with us so that we can actually support the child and not damage the child. Because if the proper interventions are not done, more damage is done to the child. So it's a complete ecosystem that has to work together. And I would say here that it's important to have these special educators. It is important to have the shadow teachers. It is important to have the counselors. Now, when we talk about the Delhi schools, every year I get 5 students with special needs. Now, those 5 students have mounted so much in numbers, and not just those, when we do the drop lots in nursery, again, there are a lot of cases that come up which have not been identified also. So it's very important that the continuous professional development be done of the teachers, because as Shataman was talking a little while back, when we look at the BS that we people did, there was not even a mention of inclusion at that time. And we are still teachers. I mean, my age group is still a teacher. And unfortunately, the BS also that are happening in the country, we know that these are the BS where the teachers have not even attended the colleges. So they don't understand the child psychology the way they should be understanding. So it's important that every teacher be a 10% counselor. And those teachers are equipped with the resources and they are equipped with the tools to handle these students. Because it's okay that at a pre-primary stage you would get a shadow teacher, you would get a shadow teacher, for the primary school. But what after that? The students have to learn to be themselves. I get cases even like 2 years back. I got a case where the CBSE chairperson himself, approached me for the admission of this child who was going to one friend school out there. You don't want to name them, but that school was doing more damage to the child than to help the child. And that child would say, and they had actually detailed the child in class 8 and were not ready to promote the child in class 9. They were wanting the child to do the subjects that the child cannot do. So we are talking about support. When the CBSE supports the children, when the ecosystem supports the children, it is again the leadership, the teachers who act as roadblocks for that child. Now that child, we took that child on, we counseled the child, and the child had special needs but had some strong points also. So we worked on that. The child went to class 9, passed class 9, and he's sending messages on this family group that I passed and I'm so happy and I'm so proud and this and that. So it depends upon how are you going to handle these children. You don't have to create champions out of them. But if they are able to look after themselves, they are able to do something for themselves, that's enough. So that's what we have to look at. And yes, the buck stops at the principal, the vision of the principal. If the principal does not realize, the teachers will be involved.
In fact, you talked about the strengths aspect also, Dr. Nanda. I think I myself strongly believe that, it's not that somebody has dyslexia and despite having dyslexia, they are able to do well in a certain area.
That child is a walking encyclopedia of history.
Exactly.
I mean, so you ask him something and he has an answer.
Right. And that is why I feel that, it's because of dyslexia. That's just an example. Because of dyslexia, we are able to do very, very well. What the other students might not be able to do. Right? So, I'll come to you later. I actually go to Sridhar, talking about the classroom, like Dr. Gupta talked about. You talked about learning as fun. How do you think a teacher in a classroom can take care of or manage the inclusion aspect while keeping the fun part there?
So we start with an example. When you said learning is fun and why is it important? Once in such a field, a teacher asks questions to parents and the student who keeps learning out of the classroom, and how do we manage that? So there are stories discussed about ADHD and all that. But I had a fundamental doubt there. Why is child experiencing fun outside the classroom and not inside? बाहर बन के नहीं जा रहा है, तो अंदर को नहीं बनाते. So when you are talking about inclusion, so first increase the positive nature of the classroom itself, and then look at understand each of your students. PTM आप बाद में करें, पहले know your child करें, KYC. Right? When you know your children, आपको पता है इसमें एक स्टूडेंट है वो cannot hear properly, शायद एक स्टूडेंट है जिसको समझ नहीं आ रहा है. Whatever be the reason, हमें labels की जरूरत नहीं है. Maybe there is a reason he is having difficulty understanding a common problem है math, or science में. तो teacher को first of all ये तो होना चाहिए कि let me try and teach that child as well. So once that consciousness is there, then a good teacher will make some methodology they will find out. And ये common sensical है, इसको हमने बहुत ज़्यादा jargonize कर दिया है. But ये common sensical है, हमारे legendary teachers ये हमेशा करते थे कि दोस्ती करें पहले. Right? आप तो children in the classroom are afraid of the teacher. कैसे होगा? दोस्ती करें, और उसमें involve करें, and then clear and down work के teaching learning. Again, a jargon word which I learned after getting this industry. that material, let us see, I know this kid also needs to learn, so how do I make this material available? And then, please be aware that the real classroom is the world outside. आपको बॉटनी पढ़ाने के लिए प्लांट का डायग्राम नहीं डालना है, असली प्लांट दिखेंगे. There is enough plants luckily still around. So show that biology is understand outside. So all these things have to have a more practical, more again as I said, tinkering. Go figure which one is a plant and which one is a not. Living thing, non-living thing, समझने का board भी क्या होता है. So do all this more practicals, more tinkering. And then another thing I always say is the target of our education. The problem today is we know more about Andes Mountain and Halloween than अपनी होली का नहीं पता. And imagine we think that 10 years के स्कूल में अभी इंडिया में नहीं आते इतने साल के बच्चे. तो many were left out, right? So parent wants कि मेरा बच्चा जहाँ से वहाँ जा सके and थोड़ा खरीद के ला सके या बेच के आ सके. Simple things, right? Inclusively we create life skills and cognitive skills education. But this is relevant for everybody. Why is our curriculum busy with party part, which happened long ago, and doesn't teach our children how to interact with the vendor outside? एक बस पकड़ के जाना, कुछ लेके आना, all these for every child, including the one who is having difficulty learning these things. So that is where our material, whether we use digital or otherwise, should be focusing on these things, life skills. Fundamentally, for a fifth grader kid doesn't know life skills, there's no point of education anymore in my view. I don't, especially I am very much afraid of this whole tendency of passing every child till 10th grade. The job is not to pass them, the job is to help them reach there. I have seen children with 10th pass thing who don't know addition. The failure किसका हुआ यहाँ पे? Student का नहीं हुआ, हमारा हुआ. We are too emotional in these things. Let's stop here. Please continue.
No, but yes, you are right. In fact, there is a saying around it that special education is more about good teaching. There is nothing special about it. It's really about good teaching. Anybody can do a special education and can be a special educator or a specific educator. You just have to get good teaching. It's really about overall. It's really about human to human connect. That is I think the underlying process. Yeah, please do. I just want to contribute.
India has roots to concept of a part of we do not respect our teachers. IAS officer को respect होने इनके पता नहीं है कि नहीं Indian teacher service भी बनाते हैं please government से request. So if we want our country to develop into a superpower, then the teachers have to be respected and treated as number one. Special education is part of that teaching, right? So अगर हम अपने teachers का ध्यान नहीं रखेंगे तो नहीं. My personal dream has been each साल बाद every year our country level open होता है. Global वाले देख रहे थे, but our people will be at that level. To do that, we have to start today. Teachers की respect करें, अपने आप सब होता है.
Okay, thank you so much. That actually brings me to Mr. Negi here. Mr. Negi, आप training करवाते हैं, teachers special education training होती है. So if you can share what we are talking about the teachers, how they can implement the inclusion aspect. Training में कैसे आगे बढ़ता है?
Thank you. मैं सीधा सबकी बात से आगे कंटिन्यू करना चाहूँगा. अगर हम बच्चे को जैसे हम सबने बताया कि डेली लिविंग टीचर्स उसमें ट्रेन कर पाएंगे तो क्या फायदा उसका. तो वही बात कर रहे हैं कि हम इंक्लूजन की बात करें तो जिस हमने बताया कि जब हमारा उत्तराखंड है तो कई ऐसे रिमोट एरियाज कई एरियाज हैं जहाँ पे जो इतनी अवेयरनेस नहीं डिसेबिलिटी को लेके तो जो हमारे ग्रासरूट वर्कर्स हैं हम उनके लिए काम कर रहे हैं. हम उनको ट्रेन कर रहे हैं कि एटलीस्ट वो पेरेंट्स को एक्सपीरियंस कर सके कि आपका बच्चे में ये डिसेबिलिटी है, फिर जो भी इसमें इश्यूज है तो उसको जांच सके और पेरेंट्स को अवेयर कर सके कि आप अपने बच्चे का अर्ली आइडेंटिफिकेशन या अर्ली इंटरवेंशन स्टार्ट करिए. क्योंकि हमारे यहाँ क्या है वहाँ पर इतनी अवेयरनेस नहीं है एरियाज में, तो वहाँ क्या होता है कि बच्चा जब 8, 9, 10 साल का हो जाता है तब भी पेरेंट्स को नहीं पता चल पाता है कि उसके बच्चे में क्या डिसेबिलिटी है, कि क्या इश्यूज है जिस वजह से पढ़ नहीं पा रही है. तो ये इश्यूज काफी हमारे वहाँ आए, तो उसको देखते हुए हमने क्या करा कि जो क्लासरूम को करते हैं हम पहले उनको ट्रेन कर रहे हैं. तो इंक्लूजन की बात बाद में होती, पहले हम उन्हीं को ट्रेन कर सकते हैं कि जो बच्चे हमारे प्राइमरी लेवल पे उनका इंटरवेंशन हो सके।
Yeah, very, very important. I think that is what takes me to Dr. Shukla here, based on what Mr. Levy you mentioned. You know, you are from CII and of course you are at the intersection of the policy, education and economy, right? And when we talk about the industry, there is a need and there is a lot of talk around diverse talent, looking for diverse talent, looking for different kinds of students with disabilities, and DEI is one of the most popular themes that has been going around. How, according to you, schools can participate in that big goal of diverse workforce? What is the role of the school here?
So thank you for the question. Very, very strongly put. The school, I think, have a major role to play in this. Because at CII, like the very we play a key role bridging the gap between ethics, education, and employability. So when we are talking about school education, all of you sitting here, you very well know what inclusive education is about. All of us have our own perspective. We know what is to be done. Then may I ask you a question? Where are we lacking behind? Because at CII, yes, we can help interact with the government. We can help with the training, teacher training workshops. We can help with CSRs. We can help with training. So we would want to understand more from you that what is actually required. Because you people are the ones who are really working on the grounds. So theory, it's okay. When we talk to the government in our dialogue, government will say we already have those regulations, we already have those policies. Schools management will say we have already made those regulations, we are already doing those teachers training. Then what is it that is there? So anybody I think from your audience? Yes. Yes, please.
Can you just loud? I think we'll be able to.
I'll try to be as loud.
You are loud.
Okay. So I will come back to what Nitya ma'am said a while earlier at what you also said. I have also been a teacher myself. I've been a teacher educator. I've been working with government, with corporate, everything. One thing that I realized during my international collaborations, that specifically I'm talking about our country, we don't give teachers the autonomy in the classroom. We have given them all sort of training, but still we don't think that they are the most powerful or the person who can decide what happens in the class. You don't respect the teacher. The principal will implement something that will have to go in the classroom, or if you've given an A to the person who's 4 document rakho, B to the person who's 10 document rakho. I know my children, and that if you can accept, then I think the classroom is finished.
Anybody else who would want to say something on this? Yes, please.
I think there are two major issues that we have to manage. One of it is that end-to-end circuit completion is not there. When I mean end-to-end circuit completion, I basically mean that hiring of counselors has been done. But are they put in the right place? How many schools who have counselors actually give the counseling? I mean, when we work in government schools, they're probably doing all the work but not counseling. Even the trainings part, a lot of trainings are definitely included, but are those trainings just on the surface? Like when we work around child sexual prevention, the trainings are there, but they are on such a surface level that when educators go to school and talk to children, they don't find the right trainings. And also along with that, is there a specific time allocation that those trainings can actually be reached to kids? So that is also not happening. So things are there on the surface, but when it has to be end-to-end circuit completion, that is not.
So I think yeah. So I think we'll come to you. Yeah. So I think then again at CII we will request all of you, like you can reach out to us. What actually is required? We can always be sort of a platform where we can maybe interact with the government, we can answer more dialogues and see how can things be worked on. So because inclusive education, yes, it cannot be ignored. So let's get unite and work ahead.
All right. Thank you, and brings me to Ashna. Ashna, you are also at the intersection of working with the government, the donors, and of course the school system overall. Where do you think what you just mentioned about end-to-end, it's missing? Is there hope there? Do you think the challenges that we're talking about is possible to answer?
Absolutely. I think, if, in our conversation with the industry and with the government, I would say a lot has changed over the past 5 years. Pre-2016, there was not a lot of talk about neurodiversity. 2016 brought that change to us. When we go out there and we speak to academia, when we go out there and we speak to the industry, they are very welcome. But I think what is one very integral player in this that we have identified is the parent. Because the parent is also a part of the workforce. Right? So the parent is a very good connector between the school and the industry. Right? So one thing that we are looking as a solution to this is to honor and bring together a community of parent teachers. Right? So that would also move things on the ground. It would benefit the school leadership. It would benefit the teachers. At our centers of excellence, where we are running therapy, we have found it a lot easier for a parent to accept diversity if a parent speaks to them. Rather than a therapist also. Right? And you have the same cohort working in the industry as well. So what I do is that organizations. So I know Wipro is here with us, Accenture, HCL, Microsoft, Google. All of these organizations have employee resource groups for employees with autism, diverse abilities, as well as parents and caregivers. Right? So I think that is the lens that positive inclusion is looking at with the parent tool that we have launched.
Okay. See, we have paucity of time here, and one of our panelists has already left. Another panelist has shown interest to leave. She hasn't to attend, but I'm going to ask Dr. Gandhi if she wants to share something, and then she has to leave.
Sorry, I have a scary thing because I had to join at 12. I just wanted to say that, sometimes the teachers get impatient, because once you have to be empowered, but then you think that it's your own child. Actually, I'm not only a doctor, I'm a teacher as well, because we are teaching MBBS, MD, and DM pediatric neurology, which we started first program in South Asia 24 years back. So I'm just saying I'm also teaching, and although they are older people who we are teaching, but I think that is important. And remember the movie Tara Zameen Par, the parents are given up on the child, and the teacher only died of the problem. But on the other side, if you know Einstein's story, Einstein's teacher had sent him off home that he's dumb and he doesn't know anything and he wants to be dropped out of school. And when Einstein asked the mother what had they written, because it was a steel cannula, she said that you are a genius and our school is too small and we don't have enough teachers to teach. And she taught them at home, and so I think it has to be all the stakeholders have to work together and ensure that we are. Sorry, I have to. Thank you.
Thank you. I think everybody is looking at me and saying, that's fine. I think we can continue this conversation on the stage also. But yes, before we leave, I request from us to have one power statement. Identify one thing that you think can be done on the ground to really bring a change in next 2 years. What is that one thing that can be done?
The mic is mine, so talk is mine. First thing is, whenever we have a conference, ensure for 1 year to track what actually you all did a change on the ground. Otherwise, it's just talk. Collaboration, discussions, together we have to do something. The buck stops at all of us. That is the first thing I say. Then focus on vocational education. NEP is also talking about that. Earlier at my time was SUPW. So it's not the 10th pass degree that I want or the 12th class. But are you having some skill set that you can work on and then hand it over to the industry? So focus on that, and especially in the inclusive education, because at one time you realize he is not getting recognition. So what can I really do But we need a third line. What should be
Because what is that one thing that can be actually done on the ground to make all of this happen?
So I think for you, the exposure is also very, very important. Because when we talk about school education, there are students which really belong to the social economic background, not very that good. So they don't have that exposure. So maybe people also like to invite schools on the higher education, they can come up with those students and can really make them see what exactly is required to be industry ready. So once they have that feel, they go, they visit, or the industry can come to their base also. It feels important and they really realize what is actually required. I think that would give them a sense of motivation and where ahead to work.
Absolutely.
I would like to focus on the collaboration of the society. I think each of the stakeholders will collaborate with each other and together.
Yes. Asha?
I think I would like to come back to the last point that I have made. Parents, it's time that we start including parents in these conversations. I think in our work with the teachers on the ground, we feel that could be a great addition for them as well as the school leaders. And that's a really beautiful step.
Great. Thank you. I'll just say from my side, like Dr. Shukla talked about industry readiness. I talk about college readiness. It's important that, higher education has a very, very important role to play here. This is my point. Because industry, if they are looking for a diverse talent, it has to come from the higher education space or from the vocational spaces. And what will come into higher education? It will come from the school system, right? So if I am at the in a university, I am kind of at the receiving end of what happens at schools, right? So there's a lot that needs to be done at all levels: school level, higher ed level, and of course industry level. So I hope that we can continue this conversation. I know I will. So thank you so much. We will, of course, if anybody has any questions, I think take it outside the stage.
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for those rich reflections on nurturing school environments that celebrate diversity and emotional safety for every learner. May I request Sonika ma'am again to please felicitate our panelists on stage. Dr. Vanna Shukla, can you please have a round of applause? Ms. Srina Gupta, can you keep the class rolling? And Mr. Srina. Thank you so much. By our esteemed guests. But before we begin, it's time to welcome all our guests. May I now request Dr. Rajesh, Principal Advisor at Sri Aurobindo Society, to please come forward and welcome our Raja Tony Madam, President, Maharishi International University and Global Head, Transcendental Meditation Movement.
Pranams to everybody here. Welcome to this 2 days conference, and I have been entrusted with the responsibility to welcome our beloved Maharajaji. So, just very briefly, you all have we have shared his CV and we have shared his bio, so we all know about him. So, if in 2-3 lines, if we need to explain him, so I think he's the best combination, the only combination, or I should say, the unique combination in the world who combines Indian traditional knowledge, that is our Vedas, our scriptures, our Rijas, our Upanishads, with the modern science and technology. And to quote his Hanuman, as we call Raja Luisi, we say that all the issues in this world, whether all the challenges in this world, the only one, one thing which can help us meet all the challenges, that is Vedic technology and Vedic sciences. So we are indeed, it's a proud privilege to welcome Honorable Maharajaji, who is not only a great scientist, neuroscientist, a great doctor, but a great a spiritual figure, and he has over the period of last 10-15 years that I have known him, he is a world authority when it comes to connecting modern science, when it comes to connecting modern day challenges with our Vedic literature, with our Vedic science. The best thing about Vedic science, Vedic literature is that you have any issue, that the fact that we have this conference on disability. So all of those who may not be knowing it, there are, at least if you just Google, there are many papers, and not only meditation, there are many papers on TM which connect autism. And as you all know, as the book that we will on today, it says that the human body is just expression of Vedic Vaangamaya or Vedic literature as we call it. And if there is some disorder over there, so if there is some uneasiness or there is not calmness, so these kind of issues do arise. And I was just a few minutes back, I was talking to you. He has beautifully connected all the nakshatras, all the rashis, and beautifully explained how each structure of our brain, how each structure of our heart, each physiological features that we have in our body, it can be explained on the basis of Vedas and Vedic sciences. And today, as I welcome Maharaji, I'm short of words when I express my deep sense of gratitude to this organization, Aurobindo Society. The association began 5 to 6 years, but this has been a home to me, and I, with utmost sense of gratitude, have seen times when they had to shift their own conferences to facilitate my conference. And Maharaji, just to let you know, with your lecture today, we mark the 52nd series of this series, Vedas and World Peace series. And this has been held at least like 10 programs have been held here. And the only thing we have to do is write to Sabranji that we want your facility and we want arrangement for these kinds of functions. And this is our guest list. So even the invitation, they go from their side. So I'm really indebted to them. And what I believe it's all about open innovation. When the world is seeing all these challenges, there's so much instability, and the world is looking forward for something. So we need open innovation. We need people to use each other's strengths and come up with a vision for betterment. And as we say in our in Sanskrit, in our Vedic terminology, we say, Sarve Bhavantu Sukhina Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. We treat the whole world as one family. And now the time has come when forces like Maharishi Aurobindo's organization, Maharishi Mahesh Yogi's organization, with our Gurudev's blessing, we come up with solutions. And as Savrani rightly said, that we have been discussing these things, and we have been very closely working on various aspects, but now time has come for action. And I am really with Maharaji's visit here, with his blessing, I am very sure that next time when we meet, we will have something credible to show to all of you. With these words, I again welcome all of you, all the policymakers, all the experts from different fields, and I, from deep core of my heart, extend my deep sense of gratitude to Maharaji and to Sabranji. He was in Pondicherry. It is you last night. So with all these words, a warm welcome, and thank you very much.
I would also request Dr. Rajesh to kindly welcome Tony Maharaja Tony Nadarji with laughter. I will now request Mr. Mayank Agarwal, Chief Operating Officer of Sri Aurobindo Society, to kindly come forward and welcome Dr. Raja Louis Andres, Director, Maharishi European Research University. Sir, we welcome you. As we express our heartfelt gratitude to all our esteemed guests, it's now time to hear from one of the visionaries shaping educational transformation at the Sri Aurobindo Society. We now invite Mr. Samran Sharma, Executive Board Member and Director Education, Sri Aurobindo Society, with a long-standing focus on grassroots education innovation and teacher empowerment, working closely with nation education bodies to support large-scale teacher development, competency-based learning, and system-level education reforms across public school networks, to kindly share his insights and set the tone for this inspiring session.
Wow, what a wonderful day. I don't want to extend any thought when my MP is in the room. In fact, I keep looking forward to his wisdom to guide us on much larger things which we aspire to do. So, just to tell you a little bit why we all are here today. It may be looking like some new ways which will indulge to create an ecosystem of inclusivity in classrooms, inclusivity in the society. But this is the smallest we could do. This is the least we could do. The most important thing we all have to see, are we inclusive inside? Are we ready to be integrated with what we are thinking, what we are feeling, what we are saying, and what we want to do? If we integrate ourselves and become integral with the entire ecosystem, the cosmos, the universe within, you will see inclusivity happening by its own. So there is nothing which we have to do to make it inclusive. We just have to accept it the way it is and the way we have been born. The problem is we disintegrate ourselves. And when we disintegrate, we also start seeing the world from the prism of disintegration, and then we start calling for inclusivity. I want to invite all of you here to be more inclusive inside. Accept it. Somebody very, like a new teacher just a couple of years back asked me that I want to be more inclusive, but the children doesn't understand. The parents doesn't understand. And I have to always tell them that what is to be done so that they lead a better life. What do you want to say about it? So my very innocent answer to her was, how many times do you judge them? Are you judging them constantly that are they in alignment of what you are thinking, or are you letting them be and be a part of that what they want to be by supporting them? The problem is not that we're just judging them, we are also trying to fix a lot of things. I think as an organization, the only call for action today here is let's stop judging and putting labels to anybody who's not as you. We all are unique selves. So can we just start respecting the uniqueness of people and also start acknowledging the uniqueness we have? And to be very frank, it starts with acceptance of your unique being, and then you start respecting a lot of people around you with their uniqueness. Be in a state where anyone and anybody who comes across feels more compassion through you. And that's the reason Sri Aurobindo Society stepped in creating some tools which gives more empathy, more compassion to teachers, and I'm sure Dr. Sri Mahajan would take you through the entire journey, reaching out to 3.5x teachers, and these are those teachers which were not burdened to do this course. They had their own reasons to make their classrooms more inclusive to be a part of this ecosystem. And nevertheless, I want to, from this, the stage, I also want to reach out to those 3 million teachers who have worked with us while giving their micro innovations. Over 1.1 million teachers sent thick files of those micro innovations without any investment or resources being given to them to be implemented by other teachers. That itself is a great example of inclusivity and how they advocate by themselves to share their own knowledge in their classrooms to be implemented by so many teachers. We are an inclusive country, we don't have to become. It's just that we have to go inside and see how we are treating our own self. Are we integrated enough? Are we in sync with the divine design, or are we trying to create a new one? So with that question, I would like to leave here and And looking forward to a lot of blessings of Maharaji and my elder brother Rajaji here, who has been a great support to the work, and not just in implementing one, but making sure that they guide us to the right ethos with which we have to see it, the right prism through which we have to see an initiative of this scale. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Sir, for your inspiring words and for setting the tone for the session. We now look forward to hear from another eminent voice whose work beautifully blends consciousness, education, and human development. May I now invite Dr. Raja Alvarez, a leader in the Transcendental Meditation movement and an expert in Maharishi Mahesh Yogi's Vedic science and pioneering consciousness-based education, including establishing a university in Latin America. Dr. Alvarez is a high-ranking official in the TM organization, serving in roles such as International President of Maharishi Universities and Director of Maharishi European Research University. Sir, we are deeply honored to have you with us today. May I please request you to kindly address the audience.
Namaste. And I think very briefly, it's very important that we remember when we are dealing with education, what means education in its words, just to prepare what you're going to hear from Dr. Nala. Whether it's in Sanskrit or in Latin, it's the same thing. Education is change Latin and Shiksha in Sanskrit. And both means to extract from within, not introduce from outside. Education means extract the potential that is inside, in the case of Shiksha, hidden from you, and make it happen a reality. And that is the role of consciousness. And while we are not doing that, we are not fully integrated. And this is an opportunity for all educators in India to know that there is a possibility with this program to not only include all the children, but to bring them to their full potential. Please listen to what Dr. Nada has to say, and let's together make something different in our education environment. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your enlightening words and for sharing such profound perspectives on consciousness and education. We now have the privilege of hearing from a global leader whose life's work bridges science, consciousness, and human potential. Our next esteemed guest is Maharaja Tony Nagar, MD, PhD, and is the president of Maharishi International University and the global head of the Transcendental Meditation movement. A medical doctor trained at Harvard University and a neuroscientist with a PhD from MIT. He is a globally recognized expert in the science of consciousness and human development. As a successor to Maharishi Mahesh Yogi, Dr. Nagar leads TN organizations worldwide, promoting holistic well-being, education, and personal transformation. We are deeply honored to have you with us today, sir. And now invite Maharaja Tony Nagar to kindly address the audience.
Dr. Luis Rajavisi, honorable guests, it's my great honor to pay homage to the shining lights of Sri Aurobindo and Sri Aurobindo Society for their activity in bringing wholeness to the world, and to His Holiness Maharishi Mahesh Yogi, who has given us the full knowledge and technologies that I am honored to be able to share with you, and the knowledge of what supreme inclusivity means and how to act in a way that makes it practical for every human being and for our dear planet in all of its aspects, be it the animal kingdom, the
flora and fauna, the trees and the flowers and the rivers and the sun and all the issues that we encounter today in terms of whatever is called climate change and all these different issues. And here we see that Veda and the Vedic literature and Bharat in particular as the home of Veda and Vedic literature can truly offer to make a change in the world that is not just on a theoretical level as a beautiful idea of inspiration, but on a very practical level where results can be measured and science can act to see the effectiveness of all these technologies that Veda and the tradition of Vedic masters have bestowed upon the world. Our main themes today is, as I feel, is inclusiveness, which includes attending to disability and attending to all aspects of life which can be often felt strange or different from us on the surface. And the ultimate solution to all of that is the true understanding of life and living, the true understanding of nature, and what I can call worldview. What is our worldview? Whether it is in tune with reality or whether it is not in tune with the essence of existence and life. This takes often a philosophical kind of connotation or consideration, but it's very important to realize that we have different points of view about the universe, from modern science, from ancient science, from Vedic science, from spirituality, from religion, from belief systems, from discoveries in modern scientific research. There have been many different and sometimes clashing points of view. However, we live at a time where we have amazing opportunities of truly understanding the nature of life. And I'd like to go through that a little bit so that we can see and understand the full context of what the ultimate solutions is. Because if you don't know what life is about, how does it work, where does it come from, what is its meaning, where does it go, you can have trials and errors here and there. You try this, it works, you try the other, doesn't work. And so you adjust, and the past becomes a little bit tedious and longer. We have from the tradition of Vedas and the Vedic knowledge an understanding that is completely full about the nature of life, the purpose of our existence, why we are here, why we do what we do, where are we going. And it's seen from a certain point of view as a theory, an idea. Because there are other ideas, other theories, and sometimes they conflict with each other. What we have today, which is very fortunate, is the convergence of science and spirituality in a way that we have never been able to imagine before. So I'd like to share some ideas with you. When I asked Amranji how long should be my speech, he said, whatever you like. I said, I can speak for 3-4 hours. Then everybody laughed, which means, come on, don't do that to us. So I said, maybe 10-15 minutes. He said, no, please give us a little bit more. So that's why I'm taking a little bit of my time to think with you and hopefully make it interactive. I'd like to present to you a thought, a feeling, an understanding, a discovery of what I have been through personally, even in my research, for answering these fundamental questions and how they apply to our society, to our life, to how we can be inclusive, how we can think of disability and attend to different aspects of our society on the individual level, but also on the social level. We have conflicts, we have climate change, we have artificial intelligence, we have the need for world peace, we need people and our leaders to come to their senses and, come and work together, and why should we suffer, and all of these questions. So that's why I promise you it will not be 3-4 hours, not even close to that. But it will take a few minutes of your patience to think together about these points. And so let's start with the question of what is reality, where we are, who we are. There are philosophers and scientists throughout time, and that goes back to thousands of years, who have debated the nature of reality. And since there are many opinions on the mental level, on the theoretical level, science decided to leave all the opinions aside and study things from a method that can prove what reality is in a way that is satisfactory for everyone, not just a question of personal opinion. So it went to the whole other extreme than what we can call subjective experience, personal opinion, philosophies, etc. And said, look, I'm going to analyze things from an objective level, where the observer is kept outside of the observation. And we do an experiment, we have a control group, we compare it to another group where we can put a certain variable and we see if that variable influences in one way or the other, and we decide that's how it works. And however, science got into the mood of having a dogma also, a belief system. And that dogma is that everything is physical, everything is material. And then everything else that deals with the mind and ideas and thoughts and all that is a field which we cannot fathom, it's a field which we cannot measure, and therefore we decide that it's not real, it doesn't exist. And so science went on trying to discover what is this world made of, how does it work? And it's throughout history, we have, even from the times of the Greek, they said if we take any object and divide it into pieces and keep dividing it into pieces, we reach to a small piece which you cannot divide anymore. And they called it the atom. The atom means that which is not divisible. And therefore the atom is the source of everything. And if you put many atoms together, you get a molecule. You put many molecules together in a certain way, you get a cell. You put many cells together in a certain way, you get an organ. Put these organs together, you get an organ system. And then you get a physiology, a human being. And what does then the human being do? It becomes conscious. So consciousness comes out of the complexification and organization of the nervous system. And that's how we become conscious. And consciousness, therefore, is a byproduct, an emergence from the physical organization of matter. So that's one point of view. This point of view has its dogma. Dogma means a belief in something that is not proven necessarily. And we should know that there is that dogma, unbelief, unproven belief that everything comes from these atoms. For a while, this is how it was believed. But what were these atoms made of? Where do they come from? Led to new discoveries. And the discoveries is that these atoms, when you look at them deeply, they are themselves potentialities that are non-localized. And I don't want to bore you with this science part, which says that actually these atoms are non-localized. They are potentialities, and they are waves, in fact. And this science, I'm still speaking science, it will start feeling like it's non-scientific because it feels different than the hard classical science that we know. But they found that these atoms are spread out like clouds or waves rather than an entity. And what they found is they become collapse, which means they become specific in space and time when you observe them. I won't take you through this, the research studies, double slit experiment and all that. And they repeated this 100 times, 1,000 times, 1,000,000 times, and they found the same thing. When you observe it, it collapses. When you don't observe it and let it be floating, it looks like a wave. So that is the dilemma of wave versus particle that we have in physics. But when they looked even further, they found a huge field of non-localized reality, which means things can be at the same time in different places. Only when you observe them, they collapse. That is superposition. So they can be, your electron or your particle can be here on planet Earth potentially, or in the moon potentially. And when you observe it, it starts to become here, present here. So what is this? You know, they all went to Copenhagen, and the top scientists were thinking what is there, and they did what we call the Copenhagen interpretation, which says that it's the observer that collapses the wave function. So here enters consciousness at a different level than we experienced or thought before. We thought, okay, consciousness comes from the human brain. Now, consciousness acts on the molecules, or acts on the atoms, or acts on the waves, and makes them collapse in a specific way. This is how we got into a field which is baffling for scientists, what we call the field of quantum mechanics and quantum field theories. And so what they did is, as they kept going deeper and deeper into what is physical matter, again, this is all science, they found that there is a field, and that field is non-physical, non-material. It's a field of like energy, but we don't know where this energy comes from, and it seems to interact with consciousness. And there is one field, only one field, which is called the unified field, which actually then appears as atoms when we observe them in a specific way, and then those atoms join together and they become molecules, and then again the story becomes a human nervous system. So there is a reality which is unified at the basis of all surface diversity. And again, I'm talking physics. It's not ideas or theory. So science and its objective approach, ultimate discovery of science is a unified field. Of course, there are theories about unified fields. There are physicists in the room, they say, well, there are many theories, it's not yet fully proven, that this is that, but this is where science arrived, and this is where science is going. So, talking about inclusivity, this is the field of all inclusiveness. Because what does it say? You and me and everyone in this chair and the mic and the trees and the planets and all of that are all expressions of one unified field. So the question becomes is, on what level you are putting your attention? We'll come back to that and see how, through consciousness, which is a different approach, of course, we can see that inclusiveness is a scientific reality which is at the basis of the makeup of our universe. So far we spoke science and objectivity, which started to be baffled because what it reached after its scientific investigation and refusing, consciousness and all of that, it reached a field which is looking like the field of consciousness. Now we go back to the Vedic knowledge. Vedanta says, everything is consciousness. So it took the other
approach completely. Consciousness is the one field from which everything emerges. So I looked into these both things and how this one field of consciousness emerges as different possibilities. And Maharishi Mahesh Yogi, who taught us these technologies of experiencing that field, taught us also to use a nice analogy, which is the analogy of an ocean. So you have an ocean, and on the surface of the ocean, you have waves. And the waves are the waves, of course, of the ocean. If you dive deep into that ocean, it becomes more quiet and more quiet and more settled, because the ocean is more quiet and the surface is active. And then when you reach the bottom of the ocean, you reach a very silent, quiet state of total being. And Maharishi said, based on his knowledge and experience and on the Vedic Vedantic tradition, that this ocean is the source of all the waves. It's obvious the ocean is the source of all the waves. But we're talking of the ocean of the mind. So the mind is like an ocean. As you dive deep inside yourself, inside the mind, it becomes more quiet, more quiet, more quiet, until you reach the bottom of the ocean. And there you have a completely quiet state of settled being, which we call samadhi. Samadhi is the evenness of the intellect, the evenness of the mind, the settled mind. That is the state of yoga, actually. What is yoga? Yoga, chitta, vritti, nirodha. That's how yoga is explained. Yoga is the settling of the vibrations, of the reverberations of the mind. So that is the state of yoga. And in that state, you experience pure consciousness, pure being. What is that pure being? It's our actual self. It's our true self. Which means it is the unified field, because the unified field is the unified level which becomes all the diversity on the surface. Okay, let's leave the unified field for a moment. We've done enough science. And we're not enough, we do more. But this reality is the source of everything on the surface. So, if you are a wave on the surface, and this wave, you are sitting on the wave, and you can only experience this wave because that's you. You think, I'm a wave, and this is a wave, and this is another wave, and this is a third wave. And you tell that wave, come on, be inclusive. Take all the other waves also. So the wave will be a little scared. What is the other wave going to do to me? What's going to happen, you know? I am different, and I have my needs, and maybe I want to buy this thing, but maybe the other wave will buy it before me. So I should have it first, you should have it second. So there is a conflict because there is differences. The vision is on the level of isolation and differences. And actually, honestly, no matter how much intellectually you try to get one wave to accept the other wave, you say, okay, we are waves together and it's nice, but there is a limit to how much I can, manage to be inclusive on that surface level of that ocean. Now look at it from a different perspective. You are the wave, but inside of you, you know you are the ocean. Because that's who you are. You are that field, that unified field. That's who you truly are. You're not just the wave. You are the ocean. That's where Veda takes us. That's where transcending, which is the technique that we teach in transcendental meditation that have been brought to the world by Maharishi Yogi, that guides us to transcend. To transcend means to go beyond. So what you do is take the inward direction and dive within and transcend, which means go beyond the surface level. The mind settles down, becomes more quiet, yet remains awake,
until you experience what we call transcendental state of consciousness. Transcendental state of consciousness we also call pure consciousness, because here you are fully awake, fully present, fully alert, but nothing is on your mind. You could say, how can I be awake but nothing is on my mind? No thoughts, no feelings, no memories, nothing. That's transcendental consciousness. And that's pure consciousness, which in the Veda is called the Atma, the self. The Atma, the self, is not just myself, but the term Atma doesn't mean Ahamkar or my ego. It means the self of everything and everyone. Exactly as science described the unified field, the self of everything and everyone. So now look at this perspective. You can be on the wave and say, I want to be inclusive. It takes you some reflection and some thinking and some planning and some, you might say, I have to do it, but I cannot do it in this case. How can I be inclusive with this thing? I cannot be inclusive with that thing. They are different than me. You know, they are scaring me. They might take something that I have. Because you are on that level. Now look at the perspective of being the ocean yourself. If you are the ocean, then it's not a question of being inclusive. You are everything. You are all the waves. The ocean is not just one wave, it's all the waves. And so, depending on which point of view, from which perspective you look at things, you have a different spontaneous appreciation. It's not contrived, it's not forced, it's not, doesn't require analysis. It becomes spontaneous. You are the ocean. So that is true enlightenment that we are taught from the Vedic tradition. Enlightenment means to know things in the light, not in the darkness. And to know things in the light, enlightenment, is to know what things are in reality. And when you know that reality is that unbounded ocean of being, pure self, which is myself, my Atma, and it's the same way, the self of everything, not everyone, then you see unity in the field of diversity. Egoham, I am one, I can be many. That is the reality that the Veda teaches. But I have to know that I am one also, and accept that there are the many, but all of us are that one reality. It's a beautiful teaching on the level of even intellect and analysis. But what is most fundamentally important is that it is something we can actually experience. So Veda doesn't leave us with theory alone and with general knowledge alone. It gives us technology. That is the technology that allows us to actually transcend. And that's what we like to offer to everyone in society. Because when we all transcend, we all spontaneously become one with everything. And spontaneously our perspective, our reactions, our attitude to others becomes a unified attitude. This is how the golden rule, what they call the golden rule, really is fulfilled. The golden rule is do unto others what you like to be done unto yourself. Don't do unto others what you don't like to be done unto yourself. So I have to think about others and not others. But if myself is everything, then I'll be spontaneously doing unto everything how I would do unto myself, because everything is myself. And that is really a profound transformation in point of view and in attitude. So, how we can share this with everyone is by just practicing and actually seeing that this is the true reality of life. And this is actually the basis of the true meaning of life. The whole meaning of life is to go through different levels of understanding and appreciation and growth and really expansion of consciousness. So that one day we reach a point where we know reality as it is, which is one field of consciousness expressing itself into many. And that gives us fulfillment in life. It's not just something theoretical or something we need to do because it's a good thing to do, which is fine, of course, anyway, but it gives us happiness, it gives us fulfillment. Why? Because we have everything. The nature of life is to grow, the nature of life is to expand, the nature of life is to want more. We all want more love, we all want more happiness, we all want more knowledge, we all want greater friendship, we all want more. And when you see, people who have achieved a lot of success in their life, whether it be love or possessions and wealth and all of that, they still want more. Why? Because they're looking to have more through the senses towards the outside. Whereas inside is more than the most. And that is when we reach true fulfillment. Fulfillment is the sense of, I don't lack anything. I don't have any sense of lacking. And I am fulfilled within myself. And that is why this transcending gives this very profound joy and happiness and sense of not lacking and sense of fulfillment. People ask, okay, if you're fulfilled, then therefore we won't do anything in the world. Actually, what you want is you want your other self to be also fulfilled. And that's how we see the great teachers, Aurobindo, Maharishi, who have a high level of enlightenment, fully aware of reality. They actually want to do things for the world because everything is themselves. Everything is themselves, and they act with that feeling, that true feeling that I want everything to be fulfilled, everyone to be fulfilled, because those are also aspects of myself. And so what you come out with is pure spirituality, which is the pure being within, at the same time, dynamic activity on the outside. So now this is the platform on which we are. So how does it prove? How can we prove that it works or it doesn't work? And Maharishi encouraged, since he came into the Western world and in the late 50s and 60s and then continued, he encouraged scientific research. So here we have to differentiate between scientific dogma that thinks, everything is material, and scientific methods, which is a very good technology of finding what works, what doesn't work. So he adopted the scientific method, and through the scientific method, proved that true reality is the unified reality rather than a scattered reality. So even the method of objectivity led us to full subjectivity in a sense, the sense of unity at the basis of diversity. And we have done hundreds of scientific research studies. We, the scientists, some of them related to us, some of them independent of us. And what they have found is that what happens when you transform yourself from the consciousness level in a simple, natural way, the technique is very easy to practice. Even children can practice it, and that's where you will see the application, for example, in autism and attention deficit hyperactivity disorders and other disabilities, that even you don't need to understand all that we're talking about this, because we are sitting here and we want to see how to apply this in the different circumstances, but the child, the parent, the teacher, they don't even have to go through any kind of theoretical understanding. They close their eyes, take this technique, and it works. Because it's a simple, natural way of diving within ourselves. And the science has shown that when the mind settles during transcendental meditation, the body also settles down very deeply. And that's how stress is released and normalization comes in the physiology. And that has profound influence on health, happiness, well-being, behavior, greater intelligence, students at school perform better, and we have tremendous positive effects on a physiological level. So scientists then started to study this technique and the differences processes. One of them is also autism, for example. You know, in autism, when you study, for example, the brain waves of autistic people, you see that you put different electrodes on the brain and you study the electrical activity. And you see how the brain is functioning, how its electrical activity is functioning. In autism, you see miscommunication between different parts of the brain. You see that there are some places which is what we call the focus, like an epileptic type focus, where there are some places which are firing by themselves and triggering different activities. You see that there is not proper communication between front and back, right and left. You see these changes that are happening there. There is also certain changes in the frequencies of the electrical activity in the brain. And so you have all of these changes associated also with behavioral changes that happen. And what you see when these kids, or even sometimes adults, of course, start practicing this technique of diving deep within, is that there is settling of the activity of the brain. Remember yoga, Chitta Vritti Nirodha. That's what happened. You are settling. That's the practice of yoga on the mental level. The mind settles down, and what you actually see is greater communication in the brain between front and back, between right and left. And there is a greater coherence that happens in these activities of the brain. So the brain, therefore, shows the results. It shows also greater blood flow to the different parts of the cortex and a greater coherence and communication between the different parts of the brain. And this leads to, that's nice that something happens in the brain, but we see even in autistic people that there is reduced anxiety, reduced stress, there is improved behavior and what we call self-regulation. You want me to go into the details of this, but these terms that I'm using are measurable side effects, so not just like some nice idea. And there are many case studies and evidence that shows that there is improvement in social skills, communication disorders, because it's one of the problems in autism, and overall well-being, such as increased willingness to explore new situations, and enhance affection and emotional balance and resilience to different situations. So even children, they show lower tantrums because autistic situations, people have tendency to be angry, and that's what we call tantrums, so tantrums. And there is increased independence, reduced anxiety, allowing some individuals to try new things, such as learning to drive or joining social groups. All of these are actually measured. It's not just a nice idea. And that happens spontaneously through this reduction in the activity and through the coherence of brain functioning and through interconnection of different parts of the brain. So this is really in autism, but it has a lot of implications on different levels. For example, one of the disabilities besides the autism spectrum, because we call it the spectrum, might be autistic or might be very autistic, Asperger or that types. But another aspect of also disability, which is very frequently now experienced in the world, is attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, ADHD. And here again, there are amazing benefits, even brain benefits, that shows that TM increased blood flow to the brain, and particularly the frontal cortex, where there is the chief executive officer of the brain, right, that organizes things. And that leads to more stability, and that leads to greater coherence. Again, same EEG coherence, you can see it in people practicing this. And the advantage of the technique is that it's so easy to use and doesn't require complicated focusing, because they cannot focus, it's an attention deficit. And so they don't need to focus. The technique is easy, it's simple, it's natural, and it produces these effects. So if we all practice transcendental meditation, we all become unified on the deep field level and become inclusive not only of disability and others, but become inclusive of nature and others and other feelings and cultures and different ways of living. And at the same time, if we teach this to our children, all our children, they become more inclusive and less disability, less stress, less anxiety. And those who have a certain level of disability, we don't need to label them, because the parents that we were discussing are concerned that you want to label my child as having autism. And some autistic people are bright people. They have characteristics that are amazing, that can be even superior, much superior to other children. So there is no need to even label necessarily, but we recognize that there is differences, and all the children will get these technologies and proper behavior, proper diet, proper routine, maybe some Ayurvedic principles, if we want to add something to that. And we have therefore a package where we can see health, wholeness, well-being, and the children becoming productive, becoming happier, more fulfilled, and able to contribute to society rather than being seen as separate and drain on society. They become a factor which is very positive to society. And there is another amazing benefit also of reaching that unified field or experiencing it. And that is that since that field of consciousness is all permeating, it's not just in me, but it's everywhere, it's the ocean. When a small number of people practice this technique together, or even separately, but percentage-wise is depending on society, then you can see changes actually in society itself. We have seen in 116 different scientific research studies, well controlled, well done, that whenever a small percentage of people practice this technique together or even separately, but in larger numbers, then you have reduction in crime, reduction in accidents of the roads, reduction in hospital admission, and well-being in society as a whole, which again supports this unified field where we are all together, and when we strengthen that field from within ourselves individually, we are also enlivening it in the whole society. And when a group large enough does that, then you can see reductions in conflict, even relations between nations improve. So all we can say is infinite gratitude to this tradition from which most of you comes, and which we believe we also come from, because we are human beings. And what we discovered is that human being is the Veda. So Ganesh is within us, all the devatas, all the avatars are all within us physically. That's what Dr. Naikani was alluding to, and that's the research. Even the planets and the nakshatras are within us. That how we live, how we live, as the Atman, so is the universe, and Aham Brahmasmi is a reality. So we all are that Veda, whether we are of this tradition or that tradition, of this belief or that belief. This is science. You can believe whatever you like, it doesn't matter. You still are the Veda, and you still can enliven that Veda. And you can be a Muslim or a Jew or a Christian or a Hindu or a Buddhist. You can enjoy on the surface level different qualities and colors of the waves, because nature has that expression. That's fine, it's your choice. There is no problem. Yet, no matter what your position is science, and the laws of nature are the laws of nature. You know, physics is physics. If you drop a pen, it falls at a certain speed and a certain trajectory in a certain way. Whether you are a Christian, Muslim, or you are, this law of nature is the same law of nature. That's science. And Veda is a science. We want Veda, and Maharishi wanted Veda to be taught as a science of life, the science of the mind and the body, the science of integration. And we are very honored that we are welcome in this great assembly with these great people and great organization. We wish you all success, and we wish, of course, that we do it together, and we are looking forward to being together and to creating a better world. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Maharaja Tony Nabuji, for your inspiring address and for sharing such valuable insights on consciousness, education, and human development. I would now like to request Dr. Simi Mahajan, Chief Human Resource Officer at the Sri Aurobindo Society and Chief Program Officer for Project Inclusion, to kindly come forward and welcome Ms. Manmeet Kaur Nanda, IAS from 2000 batch, West Bengal, Khaja. She is also the Additional Secretary in the Department of Empowerment of Persons with Disability, Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, Government of India. With over 2 decades of distinguished administrative leadership, she has held key national roles, including Joint Secretary in the Department for Promotion of Industry and Managing Director and CEO of Invest India. Her work reflects a strong commitment to inclusive, right-based, and accessible development. We are truly honored to have you with us today. May I now invite Ms. Manmeet Kaur Nanda to kindly address the audience. I have a tough task after what we heard Dr. Navarski. Thank you truly. Your explanation about transcendental meditation, how our mind works, how we are all unified and yet divergent, and how all of this will actually bring us closer to reality, which is that we all live in an inclusive society, are one and each other, and you really debunked the science that I learned in my classroom many, many years ago. So thank you so much for your talk today. It's truly an honor to be here with all of you, many of you experts in the field of inclusive education. But I look at inclusivity in education as not an education agenda. I look at it as a nation-building agenda. It is one of the strongest indicators of how our educational systems and systems beyond that are designed for every child, every individual, and whether our classrooms, our public spaces, our society around us reflect the values of equality, dignity, and justice. When we speak about inclusive education, we often speak about enrollment figures, infrastructure, special provisions. We, the government, often answer our questions based on that data. But what is most important is that if the child present in that school and in that classroom, is that child actually participating in learning? Because inclusion is not merely admission to a school. Inclusion is fulfilled only when a child is able to communicate, interact, progress, make social relationships,
and feels respected in that learning space. It brings me to an anecdote when I was the district magistrate in a very remote district in West Bengal. A mother came to me. It was an inclusive school. She had tears in her eyes, brimming with joy. It was the first time that her child, a neurodivergent child, along with being hearing impaired, learned how to solve a sum of fractions. Because it was the first time that that teacher knew how to communicate in the language that the child knew, that is by signing, explaining the concept of a simple fraction. And that joy of that parent made me feel how important inclusivity is. Inclusion is a daily practice, like we've been told by Dr. Nader. It needs to be experienced by all of us in every walk of life, and definitely in the classroom. And we all, many of us in this room, have and belong to organizations and departments and societies and institutions where we have fragmented efforts working in silos, trying to build something on that scheme of inclusion. What is really required is deep linkages between these systems to actually shape a child's life. So we need the health system, the school education system, the teacher education system, the disability rights movement, the Department for Empowerment of Persons with Disabilities to actually speak with each other. Something which I, in spite of being in the government, agree that is not done so in the true way. And this is where technology, I feel, is a very powerful equalizer. And it is here where I like to reflect upon the Precious app of the Department of Education, which is a digital product, but it is an inclusion enabling product. Many teachers who may not have had the education or done a course in specialized education but understand the requirement to go the extra mile ahead to support children with disabilities, but face practical constraints because they don't have specialized training. They don't have access to individualized, designed education systems, etc. Can use that, and I hope that it will help to reduce that gap that we see in various classrooms. I think with every tool and every policy, it is going to succeed only when it is implemented on the ground, and that too consistency, and with real school level support. So that is why the work that Aurobindo Society and Dr. Singh brings to me, to my department, and we have a memorandum of understanding with that Project Inclusion is doing exactly that. Project Inclusion has demonstrated that inclusion needs continuous engagement with schools, with teachers, with communities, and with the families. It needs a practical model that shows how inclusion can work in everyday constructs. And since we are a huge country, spread widely, having classrooms of different types, I think the Project Inclusion will help to operationalize that inclusion where it matters the most, inside the schools, in the minds of the teachers, strengthening that ecosystem that can make inclusive education sustainable. I would also like to highlight here a major milestone that the Rehabilitation Council of India, an autonomous body under our department, has recognized Aurobindo Society's Inclusion CRE program. And this recognition is significant because it brings with it credibility, a quality assurance, a national legitimacy. So I would implore more and more teachers here to spread the word about that and to participate in this program, because you will gain practical skills in inclusive teaching. You will understand truly the meaning of classroom accommodation and understand what is it to support a person or child with disabilities. And this brings me to another important aspect in inclusive education. That is the teacher preparation. If we want inclusive education to be a reality, we must ensure that every teacher entering into this noble profession is prepared, not only in their subject, but with an inclusive mindset. I often talk about it, that inclusion begins not just by creating accessible infrastructure, accessible digital tools,
but actually inclusion is a mindset. We need to be inclusive in our practice. And the National Council for Teacher Education will play a very crucial role in this, and it should ensure that every B.Ed enrolled teacher undergoes not just a theoretical exposure to inclusion, but a real attitude transformation and practical readiness. And I think that can be done with ensuring that the internship period of these B.Ed education programs must be used effectively on the ground, ensuring that the internship should be with maximum number of inclusive schools or special schools, where they can on ground have interaction with children with disabilities. Engagement with the parents, because parent is your first teacher, and hands-on practice of accommodation when you have limited techniques or help in terms of classroom aids. And then they will be most likely to be implementing inclusion in their education styles later on in their career. And we must also acknowledge the fact that education alone cannot carry this responsibility of inclusion in society and inclusive education. Inclusion requires convergence across systems, and like I said, various departments under the aegis of Government of India and the state governments need to think about this and foundationally change their way they govern. A child's needs are shaped by early health, by nutritional developmental screening at the right time, early intervention and rehabilitation services at the right time. And that is where the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare becomes central. The school education department's role, the health department at the state level, the education department at the state level, all that along with the disability departments should work together. We can't continue working in silos. And I think with the SSA, the Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan, which is the delivery backbone of school education in our country today, that provides an emphasis of enrollment, retention, resource support, assisted device that can be done and translated truly in an inclusive way when we, through an NCTE and through our B.Ed trained teachers and through RCI recognized CRD programs of project inclusion, strengthen that human capacity and bring together at the primary task itself teachers who are completely and truly inclusive. And I would also like to mention that even under my department, there are cross-disability early intervention centers. Those also need to be further integrated at the district level with the district school education teacher program, with the district school education department, and the CMO, the Anganwadi, the Asha Karmis, all to bring together inclusive in the truest sense. I leave you with the last thought again, that inclusive education is not only about disability. It is about a society and the society that we want to build. A society where difference is not treated as a deficit, where support is not to be treated as charity, and where every child is seen and treated as capable. So if the health department identifies early, and if the school education department effectively supports inclusive education through proper aids, properly trained teachers, and the various disability departments and governments strengthens the right-based implementation with use of AI and tools like Project Inclusion and the Prashast app, we can strengthen classroom practice. Inclusion will no longer remain just a promise. It will become a reality in today's classroom and in the Viksit Bharat that we all want to see. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your insightful address and for sharing such a meaningful perspective on inclusion and accessible development. We now move to a key moment of this event, which is the launch of the evidence report. This report captures valuable insights, data, and learnings gathered through years of work under Project Inclusion. It stands as a testament to our collective effort to create impact that is not just seen but measured and sustained. May I now invite our esteemed dignitaries to kindly come forward for the launch of the evidence report. I would also like to invite Srinivas on stage and my answer. Thank you, everyone. I would request all of you to stay. Yes, please. We now come to a very special moment of the day, the launch of the book Manav Sharir Kriya Vigyan. This book is a valuable contribution to the field of human physiology, offering deep insights into the science of the human body in a clear and comprehensive manner. I would now like to invite our esteemed dignitaries to kindly join in this formal launch. Thank you, everyone. We now come to a truly momentous occasion, the signing of a memorandum of understanding between Maharashtra University Worldwide and Sri Aurobindo Society. This partnership, established under the Project Inclusion Initiative, signifies a shared vision to advance inclusive education, research, and capacity building. Through this collaboration, both institutions aim to strengthen the bridge between evidence and practice, creating learning environments where every child can thrive. May I now invite the esteemed representatives to come forward for the formal signing of the MOU. Thank you so much, everybody. We now break for lunch, a perfect time to relax, connect, and refuel after a morning full of rich discussions. Please be back in another 15 minutes. Okay, 30 minutes, and we start with the panel discussions. We had a refreshing lunch and some wonderful conversation. As we ease back into our sessions, let's carry the same energy of connection and collaboration into our discussions. I would request everybody to stay silent, please. And requesting everybody to maintain silence so we can start with panel number 3. Thank you. We will now segue into panel 3, role of technology and artificial intelligence, promise, limits and ethics. This session explores the evolving role of technology and AI in inclusive classrooms, their potential to transform learning and the responsibility that comes with it. May I now invite the panel members and the moderator for panel 3 to please come forward as I announce your names. Please welcome with a round of applause Dr. Vinay Singh, the founder and CEO of Orange Neurosciences, with over 25 years of experience spanning across biotechnology, bioinformatics, digital health, and education. He is leading the development of AI-enabled cognitive assessment and therapy platforms. So, welcome. May we have a round of applause. Let's now welcome Dr. Robin Sarkar, the Project Director at the Shiksha Initiative, Shivnada Foundation. He is a social engineer and educator with 20 years of experience. He has led ICT-enabled public education systems and large-scale literacy interventions. So, we welcome him. Please welcome Dr. P.V.M. Rao, the Chair Professor of Mechanical Engineering and Design Department at IIT Delhi, bringing over 3 decades of experience in higher education. He has made significant contributions to engineering and technology education in India and offers a strong perspective on the responsible and effective integration of advanced technologies and AI in classroom practice. So, welcome. Let's please welcome Mr. Mayank Agarwal, the Chief Operating Officer of the Sri Aurobindo Society's Rupanta program. He is leading nationwide education transformation efforts by scaling teacher empowerment, project-based and competency-based learning, and fostering innovation, collaboration, and systemic education reforms across India. So, welcome. A warm welcome to Mr. Ram Kamal, a social engineer in the area of inclusive education and founder of Chakshmati. He is also a customer advisor board member at Google and advises Samagra Shiksha Andhra Pradesh on inclusive education with extensive experience in implementing inclusive education policies, strengthening school systems, and supporting equitable access to quality education for diverse learners statewide. Mr. Kamal will be the moderator for the session. So, welcome.
So, everybody had nice. I had a great deal of all. So, the session will be very live because we have excellent panelists. And remember, the previous session was also designed and many major issues what is happening in the university area. After that, we have a beautiful session from Maharaja Toninada. He explained the whole thing. So, at the moment, my life is easy as a moderator here. Because in the previous sessions, I was hearing about disability. And the last section, the disability has been defined into abilities. And then Maharaja Toninada said, the whole thing vanished. So I am a person who always believe each and everybody has a disability. What should be called a medical medicine child as a disabled child when it comes to education? Is a talk about university. So we took a policy
in the stage which I am using, like to call the students different abilities, because they have different ability to do the things. What the difficult student can do it. That is only possible. This kind of subject is also very, very important when we talk about role of technology and artificial intelligence for inclusive classrooms. This is a barrier breaking. Any of these children will become inclusive and lead a normal schooling life with others. So I don't want to take much more on that side. As my panel is a very strong panel, I'll ask everybody to talk 2 minutes first, then we continue with the rest of the program. First, let me ask Vivek to begin.
So, so very quick introduction. I think people mentioned my bio. Part that I don't think it was in the bio, was that I literally flew in 8,000 kilometers for this session alone. And the entire journey was fulfilled listening to Mother Tony's session, because sitting there, it makes you realize how grounded one has to be. For me personally, it was a personal journey. I come from a very small town in Kingston, Ontario, which is, if you are aware of Canada, between Toronto and Ottawa, very small town, around 125,000 people. We only have one clinical psychologist in our city. It's a 2.5-year wait time to get a diagnosis for LD or ADHD. That's the city I come from. And some of you may not even be able to understand the challenge that comes through with that. So, as a biotechnologist, as a clinical trial researcher, traveling around the world, when my wife gets called in by a school teacher telling my son is a spirited one, and we should go and get some professional help because he's not sitting at one place and he's having difficulty learning. And she cries on phone when there was somewhere in Paris at the time, that you have to come back. I'm telling you this story because some of this thing may resonate, and the genesis of what I do now. So came back, I actually quit my tenured faculty position at School of Medicine, and I started a journey where what I do now as AI in mental health or AI in understanding cognition. So we all will understand everything is happening in brain. We can do science understanding, how we read, how we write, how we understand. Most important thing is comprehension. So we can understand what comprehension is. We know how our attention, memory, executive function, everything. You guys are experts, so you all know. I started to do my small bit by introducing technology. So AI and technology, and we'll definitely get a chance to learn more. Now what we do and what my personal interest is as a scientist is to understand cognition. How we understand brain functioning in learning is what we do, and then we build the platform to assess as well as provide cognitive retraining to improve reading, writing, learning, and comprehension. So that's what we do, and I'll pass on.
Thank you. If you don't mind, may I address you in Hindi? Is it possible?
Yes.
Thank you. नमस्कार, मेरा नाम रॉबी सरकार है। मैं श्री ऑरोबिंदो फाउंडेशन से आपके पास आया हूँ, और मैं अभी डॉक्टर विजय बात कर रहे थे, तो मेरी जो कल्पना है वो किसी दूसरी उड़ान में चली गई थी, क्योंकि इतनी टेक्नोलॉजी और मतलब आपने पूरे वर्ल्ड को एक लाइन में सबमिट किया। मैं जो काम कर रहा हूँ शिक्षा इनिशिएटिव के अंदर, शिक्षा के अंदर, वो आईसीटी का इस्तेमाल, कंप्यूटर्स का इस्तेमाल करके एक एनहांस्ड एजुकेशन डिलीवरी सिस्टम डेवलप करना है मासेस के लिए। तो वो गवर्नमेंट स्कूल के साथ काम करते हैं और इलिटरेट अडल्ट्स के साथ काम करते हैं, और हम उनके साथ टेक्नोलॉजी का इस्तेमाल करके एजुकेशन लिटरेसी को, फाउंडेशनल लिटरेसी न्यूमरेसी को एनहांस करने का प्रोग्राम करते हैं।
This program, ये जो प्रोग्राम है ये अभी 4000 स्कूल्स पर चल रहा है और ये जो अडल्ट लिटरेसी का प्रोग्राम है इसके अंतर्गत हम लोगों ने more than 3,300,000 अडल्ट को लिटरेट बनाया है जिसमें 83% वुमेन है, रूरल वुमेन। तो ये प्रोग्राम अंडर द श्री ऑरोबिंदो फाउंडेशन और ये विजन के अंतर्गत चल रहा है। I will be sharing my experiences from this foundation.
So, I come from an educational institute, which is IIT Delhi. So we have a lab where we are actually looking at inclusive education for almost 15 years. Not as the products and solutions, but looking at more ecosystem. And since we are also discussing today, particularly about AI and technology, I think there is a huge potential which technology and AI can do to make the education truly inclusive. I don't think we have actually embraced a large part of it. There are many things to be done. Particularly when you say we are also discussing about the classrooms, inclusive classrooms and overall inclusive education. There are technology which can bring a value to students, to teachers, to other stakeholders in the education ecosystem, and to overall governance if this has to be scaled and managed at, let's say, state level and national level. So there are different specific examples and there are wonderful things which can be done. I think I probably will come back to the specifics little later, what are all these things which can be done. But I think probably it's a very exciting panel and there are many things to discuss and thank you.
Very good afternoon. I am Mayank Agarwal. I am Chief Operating Officer of Sri Aurobindo Society. Also, I take care of the technology part, whatever projects we are implementing across streams, be it project inclusion, the competency-based learning, be it any other education program. The main role which Sri Aurobindo Society in technology we are piloting is how we can utilize the power of technology for penetration into the rural areas, like Dr. Veda said that it takes 2.5 years to get the screening done. How technology can be utilized in reducing those times. Also, when we talk about special education and inclusive education, the cost of beneficiary is very high. How am I utilizing technology that cost can be reduced? Because these are the two biggest barriers in a country like India, where we have 150 crore population and a very low economic background. How we can utilize technology to harness technology to help the rural people and also the economically backward class to have the best education possible in the country.
So here, I need to, because one more thing is stated. Okay, and we like to call it Sridhar. Okay. Because we have a joint journey from last couple of years. He made something very interesting to make children with intellectual differences to learn our basic problem. The major problem is our curriculum. Now we are addressing the education industry, talking about the curriculum which is not changing for the last 40, 50 years now. And it is growing big at the level daily. How come we can see the children getting into the proper immersion with the differences? So Caesar has done a wonderful job making games and teaching them the CBS curriculum. Caesar, okay.
So thanks once again. To don't give me one more number. And then thanks a lot. Honored that you did. See, as I said earlier, Maza Amarasi. The child should like. So I deliberately tell the teachers who use my software, don't call it one sheet. Call it a game. Now, having said that it's a game,
We have to figure out what is it that attracts the children towards games, but can be dangerous, can cause distraction. So I tell my designers, monkey nahi chahiye, sparrow nahi chahiye. So the first thing people think कि बच्चे गेम खेलने वाले हैं तो उसको क्यूट बनाना और क्यूट बनाने के लिए कौवा ऊपर से आएगा नीचे से अंदर आएगा. What then happens is the child is not looking at the educational material. अब वो बंदर के लिए वेट कर रहा है या मिक्की माउस के लिए वेट कर रहा है. So what not to add becomes equally important when you are dealing with digital. Screen time is already a challenge. Then you are adding all these distractions. So when you make biryani, you put only that much spice which is enough. नमक स्वाद अनुसार. तो सबका स्वाद अलग है, तो उसके हिसाब से आप डालिए. And then personalize education. Especially when you are dealing with the special needs population or an inclusive education setup, you know only those specific children are there who are having specific challenges. So personalize the education. We'll talk further about it in the panel.
Great. So let me go back to Dr. Naik. So one of the major identity every parent facing is identifying the special difference of the child. That is not identifying, that is very rare. Because the moment which we get into the medical terms, everybody they try to fit into the same size of stitch. Every child is different, every child is unique. How to measure that? I think you have some solutions.
So, as I was telling my friend, right? So, like what Shrita said, I'll add 2 points. In our system, I think we are almost to the level where we wait for something to fail to recognize. Remember when I was telling the story about my child? Only time it got recognized or was acknowledged was when somebody identified it or at least looked into it. This is where when we start to talk about understanding, we can't wait for someone to fail. We have to identify early. I built this platform. Actually, it's a game-based platform. So when I was explaining what we do, we make something the same as I. The kids have to learn. We don't make monkeys and crows either. We make certain tasks. To play those tasks, you have to understand. But it is for good for all and necessary for some. We use technology to understand how brain works. We know when someone has to read, write, comprehend, we have to use our eyes, we have to use our ears, we have to use how our processing and our brain, and for some of you, if it's a technical, we'll chat outside, how all of those things work. So, like learned previously, we understand through science, through fMRI, through EEG, different parts of the brain that contribute and work together in learning. We use this knowledge to make a very simple game-based, task-based activity that someone from 5-year-old to all the way to 90-year-old can take that and evaluate and assess. Now, using that cognitive profile, we can understand if somebody is having difficulty in math, in calculation, in logic, in English literacy, so either reading or writing, those profiles can be measured, and that's what we use in trying to understand and help teachers. And that's where I wanted to go, and as Ram clearly said, without giving the label, what we are trying to explain is where the challenges are, and then we go into the retraining to help and identify. So I'll stick there to explain that it is possible using a simplified task without labeling, just to identify the challenges.
Great. In the last inclusive education survey, our Honorable Minister of Education, Sri Aurobindo Society said, we have an approach to identify the problems for different problems. He said, by doing that, already labeling it. So he requested the whole set of children, the education system, and go through this lesson. Then silently identify the child and handle the issue. It's a good idea. Thank you.
And one of the major investment happening in India at the moment is education service. There are a lot of training programs happening across India. Basically, it's teachers and teachers to get the know, learn and get back to the students. So it will be very interesting to get from them.
जो मैं बोल रहा हूँ आप दूसरा रेफरेंस सेट में क्या चल रहा है व्हाट इज हैपनिंग एंड हाउ आर टीचर्स ओके थैंक यू Foundation Literacy University is a private thing कि हम लोग पे फोकस कर रहे हैं as a country मतलब न सिर्फ किसी स्टेट में बट पूरी कंट्री में सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से Foundation Literacy University को फोकस करने के लिए कहा गया है और उस चीज को करने के लिए एक निपुण भारत का प्रोग्राम चल रहा है पूरे कंट्री के अंदर निपुण भारत बेसिकली कम से कम देखा जाए तो ऑलराउंड कैसे काम करता है कि आपके जो जितने भी चैप्टर्स है जितने भी करिकुलम ऐसे के चैप्टर्स को प्रायोरिटी देता है ताकि बच्चे उसके ऊपर ज्यादा फोकस करते हैं और ये इसकी जरूरत कब से आई थी जब हम लोग कोविड के दौरान निकले थे और हमने देखा था कि जो बच्चे ग्रेड 1-2 में कोविड के दौरान एंटर किए वो बहुत ज्यादा फाउंडेशन में कमजोर है इसलिए इवन प्री कोविड पोस्ट कोविड ऑल्सो गवर्नमेंट ने फोकस किया कि अगले कुछ साल तक जिस बड़ी 7 तक फाउंडेशन लिटरेसी न्यूमरेसी पे फोकस किया जाए नंबर 2 इसको रोल आउट करने के लिए एक पूरी पद्धति रोल आउट की है गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से ही मैं आपको एक स्टेट स्पेसिफिक एग्जांपल देता हूँ यूपी गवर्नमेंट का एग्जांपल देता हूँ कि यूपी गवर्नमेंट के अंदर ये सारी की सारी एग्रीमेंट जो हमारी किताबें हैं उससे ये फाउंडेशन लिटरेसी यूनिवर्सिटी की जो लर्निंग ऑब्जेक्टिव्स है उनको हाईलाइट करते हुए एक अलग से गाइडलाइन डेवलप की है कि आप लोग यानी टीचर्स को इन स्पेसिफिक लर्निंग ऑब्जेक्टिव्स पे ज्यादा फोकस करना है और जो बच्चे या फिर जो स्कूल लर्निंग ऑब्जेक्टिव्स पे खरे उतरेंगे उनको निपुण घोषित कर दिया जाएगा तो इस तरह से हम देखते हैं कि हम लोगों के जो एजुकेशन सिस्टम जो मास लेवल पे चल रहा है उसमें भी फाउंडेशन लिटरेसी न्यूमरेसी का इम्पैक्ट देखने को मिलता है just to add this what Shrivan Foundation has done on top of that हमने इसी लर्निंग ऑब्जेक्टिव्स की जो श्रृंखला है इसको हम लोगों ने आईसीटी बेस्ड डिलीवरी के अंदर इनकॉर्पोरेट किया है यानी टेक्नोलॉजी का इंटरवेंशन करते हुए कैसे हम लोग मिनिमम टेक्नोलॉजी का इस्तेमाल करते हुए मैक्सिमम आउटरीच के ऊपर पहुंच सकते हैं तो एक 1-to-many फंक्शन का डेवलपमेंट किया हुआ है यहाँ पे एक नॉर्मल टीचर जो भी वहाँ का नॉर्मल टीचर है उसको एक अगर हम 5 से 7 घंटे की ट्रेनिंग देते हैं जिसके अंतर्गत वो एक कंप्यूटर को ऑपरेट मतलब नॉट द होल कंप्यूटर ऑपरेटर बट उस कंटेंट को चलाना सीखता है उस कंटेंट के इस्तेमाल करके कैसे उसको बच्चों तक पहुंचाया जा सकता है उसको इंटरेस्टिंग तरीके से वो सीखता है और इतने से ट्रेनिंग के बाद ही हम देखते हैं कि न सिर्फ फाउंडेशन लिटरेसी यूनिवर्सिटी में इजाफा होता है इंक्रीज होता है एज कम्पेयर टू कन्वेंशनल स्टडीज बट आल्सो रिटेंशन जो है वो लंबा चलता है तो जो बच्चे ग्रेड 1-2 में इस प्रोसेस के साथ एक्सपोज होते हैं वो 3-4-5 में भी अच्छा परफॉर्म कर पाते हैं तो ऐसे हम लोगों ने मोर देन 16,000 टीचर्स को ट्रेन किया है और ये जो प्रोग्राम जो चल रहा है नॉन आईसीटी बेस तो पूरे कंट्री में नहीं चल रहा है बट आईसीटी बेस की बात करें तो लोगों ने 4,000 स्कूल्स के अंदर काम करा है अच्छे रिजल्ट के साथ
Thank you. So one thing is very evident. Mr. Robin's work is very important. The reason India is a country with diversity. India is a country with a lot of cultural nuances. What is happening at the moment in academic training programs in India, across India? We are following the foreign universities and the programs. Basically, grounded into the culture and from our own that is what the importance of Roman Circle program. Now, I really wonder always because I met Professor Mathur Rao 16 years back. After that, I was also with him in a journey of setting up the ISEC lab time. We were the research and guinea pigs all of these products. Now, he is heading AI in education in India. So let me hear from a person also on what India is planning or what we can expect from the government. Thank you.
So since we are discussing about AI and technology, the role of AI and technology, probably I'll concentrate more on that. So if you really look at, there are various stakeholders who can be benefited. First thing is there is also a discussion whether AI will be used as a replacement. I think the answer is no as of now. I think it's probably going to be more have a supplementary role. Maybe accelerate the things which we are doing. But I think it's still not considered as a replacement. That's the first thing. The second thing is, particularly when we look at student, one of the very important aspects is that I think it was also mentioned as a personalization. And I think technology and AI can bring the personalization in a very effective way, which is we are already trying to see that. For example, a lot of students are using AI companions, and I think when it comes to a specific inclusivity, these AI companions can also be tailored for these requirements, which is started happening, but I think probably will happen in a bigger way. So when it comes to a teacher, AI and technology is more like a co-pilot. I think many of you probably started already using the co-pilot, etc. So it's a very interesting things are happening. For example, teacher is able to connect with all the stakeholders, particularly through LMS and others, which is one of the, at least there are some very interesting results have been published in this particular aspect. And also, there are two very important things which teacher can use technology and AI to their advantage. One is that you are actually doing a routine teaching learning process, but in the background, you can also assess. So the assessment can actually go into the background also, instead of being very, explicit. Like I think it was mentioned about brushes. Brushes means you have to actually do. I think, but suppose if I'm actually using, for example, there are quite a few people who have used basically analyzing the handwriting to identify it. So those aspects probably will also become more important. Another very important thing for a teacher is you can also do a online or continuous correction, which will allow you to do when we put technology and AI tools, particularly in a classroom-like situation. So that's another, there is some evidence which is actually coming up. I think these are some of the tools I think our schools still have to use in a big way. I think just started happening. But to the overall ecosystem, I think it can be a much larger. Imagine a very ideal situation where all the stakeholders of a student are connected through an AI and technology system. Let's say a student walks into a school and you already have a health record of the student. Right? Well, that's an ideal situation. We don't have that situation, but it's possible. It's possible. So maybe I think that's probably a direction in which you would like to integrate all the stakeholders to a single, a system which is both private, because that's also important, and also is an effective one. And other thing which is also happening is when you actually scale these activities, particularly at a community, state, or a national level, you need a lot of standardization, a lot of policies, etc. So the data which is being generated through AI, etc., can feed very well to have that. For example, I would like to have some uniformity and standardization across the schools, across the states. Currently, that's one of the bottlenecks. We are actually doing it physically to ensure sometimes it happens. But suppose if I have a system, a digital system in place, this is much easier to do and to actually scale those particular activities. So if you actually look at the whole system, there are many areas where so far we have been using a very specific technology tools. Right? For example, if I go to an inclusive classrooms, there are already systems which are there like text to speech, speech to text, or let's say speech to a sign language. Such tools are becoming prevalent. But I think it's time where we actually go much beyond and look at how digital technologies and AI can actually integrate the whole ecosystem to get the larger view. I think probably that's the next step there.
Here, previously, Madam Mandeep Kaur was talking about converging the departments to have a synergy, Ministry of Health, Child and Rural Welfare, and Education. Because where a person also was talking about medical record of the child can be there, when the first day the neonatal doctor check the child when he was born. From that point onwards, that digital record can travel across through the education, and we can start an approach of 0 to 1,000 days program. Yesterday there was a news in the newspaper in Madhya Pradesh. They are starting a new baby program. It's something like educating mother, and through the mother educating the baby inside her. So we will be getting more like Abhimanyu technology. That's what they were talking. And we'll come to that later. One thing I need to appreciate, Mike, is that I'm a big ambassador of College Education. It's one of the beautiful app, easy to learn, no need to break your head, because the moment we talk to any teacher, there is a course you need to learn, they will be going like, no, we are teachers, we don't need to study. But very interactive way, project inclusion is now educating teachers on the need of little bit of care they need to give for the children who are in need. So Mike, what is the future plans and
So as all the panelists have spoken about, and specifically the last 3 months on the usage of data and how the profile can be created for a kid. Sir has spoken about 3 different departments, and we have the Women Child Development and the Education Department. But if we talk about the whole universe of special education and inclusive education, the identification is done by someone else. The class is taken by someone else. The therapy center is taken by someone else. So even for one child, there are different entities who are taking care of that particular child. But there is no identity. We talk about inclusive education, and the first thing that majority of people across India talks about is lack of special education. But when we talk about inclusive education, special educators have no role to play. Because inclusive education, when the teachers are doing, the child is included in the classroom. That means a regular teacher. So special educators not in the picture. So we are talking about regular teachers, we are talking about special educators, we are talking about therapy centers, we are talking about intervention plans, we are talking about the assessment of the child. All these data are very segregated. So through project inclusion, what we are trying to do right now is, we are covering all 3 phases, from identification, from teacher sensitization to identification to the intervention plans. The entire profile of the kid at one place. That means regular classroom with regular teachers. How we empower regular teachers so that the inclusivity can be promoted. Also, one more very important area where we are, I'm not saying we are actually working on it, but we are trying to work on that is, as Dr. Vinay said, उन्होंने जब program शुरू किया, it was because of his own child. And I have met so many people in this space. They started working in this space because there was someone very loved one or close one suffering from this, and they were not able to find the perfect places where they can be taken care of, and that's why they started something in this field. So how we can utilize these people, these parents, these kids to create technology? Because maybe if I have not gone through those things, I might not be able to create that technological background, or like you said, maybe a special child will say, I like monkey. I'm not saying that he is wrong, but maybe a special child will say, I like monkey. I want to study the monkey. So why can't we include, so what we are trying to do right now in technology also is to include them in the development phase so that a better system can be done.
Great. So, when we talk about serious, these are always come out with an out of the box solution.
So, जो करे मन की वही होगी. So, in the since we are in the digital era, it's very easy to make a material as required by the parent or the teacher. So in my platform, it's called education.com. What we always say is, if the child prefers to play with a car or a monkey figure or an elephant, why don't we teach counting using that? Now, of course, let us not do too much of that. But that is now possible because in digital era we have templates, we can quickly make it, and then continuous feedback-based improvement. There is, I believe, that there is no book on the planet which will tell you exactly how to teach that child who has autism and probably something else as well. Only by continuously giving them and asking the parent and teacher for feedback, we can improve. So over the last 7 years, I have been doing that. Continuously making material and saying, is this okay, does it work for you? And in the tech world, what we call is a constant beta. So we are always in that mode and continuously going on making education. Now coming to such point, which you said that the medical space data could be given to the educationists, the counter is also possible, wherein we have the LMS has data, which we can give it to the doctor. For example, one special educator once told me, he had sight word scores, in which when the sight word is given, the same word you touch it on the left and right, everywhere it's better. So she said, if the child is giving the correct answer but only picking on the right side, means there is some visual perception challenge. So that data could be used. So similarly, to give an entire educational profile, the competency-based tracking that we have been doing can be given to the medical doctor and they could figure out something. That point. Finally, I will address the Abhimanyu statement. It is one of my pet topics today because today we have another pandemic. It is called absentee parent syndrome. जब बच्चा पेट में है तो गुणगान सब पढ़वाएंगे भगवत गीता पढ़ने पेरेंट्स क्योंकि बच्चा पेट में देखिए जब बाहर आए तो पेरेंट है सब लोग वाइस प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ द ऑर्गेनाइजेशन बनना चाहते हैं बट पेरेंट इज नॉट स्पेंडिंग इनफ टाइम विद द चाइल्ड so what is happening is we have got highly educated parents now because now education is there for everyone so both the mother and father are highly educated and going up in the profile but the child is being looked up either by the nanny or not being looked up. The great Indian middle class is now suffering from this. I don't know how many of you agree with me. This is my personal about the Abhimanyu.
There is a big generation then to technology. Okay, so we have all authority to say that. Right. Now, let me pick up one point from what Dr. Vinay said. We did have technology good for all, but necessary for few. Unfortunately, what is happening here at the moment, we make a technology, then we think about accessibility. Accessibility is the core half when we talk about English. So any product which is from the concept level, if it is made with accessibility, we don't need to wait a few years for children to get that product with accessibility and use. So all of you who sit in this hall will be agreeing with me that many children with different abilities, I don't use special needs, because there is no special needs available. If we give the right thing to everybody, there is no right for special. For example, a child with blindness and wait till the end of the year to get the first chapter in the brain book. That was once upon a time. Now everything is there in digital version. But again, Unfortunately, we are not making any textbooks more accessible from the day. That is our real fact. Then the debate comes like, is it safe for child to use digital and get to do the world very well? If you can groom a child from the childhood period, how to dress, how to brush their teeth, segregated, you have to have a digital grooming for school. That is not happening anymore. There are same places are there. How age-wise, because if you look at the international rules mandated up to the age of 18, social media is not possible for this. But how many parents are registering the children's digital ID with the real age? That is simple. Okay, so let us hear one more time from all the families on good for all and necessary for you thought how we can work on the use. When we talk about the use, again one more thing. Please, just talking about, I will not talk about station because there is no info. When we heard about, when we were hearing about the powerful speech of Maharaja Swami, there is no need to include now because we all are included. There is a big ocean. So we need to understand our role and play. But when the child is in school, we need to make the child understand and play. And let us hear from all families on how we can have a universal board education content. So there are three C's are there: content, connectivity, and community.
That's the answer to and if you have not already guessed it, I have a major executive function challenges. That means 4 thoughts come together and only one is coming out and all of them are clashing. So I'm listening to Kamal and responding to what Sridhar had said, and my brain is already thinking about the next question that I have to answer. So bear with me. And we're talking about education here, we're talking about inclusiveness. Something I just learned, in fact, a couple of days ago, which I wasn't aware of, so we are constantly learning. The next generation of education, when we are talking about the 4 C's are important, right? So creativity, collaboration, what's up? And cognition, right? So cognition is my favorite word, so I have to take it last. Having said that, what we were trying to do was, and again, I'm going to bring the relevance back to our panel, was the AI. Look at the tech, scalability. When we talk about digital platforms, that doesn't mean just the app or just the brushes or just the way to reach it. And I think most of my panel members would agree that we still have to, when we talk about digital, it's not disconnect from the real world, as many were saying during the COVID days, the virtual world or the digital world. Digital world is not virtual world, or the real world, we want to go back. It still has to be student first or child first technology. We have to build our system that is geared or catered for that particular individual. So we're talking about individualized, personalized. Tech can play a role here. AI can play the role here. So I come from the startup world, so I have to give a plug about the work that we do. When I started to explain our research, we started to explain how we are able to take that information that was medically relevant. So when we're talking about ADHD, it's a doctor, a psychiatrist who's required to make that diagnosis. Goes to a psychologist who does the full profile for that student, gets 10 different page or 25-page report, goes to a special educator who has to prepare a comprehensive learning plan, has to go to an occupational therapist who has to do certain exercises, and has to go to a speech language pathologist who has to do some other things. We are working on an intersection of healthcare as well as education, but everybody is looking from the different lenses. Same child. In terms of not able to get timely help, we are not helping that student, and the gap continues to increase. This is where technology can come in. having a solution that is accessible, designed using technology, AI playing a role where learning from that, giving you an understanding how the roles can be played, how the information can be much faster delivered. We can try to bridge all of those things together in delivering a technology or delivering a solution which is directly paired or catered for that student. So, I don't know if that makes a great answer to your question, but my goal would be to see how we want to
It
do
gives
that.
flavor to that.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. ये अगर हम लोग इसी क्वेश्चन को मास लेवल के इंटरवेंशन के ऊपर सोचें, अगर इसी एस्पेक्ट को कि गुड फॉर यू और गुड फॉर मास फॉर यू, तो मास लेवल इंटरवेंशन के अंदर हम लोगों के पास एक लिमिटेशन होता है, क्योंकि हम एक कंट्री डेवलपिंग कंट्री है और अभी शहरों में काफी एजुकेशन है टेक्नोलॉजी का, जैसे हम यहाँ से 75 किलोमीटर 75 किलोमीटर हम थोड़े से दूर पे जाते हैं, टेक्नोलॉजी पेनिट्रेशन कम हो रहा है। और मैं जब बोल रहा हूँ कि मैं ये नहीं बोल रहा हूँ क्या वहाँ पर मोबाइल फोन नहीं चल रहा है या फिर 5G इंटरनेट नहीं, आपके हर स्टूडेंट के हाथ में फोन नहीं आता है। दैट मीन्स आप एक मास लेवल इंटरवेंशन करते हैं तो आपको वन टू मेनी सोल्यूशन देना है, यानी कि एक सोल्यूशन एक गैजेट का इस्तेमाल करके तो ज्यादा लोगों को फैसिलिटेट कर रहा है। एंड यहाँ पर एआई और ऑगमेंटेड रियलिटी और अदर चीजें जहाँ पे टेक्नोलॉजी हैवी चीजें होती है वहाँ तो काम नहीं आएगी, हमें टेक्नोलॉजी वहाँ पर मिनिमम रखते हुए मैक्सिमम रीच के ऊपर ध्यान देना होता है जब हम लोग इस तरह का इंटरवेंशन करते हैं। लेकिन जैसे ही वो इंटरवेंशन होता है उसके बाद आपके पास डेटा आना शुरू होता है, असेसमेंट्स का डेटा आना शुरू होता है, देन यू कैन ट्रायंगुलेट दैट अटेंशन, दैट असेसमेंट डेटा विद अटेंडेंस डेटा, फ्रीक्वेंसी कौन कब का आ रहा है, वहां पर आप एआई का इस्तेमाल करते हो, जहां पर डेटा क्रंचिंग की बात आती है, डेटा एनालिसिस की बात आती है, जो टीचर को रियल टाइम फीडबैक दे सकता है कि आपको किस एरिया में आपके फॉर्मेटिव असेसमेंट के रिजल्ट्स के बेसिस का आपको पता लगता है कि किस एरिया में आपको फोकस करने की जरूरत है, किस एरिया में उसको पढ़ाने की जरूरत है। तो टेक्नोलॉजी का जो इस्तेमाल है, एआई का जो इस्तेमाल है, मे बी आपके डायरेक्ट इंटरवेंशन में उस तरह से नहीं होगा, मे बी आपके डायरेक्ट डेवलप मैं भी नॉन स्पेशल की बात कर रहा हूँ, मास्टर्स की बात कर रहा हूँ, मेरी शायद उस तरह से नहीं हो, और वो भी मैं रूरल सेक्टर की बात कर रहा हूँ, मेरी शायद अर्बन एरिया में जहाँ पर टेक्नोलॉजी अवेलेबल है, हर हाथ में एक टैबलेट अवेलेबल है, वहाँ पे शायद वन टू वन लर्निंग, एआई बेस्ड लर्निंग, कंप्लीटली कस्टमाइज्ड करिकुलम, ये सब हम लोग एक्सपेरिमेंट कर सकते हैं। बट जहाँ पे अभाव है, जहाँ पे रिक्वायरमेंट है, जहाँ मास्टर्स की बात कर रहे हैं, वहाँ पे शायद हम लोग अभी वन टू मेनी से शुरू करते हुए एनालिसिस के अंदर टेक्नोलॉजी लगा। So this is what my take in technology and how to use that in masses and how to use that in the country like India with technology. Thank you.
Yeah, I think Ram Kamal asked about particularly the born accessibility and universality. So there are few serious challenges exist. I'll give maybe 2 or 3 examples. One is that of the legacy. I don't know how many of you have seen a visually challenged kid using a white cane.
That's a big question. White cane, continuously, not one time. Yeah.
It's a very, very rare, correct? Because I think generally the white cane is introduced at a much later stage. But I think if you want to make education accessible, you have to make the mobility accessible first. And I think since we are in that particular legacy, the white cane can only be introduced at a later stage. I think we need to change that. One of the things which we are also trying to do is to introduce white cane more as a toy. And slowly, I think it becomes actually a white cane for them to be mobile. So maybe that's an approach which will work, and those are one of the standards. Why not from the born accessibility? The second challenge is about the awareness. For example, most of the gadgets which we use, hardware gadgets and appliances, can be made accessible with a very simple technology. For example, there are hundreds of products, just giving a voice output will make it accessible. But I think we are not striving because industries are not looking at that particular aspect. So you have to go and buy a special talking thermometer, a special, a talking gadget, talking weighing machine. And that actually kind of is one of the things which is a big problem. I'll just give an example. So I think somebody was actually, one of the visually challenged person was actually bought a geyser. And the person who came to install the geyser was asked, is it accessible? Because most of the controls, whether it's a microwave or a washing machine, these controls are not accessible for a visually challenged person. In some countries, it's a law where they provide, but in India, there is no law, so people don't. That's also a disparity there. So this person said, so sorry, it's not accessible. But then he said, it has a Wi-Fi connection. He says, then don't worry, I know how to make it accessible. See, the person who came to install has no idea about accessibility. Since user is knowledgeable, how to make it accessible? Because I can connect it to device and probably I use Alexa to use my controls or whatever it may be, but I can do it. So most of in fact, we are actually trying to do a workshop with most of the people who are producing consumer goods, just to say, follow these 10 guidelines and you can make it accessible. It doesn't cost you much, maybe a few rupees for you. Which is it. That's a second aspect. The third aspect, and then I'll stop, is there is also a challenge in making it, the product which is more user and also accessible. Okay. Look at most of the mobile apps, standard mobile apps which we use. By law, all the apps have to be accessible. So what people strive to do is that when you use a product, there are three aspects. One is the utility aspect. Second is the usability. Third is the user experience. People only strive to make it utility aspect. Because that law only looks at utility aspect. It doesn't look at how usable the product is, what is the user experience. And when it comes to mobile apps, since the user experience and usability to a sighted user comes because of rich visual elements, you try to use as much visual elements as possible to do. At the same time, it makes it inaccessible. In order to make it utility or let's say compliant with the law, you give basically a voiceover, but it's not the same experience. It's not the same experience. So I think maybe the next level of accessibility, born accessibility, is don't just look at the utility, also look at the utility. So that's a challenge. How do I make it both usable and accessible? A universality requires a lot of research, and coming from a technology institute, we take, I think those are the things which we generally try to address, and those are the areas where some of the PhDs which we do. Thanks.
So what we do on technology, and when we are talking about accessibility and the lack of appropriate devices in the kids or the rural background, we all know about the mobile penetration these days and the power of the mobile devices these days. How can the apps and other things can be created, like Sir said, which are accessible on any device, even the TVs and the fridge, and like Sir said, the geyser was Wi-Fi available. Also, how we can utilize the power of the demographic difference. How we can make an initiative wherein we are empowering any individual in every village who may be a 10th pass or even a 12th pass, who can access these resources and can provide these resources to the entire village. Like one-to-many we're talking about. It is not only one-to-many that a single device is being used by 40 kids. What about a single person who is trained on those particular things and he is delivering those things to those 40 kids in the entire village? Like we are doing in Project Inclusion also, sensitization course can be done by a teacher, can be done by a parent, can be done by a special educator. Because those are, like Sir said, they're good for all and very necessary for some few people. But the sensitization is required not only for the educators, but even for parents, even for the community. Because the tagging, the nagging, and the bullying is not only done in the school, but also in the community. So that particular sensitization for the entire country is required. That's why, Sir rightly said, good for all. So the inclusion is possible only and only in the entire country, entire world will be sensitive towards these. The time of mental problems, so much to absorb in that word, especially in the last. So, asking about my experience with accessibility, and I don't know the law, but I know the people I deal with. So, I initially created my material for students with autism. But it so happened that later on the audience got one day a principal of a school and said, this works for me, can I do this? I said, go ahead. And then they started using people. So what we realized is, initially what games are, every time I can make you play Ludo if you go to Ludo. So you have to get variety of games anyway. Especially when you think of children with various disabilities, you then think maybe one game should be audio based, one game should be visual based, one game should be pure text, and so on. So it met a dual need for us then. And not only am I giving variety from a game perspective, but I am also giving variety which addresses the accessibility. Some visual impaired students, the teachers use it for that, but it didn't work all the time. So I openly admit that my content sometimes doesn't work. And then I took a conscious call that when I made something for an intended audience, it should at least work for them. Primarily it should work, and then if you want it has to work for others. So sometimes it's not just you fall in line and say it works for everybody. So what was the original intention? It is supposed to work for the blind, and then you say I'm making it accessible, and then you stop working for the blind. Then you are in deep trouble. So sometimes you have to think through what you're talking about and be honest with yourself. That is my first point. I said I'm always out of the box, so that was mine. Now the other thing is about AI. I just want to say something. It's good that we are using AI, but many Indians, all of us will understand what I said. AI, it doesn't work because IU is omnipotent. So it is a very good thing, it's a good animal, but if not handled properly, it's a dangerous beast. So we have to be cognizant of the fact that AI can do remarkable stuff, at the same time can cause trouble. So I teach AI to special educators, teachers, and doctors as well. So we are always trying to understand what to do and what not to do. Until you are very well aware and know the beast, not handle or mishandle it. Okay, so this is my note of caution because it's being hyped a lot. So there are things which will go wrong if not handled properly. At the same time, it can do wonderful stuff. For example, I say that teach me about Surdas at the level of a second grade student in Telugu. It can do that. Same way I can say teach me as a student of Hindi PhD about Surdas. It can do that. So immediately the narrative changes. I would say make a visual slide deck about Surdas. It can do that. I have it in my phone if anybody is interested. Showing that. So all that is possible and that is wonderful. So please everybody learn about AI, but also learn when not to use it.
Great. So from the audience, any questions to the panel? Okay, since Dr. Kumar Raju is here, from ISL RBC, we did some experiment with children's product with hearing impaired. Normally I don't use the word hearing impaired, but society using it, that's why I told you. Impairing means comparing. Okay. But it worked very well with children to learn basic mathematics, basic language, and grammar. That's because you are here. Okay, before we close this session, I know that the time is over. Since Professor Masood Rao told about the auditory part of the Wi-Fi and all those things, even when you go to a PhonePe or Google Pay, the person who developed that auditory part, the person who made, there is no other way you can make an app without accessibility, is an Indian. His name is Dr. T.V. Raman. Nobody recognizes Dr. T.V. Raman in India. He is a distinguished scientist in Google. If you go to Smithsonian Museum for Computer Science, there is only one Indian computer scientist is featured, and that is Dr. T. V. Raman's IMASPEC, the speech system for the computers. So let us find out. I just give you small information. Go and search Dr. T. V. Raman, who put the C for present day AI. Thank you, and thanks for my panel. It was one of the wonderful session. I think everybody enjoyed it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anthony, for those thought-provoking insights on balancing innovation with ethics and human connection in digital learning spaces. Mr. Ram. Dr. P.D.M. Ram. Mr. Shekhar. We now segue into panel number 4, which is partnerships for scaled public-private collaboration. This panel explores how government, industry, academia, and communities can join hands to truly scale inclusive education. May I now invite the panel members and the moderator of panel 4 to please come forward as I announce your names. Our first panelist is Mr. Shivam Shukla. Mr. Shukla leads global capacity building programs and partnerships at data.org. He collaborates with philanthropies, non-profits, and government worldwide to design and implement initiatives aimed at developing 1 million purpose-driven data and AI professions globally by 2032. We would also like to welcome Mr. Ritu Pallavi, Assistant Commissioner, PBS Headquarters, New Delhi. Ma'am, please. Join me in welcoming Mr. Ram Sharma, the Executive Board Member and Director of Education at the Sri Aurobindo Society, with a long-standing focus on grassroots education innovation and teacher empowerment, working closely with national education bodies to support large-scale teacher development, competency-based learning, and system-level education reforms across public school networks. So, please welcome Mr. Ramesh Mehta, Director of Higher Education for South Asia and the Middle East at Harvard Business Impact, focused on enabling experiential and inclusive learning at scale across higher education systems. Our next panelist is Mr. Keshav Karodia, partner at the Britspan Group, leading its education practice in Asia and Africa, with over 15 years of experience advising governments, foundations, and non-profits on education and social impact. A warm welcome to Dr. Vinny Jari. Dr. Vinny is Education Industry Director at Microsoft Elevate, with extensive experience leading technology-enabled scaling and talent transformation initiatives across K-12 and higher education to public sector partnerships. Please welcome Mr. Robin Thomas, a senior CSR leader at HCL Tech and HCL Foundation, with over 15 years of experience managing award-winning grant programs in India and the MA and overseeing HCL's Tech global CSR portfolio across regions, building cross-sector partnerships for inclusive development and social impact. So,
Yeah. No, please. Let's get it. Take care of
Let's now welcome Dr. Priyanka Sharma, CEO of the Australian Council for Education Research, ASER, with over 2 decades of experience leading research, assessment, and policy-aligned initiatives to strengthen education systems through evidence-based practice. Dr. Sharma will be moderating the panel.
We'll have more. Would you like to stand?
Yeah, like.
Why not? Go ahead.
Welcome everyone to this interesting panel of experts here. And you can just imagine that how interesting it is going to be and how excited we are. So good afternoon once again everyone and welcome to this panel. And this panel is about partnerships for scale. Public-private partnerships between government, industry, academia, and communities together. And it will be focused on too many loaded words, data-driven decision-making, and cross-sector collaboration to scale inclusivity. So since morning we are, so let us sit down Since morning we are talking about partnerships, right? So maybe first session it was about partnership between teacher, child, parents, community. That was about that kind of partnership, basically the front actors who are basically involved in it. Then we came to partnerships in about learning ecosystems. And when we talk about any ecosystem, there are various components of that. And just before this, we were talking about partnership between AI, technology, and that partnership. Few of our eminent speakers, they spoke about partnership between different ministries. When we talk about inclusivity, right? They talk about partnership between Department of Family Welfare, Ministry of Health, then Ministry of Education, and all of that. But here we are talking about partnership between enablers. Right? So here we are like 40 to 45 minutes, and I will request all panelists, my friends, to adhere to time because we are running late, I think almost 40-45 minutes. So let us showcase that how disciplined we can be, and let us try to wrap up in given time. We have been allotted 45 minutes. Right. So I will give a structure, and it's like for all the sessions are targeted. Then first we can take 1 or 2 minutes to discuss overall about the topic, or maybe how our work relates to topic, or what is our notion of inclusive education. So that will be our first round, 1 minute or maybe 2 minutes max. And then in second round, we will delve into certain questions related to partnership, its design, how it can be implemented, how it can be scaled up, how we can gather robust data to inform policy, and then those kind of questions. So can we begin from that side from? Yeah.
Thank you so much. First of all, to begin with, may I request everyone to please give a round of applause to the Aurobindo Society for taking a part in the भी organize this activity whose copies then इतना stress में आ गया था कि 10 copy बैठ के नहीं बैठने So, so I'm Robin Thomas, and I'm actually part of the HCL Foundation team. It is the CSR arm of HCL Technologies. I take care of the HCL Tech India Grant Program, and recently we have started HCL Tech Americas Grant for 10 countries. एक हमेशा एक प्रथा रहती थी कि India is always taking funds from other countries other than India, but this is the first time that HCL Tech through this grant program we are giving funds to US, Mexico, Canada, NGOs working towards climate action program. So I run that grant program. We are also running a global CSR, for the 60 countries where HCL Tech presence are there. So we are running the CSR program in those countries. So I manage the CSR program for the global aspect as well. So coming to your question, ma'am, I really feel very proud sitting here because I've known, I've closely worked with Dr. Sri Mahajan because they were one of the finalists in the HCL Tech India grant. They were the runners-ups, and we have partnered with Sri Aurobindo Society. It has been a great partnership. Professor Rao, who was there in the panel, he is also one of the advisors to the Raceline Foundation, who is the winner of the HCL Tech India grant this year under the inclusive education again. And Ron Sarkar, he's our HCL Tech product. He is from the Sri Foundation, which is the philanthropic arm of Sri Mr. Sri is India's #1 philanthropist today. So he's running the Sri Foundation under his able leadership. So that's about me, and I'm really glad and I'm thankful to all my fellow panelists to be here.
Thank you so much. Vishal, can we hear from you your views? Sorry, I think it's my
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for coming here. I'm really grateful to be sitting with this really expert and learning panel. Not nervous at all. But I am sure I lead capacity building at Neuro-Developmental Disorder. It's a global nonprofit working to advance the field of data and social. Now, advancing the field is a very important work to do, and we focus on capacity building and ensuring that people are really able to use data and social impact. So this research found out that if the social sector would use data in the same way the private sector does, there is a gap of 3.5 billion data talent globally, which should be paid in the context of social impact to use data. And so we as an organization committed to a mission for giving 1 billion purpose-driven data practitioners. And so that's the mission that I handled on. And of course, we did not reach 1 billion ourselves. So we work globally in partnerships with academia, industry, philanthropy, and government. Of course, that kind of brings me to this panel where I would like to share my views on how our experience has been. And just love to learn from you.
Thank you. Hello, Namaskar. I'm Dr. Rindu Madhavi, and I am the training in capacity building at Kendriya Vidyalaya Kadati. Currently, I am posted in headquarters, and overseeing, as you all know, that Kendriya Vidyalaya Sangathan is largest structured school system in the country. And currently, we have 186 functional schools. So we have, largest guidance. So in my perception, inclusivity is something, because Kendriya Vidyalaya is in itself a good example of inclusivity. But then we provide, uniform system of curriculum, textbook, assessment, pedagogy, and all kind of intervention across the country to all these schools. Inclusivity is something where you don't have to only just see that you are sending a uniform system, equal system, or something where you are providing support through equity. But justice should be seen actually, visible. So for that, I would say that we have collaborated with SAS, Sri Aurobindo Society, because we were doing work in, as a school system, we have different kind of expertise. But in collaboration with the Sri Aurobindo Society, means something different, where we have used their technology, their expertise in the field of bringing more sensitization and awareness to our teachers and all the stakeholders in the education system, especially related to KV and Sarnaviya. So, especially if talk about Sri Mahajan Madam, she is here with us since 2023, and since then we have sensitized more than 50,000 teachers and reaching towards 50,000 here because we have that strength of teachers with us. So this is creating a kind of movement countrywide. Obviously, I would like to talk about it later. Thank you so much.
Sure. Yeah. So, I'm from Sri Aurobindo Society. My name is Santhan. We have been hearing a lot about us since morning. But this is the first time in last 5 minutes we demonstrated what we stand for. Look at the inclusivity. In this space, we can have so many people. And believe me, if anybody from the audience would have raised their hand, we would have accommodated you as well. So we practice what we preach. However, why we are here? You have to understand what is the relevance of today. The relevance of today is not to tell you that how India has accepted inclusivity, how Sri Aurobindo Society has made difference in teachers' life and the classrooms they have been actively participating. But today's role was to have all of you coming together and talking to each other more. One more reason of meeting, talking, and synergizing together. So we feel that inclusivity is not a subject of conditioning. It just flows in our culture. And if we meet more, if we see each other more, you will see more inclusive society would be built around. So we'll be happy to hear from the panelists how they are synergizing, how they are making this country more inclusive, which we already are. Let the flow happen.
Thank you. Good evening to you all. Delighted to be here, and I really appreciate your sentiment stating that it is about discussing and sharing with each other and learning from each other. I come in from Microsoft Education, Microsoft Elevate, and our core mission is to empower every individual and every organization on this planet to achieve more. The fundamental mission, our core existence, is centered around inclusivity. Every piece of software, hardware, platforms that we operate on, accessibility is the core principle that we follow, and we live it every single day at our organization. In fact, at our headquarters in Gurgaon, I just want to give an anecdote. The person who manages the reception is visually challenged, and she manages it. Our chief marketing officer was visually impaired, but he led the entire marketing function for Microsoft India. So we live it every single day. Microsoft in Education offers amazing opportunities for inclusivity and AI and make impossible things possible. We have partnered with state governments, remotest part of states, where we empower teachers with AI tools, improving reading capabilities. You can get insights into how students are engaging with students, how your reading capabilities or numeracy capabilities are being built. Books can become talking books. You don't have to restrict to English or Hindi, but all 22 languages. You can create beautiful assessments. You can make teachers super teachers. You don't have to go through the grind of 10 years of training, but today you can do pedagogical interventions, smart assessments that build critical thinking skills. I can go on and share a lot of evidence, and we partner extensively with non-for-profits, with state governments, with Ministry of Education to land our interventions.
And our impact ranges in millions of beneficiaries through these beautiful partnerships, not only directly, but with other corporate foundations as well. So we pool our resources and synergize. So happy to share.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you so much. Hello everyone, I'm Keshav and I'm a partner at this time, which is a philanthropy and non-profit advisory and thought leadership firm. We work very closely with change makers on one mission, which is to help people realize their full potential. And that again in the center is inclusivity, because it's full potential for all, it's not full potential for some. The other interesting thing about inclusivity is that if you solve for different learning needs, I think in this case education needs, that actually can be a curve effect. Which is if you solve for these different learning needs, it actually can benefit the whole system. It doesn't necessarily just benefit one individual, but it can benefit much larger systems. And I think on collaborations, this is one partnership that I firmly believe that it's the coalition of government, private sector, and philanthropy that leads to scaled and sustainable change. Yeah, so I think since we are talking about partnerships, I just want to say that we firmly believe that it's the private sector, government, and philanthropy and civil society. When we all work together in coordination in sync is what leads to scale and sustainable change. I don't think one can do it without it.
Thank you so much, Keshav, for your lesson.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Dinesh Mehra. I head the South Asia and Middle East region for Harvard Business Impact. We are a wholly owned subsidiary of Harvard Business School. And we are not for profit mission. Our mission is actually very interesting. It talks about the leading everyone and how we can unlock it until the last mile and every across all the candidates. I the education vertical, which is by far the market leader in this space. One interesting fact is that 80% of all the graduates going out of India, graduating out of India, are touched by Harvard. So that shows how what a big responsibility that we have. And these 80% people around the world, we have future politicians, future leaders, future CEOs. So how we can ensure and integrate inclusivity and diversity within perspectives. So when we have had this perspective that like no one teaches in everything is digital. Similarly, you don't have to teach what is inclusivity, what is diversity, how can we plan it as part of core curriculum. And one of the core things that we do is we offer in classroom experiential learning. So instead of talking always about the wider portion, we are the protagonist, we're very involved in the private strategy. Or we talk about more diverse and more inclusive activities in the classroom. Talking about the human leadership, talking about some physically impaired and how they are working those strategies. This way, through the subliminal mind, how you can touch and ensure those concepts are very important. Yeah, I think there are a lot of examples of your work with my other market and when it comes to this business and through partnerships, support from government, we can really scale up a lot of initiatives.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lewis, and thank you, panelists, for your brilliant open reflection about the topic, about your work, and about yourselves and how you see inclusion. Thank you so much. And I am Priyanka Sharma. I am from Australian Council for Educational Research, 96-year-old organization. We are currently working in 151 countries with single mission to help every child, every learner succeed in life and help them achieve what they can. That is the single statement, and that is what we mean when we say what inclusion means. And really, I'm thankful to Sri Aurobindo Society. We are working very closely with them, and as we can hear since morning, that how inclusion flows in every statement and environment in here in this building where we are sitting right now. So thank you so much, Sanghamji, Manji, and entire Sri Aurobindo Society to work so closely with us, and it has been a pleasure working with you. you and your team. So with that, I would also like to share a little bit, basically that is very good news I want to share here. And that will give us hope that what we are doing, we are on the right track. That's one evidence from, we had last week, we had finalized a report and in which we, although we are suggesting government that it needs to be interpreted with caution. So a student with special needs, their performance was higher than national average in one of the country. I will not take the name of the country because report is yet to go into public. But we are saying that it's also about sample because those schools were smaller in number, so might be there was much focus, much targeted interventions, so they performed better. But this is what can happen once we give equal opportunity to everyone. And once we say inclusion, it's not about giving a special focus, extra target, or something like that. That's about, so there are three layers. So once we say diverse, so we just accept people are different, that is diversity. Once we try to fix problem in the particular child or learner or person or anyone, then somehow we are trying to be equitable. But once we say it's inclusive, it means we are like Samar is saying again and again that as a society we are inclusive, right? So we are working with the system. So we are not fixing something in a person. We are not fixing something in a child. We are not fixing something in a teacher. Rather, we are trying to make society acceptable to all of that. So that's what we understand with inclusion, and I think most of us have that common shared understanding. With that, Reza ma'am, I want to come to you because you are representing here one of the largest public systems in the world. Right? So, and last week was budget week. Right? And although inclusive education is not a new concept, but there has been renewed focus and the budget with economic survey everywhere that and 3-4 areas have been highlighted again, and one of that is inclusive education, and also the spending links to learning. Every spending needs to be linked to learning. So in this backdrop of these two things, what do you see as pressure point where these public-private partnerships, different stakeholders, they need to come together to help that point in your view?
Actually, if we talk about partnership, then I would say that this is one thing which is very much required. Which is very much required in current scenario, because usually working in a government system would have to see that we have apprehension, when we collaborate with the organization, especially when it is an NGO or some other kind of institutions are there, then apprehensions are there. But in current scenario, as you say that now again emphasis is there on inclusivity. And in our school systems, this kind of collaboration is required, as I already said that in school system, usually this comes, as a notion that special educator is there, and it is the only one who's special educator to take care of needs of all students who have some special features, or you can say some
This is that to solve the app, we will better UDID cards. But because we have no control over the kind of specialists that are required, we are not able to control the breakdown of getting their UDID cards made. But what will happen is that at least the teaching pedagogy has been modified already to suit that child. So even if the child is not 40%, let's say, and he is not eligible to get the UDID card, we still will be teaching that child into our system by the modified pedagogy that is needed for that child still. So we're not banking on the UDID card and the certificate, we are banking on us stealing and saying that okay, there has been some problem identified, let us start working on the child at basis now. So that's the second way, but we are trying to have like a uniform guideline to the common national level, wherein states will sort of then modify that as per their needs. So those block resource centers will be available at the district other block level, wherein then the child can come as per the mandate which will be related to the dogma, and then they will be in the medical and the education interventions. We will also have two special educators, like I mentioned, attached to this block resource center. So when a child comes there, we can do that. I think one bit that we are still missing on, and we're still trying to kind of figure that out, is the individualized education plans and ensuring that the child is taught as per those. The IEPs for my our children with SLPs, those are something that we're still trying to figure out how to go about that, because that's a very individualized thing, and for us at the national level, it's a little tough to ensure that is made and then implemented on the ground. That's a bit that we are still kind of figuring out, and we're sure that the civil societies will actually plug that gap. So that's the bit that we are still sort of trying to figure out. But for the rest of it, we sort of have a plan. We're also bringing in skill education into this whole thing, wherein children with their disabilities do not then have to go through the same academic subjects, and then they are given the options of skill subjects, which then enable them to get ready by the so that's roughly what we're looking at. Besides that, we have certain smaller bits that we're thinking of, but I think that's what brought back on to discuss on this. Another thing that I do want to mention is that recently we had a workshop on assistive technologies, where a lot of really amazing innovative ideas came up, and we have a platform at the ministry called Vidyanjali, which is for CSR. So wherein if you're a civil society organization or an NGO partner who wants to do a project, you can register on that and post your project, and then even for the corporates and any donors who want to fund, a lot of things are listed there, from activity-based projects to infrastructure projects to a lot of other things. They can support you, they can fund you. So please do go see that, please do register on that. If you're somebody who has ideas, you want to implement, or if you're a single independent volunteer, you can do register on that, and if you feel how they contribute. This is not for children with special needs only, this is for all children, all education. So that's where we are thinking in terms of education in our way. Any questions or any ideas or anything that anyone wants to say, I'm more than happy to.
And for IIT, integrated education curriculum with certain information and along with we have manuals for each individual. Very nice which can be adapted.
Which is next in
Yeah, I will tell you. It can be enhanced to another level.
Thank you so much. Yeah, so we because ideas is one very unsure of.
Very good program. First time digitization of digitalized education planning.
And it's very recognized education with us.
So it has been made mandatory in Maharashtra biomedical 1, 2, and 3, plus the resource who teaches the patient. So this, we have also implemented the first round of the school. We implemented the training and we try to implement it. It is evolving thing. So it's more
Absolutely. So, the one thing we are also very clear on is that burdening the general teacher in the classroom with too much focus on one thing is not right. We can't allow one segment of children to be ignored to promote one other segment. So let's be very clear on that, which is where the role of special educators is so important in this whole system. And I'll be
we are basing our curriculum, special education curriculum, on the NCERT in collaboration with the subject. As and what do you need?
Right.
And we work with
Thank you. Any other suggestions? Thank you so much, Nati, and thank you for asking
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your vision, your service, and your inspiring leadership in transforming India's education landscape. It's my privilege to request Samran sir to kindly felicitate Tina ma'am. Can you have a round of applause, everybody? Our next session, Building Multidisciplinary Competencies of Professionals, looks at building the professional and emotional competencies needed for truly inclusive classrooms. We are now inviting the panel members and the coordinators for panel 5 to please come forward and announce your name. Please welcome Dr. Deepak Gupta, Founder Director of the Center for Child and Adolescent Wellbeing and Senior Consultant at Sir Ganga Hospital, with over 2 decades of experience integrating child mental health within education and public systems. Yes, can we let the class rolling, please? Please welcome Dr. Sri Aurobindo at Sri Aurobindo Society and Chief Program Officer for Project Inclusion, with over 3 decades of experience across health, education, and human resource development. She leads national speed inclusive education initiatives, supporting teacher training and systematic implementation across public school networks in collaboration with central and state institutions. Our next panelist is Dr. Kumar Raju, Director of the Indian Sign Language Research and Training Center, with extensive experience in disability-focused governance and advancing accessible education through sign language and institutional capacity building. So, let's now welcome Professor Sharad Sinha, Professor at NCERT, with over 27 years of experience in teacher education, curriculum reform, and national capacity building initiatives focused on equity and system level educational improvement. Ma'am, welcome. Our next panelist is Ms. Manisha Verma. Ms. Manisha Verma works with the Army Welfare Education Society, leading inclusive education and disability focused initiatives across Army, public, and Asha special schools through policy aligned school level implementation. Join me welcoming Dr. Siddharth Pokhriyal, Assistant Professor in Special Education and School Education at Open University, with an advancing equitable learning practices for learners with diverse needs. So welcome. For learners with diverse needs. So welcome. We would also like to welcome Ms. Renu, Professor at the Department of Education, Lady Erin College, University of Delhi, a doctoral work in the area of family school interaction from Zafir Center for Education Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. Ms. Renu would be the moderator of the session.
I am here. So a very warm welcome to everyone, and it's a privilege to be part of this session, I suppose. We're going to talk about, we try and discuss about building multidisciplinary competencies. So I was almost beyond the graveyard session, but I'm sure all of them we will be really competent, very interactive, and please everyone be ready with a lot of questions. Okay, so because we will focus on that ultimately. So today's session for this panel discussion, the title is Building Multidisciplinary Competencies of Professionals for Inclusive Education. You know, I was just sitting here thinking, there is a saying which says that to bring up a child. So when we are talking about multidisciplinary competencies, as I see it, it means a different disciplines working together. The other way to look at multidisciplinary could be that each expert having side abilities, understanding life is about the other form of disciplinary interactions that are required in that particular field. So, when we're talking about inclusive education, we're talking about general teachers, special education teachers, we're talking about speech and language therapists, and physiotherapists, social workers, mental health, and school leaderships, and we're talking about our all parents, family, and the community. Somewhere we get to leave out the parents, most of the families. So may I request everyone also to say a few words about what is on your mind. So we can start with Professor.
All the people who are present here who are extremely passionate about education, a very good evening to all the esteemed panelists who are so passionate about education, that every word that flows from your mouth, that is a new learning for me. As a teacher educator for almost 30 years and for 20 years in NCRT, we have got, it has given us chance to move across the length and breadth of the country. And the challenges which the teacher face. Probably inclusion, when I was trained, I just take 2 minutes training, ma'am. When I was trained as a pool of educators for inclusive education, and my experiences, internship at NIK and Neuro-Developmental Institute at Mumbai, and also Aurobindo Society here at Luma, that just opened a new world. That I was pretty sensitized towards inclusive education. And that also brought me into touch with all the people who are working so passionately. And recently what had moved, and that brought me here, that was a challenge we were having a training for social audit of Samagra Shiksha in the month of November. I had a teacher at the time. She said, we were taught developmental psychology by Piaget, but Piaget never had the time to come to Ladakh. Here we have cognitive disabilities. Here we have the students suffering from hypoxia at the altitude of 11,000. They are suffering from various linguistic disorders and of course various types of disabilities which I as a BA student was never taught. I was always taught pedagogy of teaching mathematics and pedagogy of inclusion, but never as pedagogy of mathematics in an indigenous classroom. So what do I do, ma'am? How do I take up this challenge?
This brought so many questions to my mind. I will be discussing them if the time permits and if the energy permits.
Oh, sure. Professor Siddharth.
This is a question that you've taken up from my mind. I mean, this is exactly inclusion in maths, inclusion in physics, inclusion in English, and inclusion in everywhere. Now, how do you do that together is a big challenge. Are you people sitting here, all the participants, are you facing that too? Professor, yeah, you brilliant.
First of all, I would like to congratulate Aurobindo Society for organizing such a wonderful platform. And we all are here for discussing inclusive education. So, every children with special need have different needs. So, to fulfill those needs, we need a set of professionals. We can say inclusive education is the synonyms of multidisciplinary team approach. So this is not a duty of single professionals, but is the duty of a team to provide them a quality education in a classroom. So in this multi-rehabilitation, multidisciplinary team, there is a physical therapist, occupational therapist, psychologists, teachers, parents, even CWSM. They are the part of the rehabilitation team. Here, I would like to add one more team member, that's called sign language interpreter. So that sign language interpreters, they can give the language accessibility to the children, hard of hearing children, teachers. So ultimately, it's preparing a environment of accessibility. So this is the big profile. So for hearing impaired, hard of hearing, so even they can get their particularly in their own language for them.
Wonderfully said. And what Dr. Raju says, that all these multidisciplinary professionals, including the sign language interpreter and the child itself, they need to be able to work seamlessly together. And Dr. Deepak Gupta has been doing a fabulous job.
Thank you very much. Thank you to CBG for inviting me. Thank you to Aurobindo Society for organizing such a lovely platform where people can express their voice. He's a child psychiatrist and has worked with multidisciplinary. I just want to open a space that inclusive education, we heard Irani talking about so many good things which is coming up, from Vidyarthi to the research, so many things coming up. And she was talking about 76% of teachers are desired to make a change. That's a big number. Like she's talking about not 5,000, 10,000. She's talking about lakhs of numbers, and covering so many schools across the country. My only point is that inclusive education has to look not only the educational part, but beyond that. We need to not only provide academic part, we need to also provide the behavioral support. We need to also provide the cognitive support. And we need to also provide the emotional support. That's important thing is that. So along with the academic thing is that, along with the other support, we don't have to forget the child also has individuality which needs to be taken care of. When children come to me with so many challenges, they may be getting, they may not be getting. So what breaks them down is the second thing, the emotional breakdown. And nobody is able to understand, even the parents. Ethical system, highly focused on academics and achieving, we tend to forget where the child has got lost. And that's what I want to open to images that how can we, besides IEP, individual education plan, we should have another IEP for individual emotional plan, where we can have to understand IEP square, like not only make them burdened with the educational success, they also understand that they are also a child who is part of the system, but not lost in the system.
And beyond that, Dr. Gupta, I think we should also start thinking about an individual relationship development program. So, Okay, I'm coming to the department of special education, and we're facing all these issues of inclusion and the young people, education department saying something, so we just coming to match you.
थैंक यू मैम। हम सुबह से देख रहे थे, बहुत अच्छे अच्छे लोगों ने यहाँ बोला और कुछ बहुत ही अच्छी अच्छी बातें हमको भी सीखने को मिली। और मेरे को भी याद है कि शायद श्री मैडम ने इसमें वर्ड बोला था यूडीएल, यूडीएल के बारे में कहा था, यूनिवर्सल डिजाइन ऑफ लर्निंग। तो इस समय यूडीएल की सबसे ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंस है इंक्लूसिव स्कूल में भी और इंक्लूसिव क्लासरूम में भी। वो क्या कहते हैं, टीचर और जो स्टूडेंट हैं दोनों को सिखाने के लिए भी और सीखने में भी अपनी एक महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभा रहा है। तो इसके तीन जो रूप हैं वो है व्हाट, हाउ एंड व्हाई। क्या सीखना है, कैसे सीखना है और क्यों सीखना है। तो यूडीएल जो है सबसे ज्यादा वर्तमान रूप में इंक्लूसिव एजुकेशन का अपनी बहुत गहरी छाप छोड़ रहा है। और मैं चाह रहा हूँ कि इसी का अगर कुछ फोकस करें, कुछ नया करें, तो ये इंक्लूसिव एजुकेशन के लिए बहुत अच्छा पार्ट रहेगा।
Dr. Manisha Verma, I'm sure she also doesn't know now. When did she start being a special educator? When she became an education person, and she's moved on. And I'm trying to get everything together with the important types of professional competencies. May I request you to please introduce yourself?
So I'm actually sitting before my mentor, Uttar Govind, who taught me special education at SME to the how to spell special education. So the dear information I'll say a few words that. I've been thrown into I learned special education, how to be the special needs child with cognitive disabilities, visually impaired child, hearing impaired, these are the needs. And this is how you teach them task analysis, forward shading, backward shading. I learned all of that. And I'm sure many of my colleagues who are special educators have also learned that. And then we went into the system which did, and I was alone in the whole school, which worked on pedagogy of maths, pedagogy of physics, pedagogy of science, with the parents demanding that my child will become only the doctor, or will do the MD, or will do the graduation, and they had a very high set of aspirations. And in between, it stuck was a teacher. She had lot of duties assigned to her, including lesson plan बनाना है, monthly बनाना है, weekly बनाना है, CBSE को submissions देने हैं, and then she stuck with the 4 or 5 different levels of disabilities and types of disabilities, and she doesn't know what to do. So literally, it was a struggle to shift your perspective from teaching a class full of only the children with disabilities to a class where there are 35 normal children. The ma'am says no, never say normal, so I was refraining from that. But children with different ability, and to 5 children or 6 children who are lagging behind due to physical or cognitive impairment. So the perspective had to change, and alone CBSE makes it mandatory keep one special educator per school. As Cindy said, there are only 2 lakh of us. So there is a gap. There is a huge gap, and to imagine one special educator catering to 2,000 to 3,000 children in a school. Out of 2,000, 3,000, maybe she has 25 or 50 cases. It's a huge task. And when Cindy came to me with project inclusion concept, I think I found a solution. Teach the general educators. There were in-service programs running earlier also by the Rehabilitation Council of India, but because they were more physically one-to-one sessions, so in a year probably 300, 500 teachers we were able to train. Project inclusion being a digital app, it provided a very quick solution. At least basic orientation to the general educator was quick. Then she also offered 5 days of individualized education program for training, how to build IDs, how to do the task analysis. 5 days we work on reading, writing, and behavior, and mathematics. We work on individual subjects. We take up the special educators are really talented, and we have started training, at least giving the basic orientation to the teachers. This created a scenario in the school where the teachers were ready to listen to the special educator, and special educator was able to provide the required help to the class teacher or the subject teacher. So that kind of a collaboration is required when you are talking about inclusive education. Intent only will not do it. You have to find the solutions also, catering to your own needs, catering to your own school needs. You need to find that solution, how to make it work and implement it on the ground. We are not 100% there, but we are trying.
Thank you. So what Dr. Manisha Verma says is that corporate training, collaboration is not something only for the corporate world. It's down there, right here in our education systems. I was just talking about a village, but we've all heard Dr. Sri Mahajan, her passion. She walks it, she sleeps it, she dances it. It's not about a village, it's global. So she's talking about every child matters. And she's talking about the challenges are in the ecosystem. And I find that she's bringing about those changes right there in the ecosystem. Does Dr. Sri Mahajan need an introduction? Should we pass on the back to somebody else? But no, we can't. We need to give her, otherwise it won't be complete inclusion, and this would be called partiality.
I think it is so much decorated. There are so many people who have been really working in this field and they are really, really expert. But thank you so much. So when we're talking about multidisciplinary at every level, now if we are talking a general teacher in the classroom, it's not about inclusion. She has to be multi-skilled. Like AI technologies, the teacher has to be tech savvy also. Yes, she has to be innovative also. So Dr. Deepak said disability is not a concern. There is a lot of emotional issues which our children are dealing with. They may be the typical children, but since they are not being taken in time, it can lead to any other disability. So it is a time that at every level when we are talking about teachers, other general educators, and we talk about special educators, and we are saying that if they have to work in the inclusive school, so then they have to learn beyond what they have done for a particular disability. They have to learn other disabilities also. So they have to have the other things, how to give the emotional support to the child, how to deal with child when there is an emergency, that child has a meltdown in the classroom. So there are many things. It's not about education. We need to have something beyond, so that everybody who is dealing with child, they need to have such thing. And then we talk about what we are talking about, social emotional learning. That has to happen once it is there, and then we are thinking of about UDL, we are thinking about inclusive education. So I think unless we empathize, we cannot create anything. So everything starts from here, we start feeling, and then we need to develop a lot of skills, and it has to come from within. That yes, I have to support a child, I understand, I empathize, then because information is quick away. If you want to learn, you can learn anything.
So aptly said, what comes to my mind here is the importance that we human beings always had was the human collaboration. Looking at differences and still being part of that. But AI is collaborative, no frost, Dr. Deepak, go down. How should we go forward to see that teachers and therapists and rehabilitation professionals not only collaborate, but do it in a scientific, systematic manner? Your work has been in this area for a long time.
My first thing is that, as Vicky said, that lot of information are there, lot of documents are there, lot of policies are there. And here is also covered, lot of support is there. But first thing is the motivation. The self-motivation that I want to make a difference in the right way. A lot of people are working, actually to a standard way. A lot of things are happening every day. Even in the same school, some special educators working one way, psychologists working another way, then other teachers are working another way. The one thing which is important is that they all are motivated, they want to make a difference, to get it in the right way. Second thing I believe is the documentation. I think we need to make sure that we document everything together. If we are able to document, then only we can reflect back the errors and challenges. See, nobody is perfect. Nobody is perfect. कितने भी साल में दूसरा हो जाए, कहीं ना कहीं गलतियां होती रहती हैं और हम अपनी गलती सीखते हैं. So if we are able to document things, and then along with that we have team meetings. And team meetings, whether it's for the welfare of the child, emotional well-being of the child, whether it's for the IEPs, whatever, as she was talking about, then we are able to understand. And then only, if you have the motivation, if you have documentation, if you have meetings, then only we can work in a collaborative way. I totally believe, and this should come on top approach. If you have clear signal on the top approach, it will happen. If the standard is there, कोई कह रहा है, कोई नहीं कह रहा, कर लेते हैं, नहीं करते, नहीं. It has to be that yes, it has to be done no one's. And if that happens, along with the support of the right administrators, it will happen. So I believe that this is very, very important and important. And along with that, what is important is the regular trainings. See, we have to understand that no one person is complete. So everybody has to work like what she said about the village. Everybody has to understand that if I am working with a team of 30 professionals at my center, I have to understand I can't be complete. Nobody can be complete. It has to be a whole school approach. The whole school approach has to be there, where everybody has to respect that everybody can contribute to the child's development and the progress. We have to understand it's not one day affair. It's an ongoing affair. It's not for one class, grade 1 or grade 5 or grade 7. It's 9, 10, 11 with other aspects as to it. So therapists, psychologists, educators, occupational therapists, the teacher, and the most important stakeholder, the parents, has to be given respect together. Nobody should fight. No ego should come in this. We are working for the one single mission. Mission is अच्छा. हम बच्चे के लिए काम कर रहे हैं. हमें अपने ईगो को की है, मेरे को 15 साल का तजुर्बा है, 30 साल का तजुर्बा है, या मैं ऐसा हूं नहीं. Anybody can be creative, anybody can be innovative, anybody can be a business idea. I still learn from educators from my psychologists who are in their 20s. They give me so much of things, so much of pumping, so much of technology to me. That's what I need to learn from them. I give my experience to them. That's what. So I believe if this all can be done, documentation, motivation, documentation, training, along with the meetings, and if it comes to top approach, I think it can be systematized, and the goal should be the well-being of the child. For the child, by the child, of the child. And parents should be continuously involved into it. Parents should not be ostracized. But वो battle चलता रहता है. Parents of school के बीच. Parents should be involved. I know parents are very busy. Teachers are also very busy. Parents के पास time नहीं होता. लेकिन parents को system में लाना पड़ेगा. अगर हमें बच्चों को support देना है. रोज हम खबरें सुनते हैं. रोज every day we hear about the news. For me, the children don't come about the problems of special education or SLD or learning disability or this thing. They come to the problem for emotional problems. They have depression, anxiety, self-harm thoughts. They have performance anxiety. Subsequently common performance anxiety. So that is what bothers them. And when multiple stakeholders they want the right way, I think we can support the parents and parents. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
My apology, I need to leave. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Sorry, I have a commitment. I need to leave. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being here. What Dr. Neero said, so important. that every person counts. While he was speaking, I was also thinking, we continue to say that parents are over busy. There's the rest of the family. And also Dr. Usha Grover is right here. And where was it where we came in at an international forum and they were talking about parent and the child. And it was India which put in, it should be family and child. So we already have a culture where we've taken lots of people and the community. As Dr. Dugupta was just now talking about, I was thinking, the community, the children's park, where is that learning in that park? It will come in only when the community is also aware of it. Coming from here, Professor Singh, it's often said, teacher training ठीक नहीं है. मैं तो ये कहती हूँ टीचर ट्रेनिंग की क्या टीचर्स जो मैं भी रही हूँ all my years मेरी ही ट्रेनिंग में कुछ कमियां नहीं पड़ी. So when we look at the teacher education program, what and the in-service and pre-service for it, how can it be strengthened to make it more multidisciplinary, competent to bring in more multidisciplinary competencies among teachers, special teachers, general teachers, physics teachers, chemistry teachers, whatever teachers, and the especially.
Such a thought-provoking question, because the policy after National Education Policy 2020 has come up. There's a lot of something has been told about the teachers. The teachers have drawn a flag. Justice Verma Commission writes that it is the biggest thing and we have to unite as a stop this. Recently, again, I would say that she was talking about what the teachers have to do, what the trainings have to be really good. We conduct a lot of trainings, in-service trainings, as well as the NCRT has pre-service programs also in its regional institutes of education, which are almost 6 decades old. And now the ITEP framework has brought in. Again, the ITEP has been brought up, and by 2030, that is going to be the sole qualification for teacher preparation. Now, when I see through these documents, I also see that inclusive pedagogy as a subject or inclusive education again as a subject. Recently, I raised this issue at some big forum that when we are doing internship, a lot of time is given for internship. That is almost 6 months in this 4-year ITEP program. But when we took up a research study and asked all the stakeholders, do you place some of your students for internship in a special education school to orient them of the need? And we say that every classroom is so heterogeneous by virtue of the diversity our country has. And for that reason, I say even a gifted child is a child with a special need. So, do we prepare our teachers to address the बहुत दूर की बात है, to get sensitized towards the need? You know, they get overwhelmed when they see the children, this type of children who has some special requirement in the class. And there comes the challenge that the child being asking for more attention, for more time, and some special care. The child is pushed out slowly because there is something like compliance in our system. We have to comply by all orders, and that or a group of children who need some special attention, a little extra care, a little more understanding, are pushed out of the system. And our policy does talk very beautifully about inclusion. Heterogeneous classroom, each of us is having a specialty. But developing competency is something in the teachers is a very, very gray area. And competency is filled with empathy, orientation, sensitization,
is very strong thing which is needed in our teacher preparation programs. In our in-service programs also, I give you an example. When I was working with Rashtriya Madhyamik Shiksha Abhiyan, that was almost, I completed in 2019. It so happened that I went to a school in Himachal Pradesh for a training program. And at that time, a special provision was there for building an inclusive school, barrier-free school. और barrier-free school में grant बनाने के लिए 6 लाख रुपए दिए जाते थे. So every school was like a barrier-free school. लेकिन CWS tolerance नहीं होते थे. And this is a real story. There was a lady working. I will not divulge her name. She was working as an administrative staff. She had tears in the eyes, and that brought tears in my eyes also. She said कि मैं सुबह से पानी नहीं पीती हूँ क्योंकि यहाँ पर CWS का टॉयलेट नहीं है. जब खत्म हो जाता है स्कूल, छुट्टी हो जाती है, then I go and drink water and then I can use the toilet because of her special features or because of her disability. Then we took up the matter in the ministry and then CWS toilets के लिए भी funds थे. लेकिन CWS friendly barrier-free campus बोलते हैं, ramp बन गया, but the ramp leading to the special toilet for special children वो वहाँ नहीं है. Those toilets are situated in the corner. Okay, जहाँ पर accessibility और difficult हो जाती है. So that empathy and that understanding is needed from all of us, rightly said by one of the panelists. It's not one person's responsibility. It is not the responsibility of the ministry. It's not responsibility of one teacher. It is the responsibility of all of us. So we must feel that they are a part of our system and never try to exclude them. I thought it would have been a session. I brought a small film to show also, 3-minute film. If time permits, I will show that how exclusion is dangerous. It affects all of us. So I think in teacher preparation programs, we are doing a lot. We have a special component that how to make everything inclusive. Like the Ladakh example which I was telling, how that evolved. Later, I'm in touch with the teacher's name is Tajdi, and she said that when on interaction with NCERT faculty, especially from the Department of Education with Special Needs, what she developed that she was overwhelmed that how do I address on that. She involved the parent. The parent helped them address the language barriers. The parent told them local words. Because in Ladakh also there we have 6 languages. We have Hindi, English, Urdu, there is a language, Kuki language, there are other languages also. So, and both the languages. So, इतनी language और ये diversity classroom में हम multilingualism की तो बात करते हैं, लेकिन multilingual needs के लिए कौन है? So, she wished the parents to give the equivalents in other language, so that those children who are there, they could be addressed. That was one thing. Then, on all the disabilities like hypoxia, how to treat them. She pitched in people from the medical field to come and ask them to address. Now the classes become more inclusive. She says, I no longer treat them as a challenge because I know I'm not the only one. I have people who are pitching in, who are understanding and who are putting it to me. So I would say 3 pointers. The teacher preparation programs have to be more sensitized. The in-service program should have essential component, just like not done like that. कि आप केक बनाते हैं, everything is so homogeneously distributed. Icing जो होती है वो ऊपर रहती है, very nicely decorated. And many people owing to the sugar content don't like to take the icing. So don't keep this subject of inclusion as icing and a decorator. It should be homogeneously mixed like the taste of the cake. कहीं से भी piece काट लीजिए, स्वाद एक साथ लीजिए. So that is the feeling that every teacher must have and should try to teach it.
So aptly said, so wonderful. So what I take away from your interactions is, first of all, sensitization. पहले तो समझ में आए कि ये भी कोई चीज है, फिर actually aware कि पानी पीना चाहिए और ये पानी यहाँ रखा है, awareness, motivation कि कितना पानी रोज पीना है, and then skill development. Now, skill development also has various stages. And you're looking at the ramps everywhere, you're looking at the toilets everywhere. पता है होना चाहिए, सबको बाथरूम जाना पड़ता है. But the motivation to get that done, to see that one of my colleagues does not have that spaces for that. पता है कि सबको पता, sensitized है, aware नहीं है. And then getting the skills to develop, it develops gradually. So I'm looking forward to all of you going back to your organizations and doing something about it. Let's start with the motivation and minor components of the skills. When we're talking about language, somebody said, and in a country with so many dialects, you need about 100 words. If you know about a language, almost 20 or 25, some amount of words, very long number, you can understand. My attempt has been now, I haven't still done any courses on sign language, but I've picked up a number of words in sign language. Dr. Raju, I would like to ask you, as how can continuous professional certification be linked to real world impact for children with different abilities? And when I say this, I'm also talking about the professionals. I surely am as present trying to pick up certain new technologies.
As ma'am recently mentioned about the national education policy, as we know, as per the mandate of national education policy, all the children, they are having the right to get their teaching in school in their own language. For the hearing impaired children, and if we say for the hard of hearing and deaf children, it's the Indian sign language. So, to get the impactful learning in the school, first we needed teaching learning resources. It means the books should be accessible in ISL, Indian Sign Language. So for that, we had worked with the NCERT and we have made it accessible. Not only this NCERT books, we are working for the supplementary books also. We are working for the National Book Trust, that's for the non-academic story books that we have done it. So this is the one part. Second, the teacher or the teaching faculty, they must be having proficiency for the ISL so that they can have an interaction and transaction with the child. So for that, at present, the situation is need to improve. Actually, we are having special education, a special educator who has done their special education in hearing impairment, but they are having a limited ISL language skill options. So the school, they are very limited, they are very limited transactions. So they are not that fluent in ISL. So we are working for this, we have already networking with the also ministry. So we are working with them. How we can have the better skill, better ISL for specific educator when they go to the school. This would really teach the general teachers and they can have a good interaction in ISL. So for that, one way that we are going with the statutory body and the fixed framework, and other than this, we are also working at our institution at SLRTC level. So we are having a full-fledged 40 hours ISL training module that is available in our website. They can go and teachers can go and learn. They can have a full-fledged skill on ISL. Other than that, we can understand that so many professionals are there, not having that much time. So we have also been 6 months, live ISL training program. Other than this, we have partnered with the Aurobindo Society. So in their inclusion app, we have embedded our training program so that the teachers they can take those schools. And happy to say that around 8,000 teachers they have taken the course, and around 2,000 they have completed the course, and 400 they have got more than 70%. So in this, we need to train more and more teachers in the field of higher science skill. Nowadays, we are getting, inquiry that's just an orientation. It's okay. Orientation, they will know this is the language, this is used by the hard of children. But we need teachers or the trainer or the participant, they really they acquire this skill and then they will go to the school and they start transiting in higher education. So for that, we had prepared a full-fledged 15 days, physical training program, and we are already having coordination.
On the websites also.
Yeah.
So they can also go to the website.
So just 2 points that I would like to mention. Not only the formal professional certification, but other than that also, temporary and short-term certification at the level of all institution that we are also working at. This is the one of the initiative that is available in the field. So they can go through and we can together break the barrier of language and then build the quality education opportunity for them.
Wonderful, wonderful. So this is what I know. And so coming here, Dr. Kopiar, what specific components can be added to improve the teacher competencies to promote inclusive education?
सबसे महत्वपूर्ण बात तो ये है कि हम लोगों को यूडीएल को थोड़ा आगे जोर देना पड़ेगा और यूडीएल में कंपोनेंट तो बहुत सारे हैं जो इंक्लूसिव एजुकेशन की पूर्ति करते हैं उसको आगे बढ़ाने का प्रयास किए बट जो सबसे मेन है उसमें कंपोनेंट वो है एक्सेसिबिलिटी का अगर एक्सेसिबिलिटी नहीं होगी तो इंक्लूसिव क्लासरूम या इंक्लूसिव स्कूल को कोई फायदा है नहीं और जहाँ तक इंक्लूजन की बात है तो इंक्लूजन लेके हम बड़ा अच्छा दिखा था सुबह से और मैंने देखा भी यहाँ जो इंटरनेटेड थे बेचारे एक दूसरे की जब थकान हो जाएगी तो बेचारे को बड़ा वो आ रहा था कि हम एक दूसरे की मदद करें ऐसे यहाँ पे बहुत सारे हैं और समाज देखते हैं लेकिन मैं नहीं पता जो मैडम ट्रेनिंग कर रही है यहाँ पे बैठ के उनके स्टेज पे हैं या हेल्प डेस्क में पीछे रजिस्ट्रेशन काउंटर में उन सबको देख के लगा था कि ये बहुत अच्छे मुझे तो उदाहरण यहाँ इस वर्कशॉप में देखने को मिल रहा है और मैं चाहता हूँ कि जितनी भी सुबह से तालियां बजी हैं उनमें पूरी तालियों के हंगामा तो ये होती है हम लोगों को संकल्प लोगों को परिवार में करना चाहिए कि जो भाषा इनको बड़ा अच्छा किया था और मैं ज्यादा तो कुछ सोचता नहीं क्योंकि अभी तक सारी बातें हो चुकी है और अभी एक सेशन से और भी है और हम सबको भी जाना मेरे को तो थोड़ा उत्तराखंड जाना है आपने डर भी लगता वहाँ जाना पड़ेगा तो इसलिए मैं अपनी बात को यहीं पे विराम थैंक यू फॉर इनवाइटिंग मी
तो आपको और भी ज्यादा खुशी देने लगना है current special education and rehabilitation training pathways align with the needs of mainstream schools. What will you say to me?
I say yes, partially aligned, not fully aligned. Because we have DA, we have pedagogy classes of this teaching, but I think they lack depth and continuity factors. Students trainees, teacher trainees are not given exposure for heterogeneous classrooms. They do their trainings mostly in the special schools. So once they reach the school and start working in an inclusive setup, they are kind of lost how to do it. That is why that collaborative teaching, co-teaching, owning the pedagogy of a subject, that is lacking in our special educators, where they become a support staff to the general teachers and they are not actually the equal partners in teaching. There we need to refine our courses. I'll tell you one example. I was talking about the resistance of the general teachers. We did a training course with ISRRTC on Indian Sign Language. And they started very beautifully they started training with teaching about the deaf community, one full day on the deaf community. One of our principals was so impressed that she made it compulsory for all the teachers. They don't have any deaf students. But then she said every teacher, every student should learn sign language because this removes the fear. If tomorrow they are that awkwardness goes, if I'm sitting with a deaf person, I'll not feel odd how to communicate. That is why it should, and literally that has escalated. APS Hisar, APS Firozpur, APS Faridpur, APS Ambala, APS Pathankot, APS Aitapuram Sikandrabad, these schools have made it like every child from class nursery till class 12 will learn sign language. It's their own initiative, they do it from assembly periods or any fun activities which they are planning. And I think this is the best example of inclusion because as a child, when I was in school, I had not heard of any kind of sign language or even I was not even aware that there is a sign language and there are deaf people. Right now, in the schools, children know there is something called deaf and there is another fun language that we can learn which is called Indian Sign Language. So this thing has removed the fear and I feel this is the best way. Once you start educating general educators on different disabilities, that fear, that awkwardness of letting them into their schools, into their classrooms, into their family spaces, that will go away gradually. That is the best part, and that is where our rehab programs need to work on more co-meeting and collaboration.
You're talking about the collaborations
And beyond, Dr. Sri Mahajan, you do so much of work on in-service and pre-service training. Do you get enough trained professionals? Is the training appropriate?
So, our education system now we are, because we are a strong advocate of competency-based learning. So we all have been through the education system where the education was for rote learning. Whether the professional skills are also, which is more practical, but we have been trained in always a rote learning style. And it is very difficult to, most of these resources are not even employable. That is there. So definitely, you have actually, as a very important point that it is right and that the education should be desired for learning, and the education has to be more, which is more practical, which has to be, which can really be result. It is just not only assessment should not be happen on the only pen and pencil that you memorize certain concepts and do it, unless that whatever they are learning it has to be used in that particular day-to-day life or life only, then we can say that whatever we are doing, then we will do the justice. So I think now with the new education policy, when we are talking about that from the day one, let us concentrate on developing competency rather than just developing.
Exactly, it's a competency that matters. So if you remind your chest now, because you're running short of time, so what I can gather from everyone here is that we need to relook and strengthen the pre-service and the in-service and the continuous learning of professionals and seamless networking with each other. Nothing like yours in mind, and we as professionals, we do not worry about egos. And so from here, we go on into mentoring and co-teaching. Professor Sinha would like to show a film, but I think we'll have to.
I would like to speak something more, 2 minutes. If you permit.
So let me permit. So ma'am was the one, she was in so much hurry for Jana, but I could see her engagement in all the questions. And we have to permit 2 minutes to answer.
See, what we have worked around with this.
I worked around curriculum reconceptualization because that is the main. Because whatever is assessed, that is only read. Okay? So that curriculum reconceptualization has to take place. And मेरा theoretically देखिए हम लोग सब बहुत passionate हैं और मुझे सब feeling about it. And I can see on the faces. So many of you might be having a certain member.
I do not have a family member who is of special need, but I am equally passionate. So that curative experience से अलावा immersion की जरूरत है. Once you immerse, आपको क्या they get that. And third is action researches. What work and what works where, to what extent. That action researchers have to come up. Incidentally, we haven't seen many action researchers coming in this way. And then
Even Indian knowledge.
yes, yes. And then team teaching and interdisciplinary, like we learn from each other. I've learned so much in these 2 hours that I think myself extremely empowered and richer in knowledge. And Indian knowledge system जो रेणु जी बात कर रही है, इस अनुभव, संभव और करुणा, ये हमारे भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा में है. अब साइन लैंग्वेज की बात कर रहे थे, तो साइन लैंग्वेज को तो भाई हमारे सिस्टम में हमेशा से ही है. आप फिल्मों में देख लीजिए, इशारों को अगर समझो, ठीक है, और आंखों में इशारा हो गया, और तौबा तुम्हारे इशारे, तो इशारा तो सब जगह है. और साइन लैंग्वेज को अलग से क्यों बनाया जा रहा है? It's there. Don't treat this as an add-on. And every teacher should understand that the ishara is now very strong to be inclusive. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. It was a privilege being part of this family. Thank you so much, everyone. And no questions can wait for later on because of that.
Thank you for the valuable insight on uniting expertise across disciplines, education, psychology, and social care to empower inclusion. May I please request Solikaman to come forward and fill stage the panelists. Ms. Manisha Verma, can we have a round of applause, everyone? Dr. Siddharth Pokhriyal. Ms. Renu Malviya. Dr. Kumar Raju. And Professor Sharad Singh.
Yes, again, this camera.
So your first word in sign language, huh?
Yeah, okay.
And everybody. We will now segue into our final panel of the day, making schools inclusive, what really matters. Reflects on the heart of inclusion, what truly matters in schools. The session looks beyond policies and programs to the reality that shapes the child's learning experience. It explores what truly makes school inclusive, from curriculum design and assessment reforms to teacher capacity, school culture, and support systems that ensure every learner feels seen, valued, and supported. And now invite panel members and the moderator to panel 6 to come forward as I announce the names. Our first panelist for the session is Dr. Bharti Kaushik. Dr. Bharti Kaushik is professor at NPTCIET with over 2 decades of experience advancing inclusive curriculum, education technology, and national teacher capacity building initiatives. I'm welcome. Please welcome Ms. Sunita Madan, Principal of Sarwan Public School, Ghaziabad, with nearly 3 decades of experience in school leadership, curriculum governance, and integrating student well-being within mainstream education. Our next panelist is Dr. Alma Chopra, founder of the Alma Winkling Foundation. She stands as a motivational speaker, life coach, DEI advocate, and host of the Beyond Limit Stories show and podcast, while working in the domain of disability inclusion and awareness. Welcome. Please welcome Ms. Sonika Tyagi, Head of Curriculum and Training at Sri Aurobindo Society, Rwanda, with nearly 2 decades of experience leading curriculum design, teacher training, and large-scale education reforms in collaboration with national institutions. Let's now welcome Dr. Usha Grover, a senior special education professional with extensive experience in teacher education, training, and academic leadership. She currently works as director at the National Trust in Handicapped. Her work spans special education training, curriculum development, research, and academic resource creation with a sustained focus on intellectual and learning disabilities. Dr. Usha will be the moderator for the session. We would also like to welcome Dr. Rajesh Nathani, the Principal Advisor at the Sri Aurobindo Society, a pharmaceutical chemist by profession. He has experience in leading large-scale education, livelihoods, and youth development programs across India and internationally. Sir, we would like to welcome.
Let me start. I think we should
start as early as possible to talk on inclusion before exclusion happens here. Already I can see people moving out. It really happened in the last session. So friends, it's my great honor and privilege to be here and welcome you all to this panel discussion on the theme, making schools inclusive. What really matters? We have been talking on this topic since the morning, and I think many things have already been said which we are going to talk now, but without losing much time on it, let us just get into this. So we hear this term all the time, when I entered this field, we were talking about mainstreaming, integration, and now inclusion. So we finally come to inclusion. Now the thing is, we do believe in inclusion. We know what is inclusion. The only thing is how it will happen. How to make it happen, how to make it successful. So the real question is, we know the theory, we know everything. We have enough policies now to support inclusion. But the thing is, how to
put these theories into practice to make inclusion successful. And that this is the session all about that. I think you all agree with me. Inclusion is not just about, having a ramp, lifts, or scientists, or, audio tactile pass and so on. But it is also about your mindset, your flexibility, and your collective belief. Yes, it can happen. And it can happen. All can learn. Children can learn. They can belong to the society. They can belong to this, classroom. And they can learn when given support. So having said that, you have to go beyond labeling. I'm looking for a time, that's my dream, and I think all of you will have that kind of vision. One day, we will not be talking about these labels the way we have been talking today. There will be no labels, there will be no child with autism, child with LD, child with this, child with that, no special children. There will be children, and there will be all teachers, no special educators, no regular teachers. That time we are looking forward, and we are already on the way, somewhere on the. So having said that, I welcome all my fellow panelists here, and I will start from here to give brief introduction about yourself. Will be in short, and then we'll ask questions and then we'll talk about those questions. So first, I'll start with Madam Dr. Alma Chopra.
First, I start with my introduction. Yes.
Sorry. Okay. Is it too loud? Is that better?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. I am Dr. Alma Chopra. I have a foundation, NGO called Awakening Foundation. We work on inclusivity, so it's not about labels. It's not about helping individuals with different abilities. It's about, like you said, we're all the same. It's not about special educators. It's not about this educator. It's all one educator, right? So that's about leveling the playing field. That's what I'm working for, and I am so in line with your vision, all inclusivity. That's what we're working for, and it's going to happen.
So, ladies and gentlemen, good evening, everyone. It has been an honor to be a part of this wonderful session today. Thank you so much, Aurobindo Society, for reaching out. And as a principal, I feel that I'm a principal in a reputed public school, and I can actually bring hope and happiness in this gathering. That yes, I can proudly say that each and every child and each and every teacher in my school loves each and every child. I'm not even using the word inclusive children or special children. We treat each and every child as a unique individual, as a special child. And in my career, I can recollect so many success stories where, some of such children, they made me proud. So I was a task teacher of class 9, I think, and we had almost 7 visually impaired children, and we also had some other special children, and I remember they teaching the other kids the concept, because you listen very carefully when the teacher is telling, and I don't think we need any kind of special training as a teacher to become compassionate or to, be extra careful that each and every child in my class understands what I'm saying. So, in spite of not being formally trained initially, of course, now in my career I have taken so many training sessions, and I can say that yes, I can handle a class like that. But at the start of my career, as a science teacher, I knew that I had such children. So when I was making a diagram, I used to,
You not tell that, okay, the mitochondria has a bean shape and we can see beautiful crystals and zigzag lines and all that. So, I can say that the children have been very, very successful and we are blessed to have them because they have shown us the way that each and every child can become successful in life, irrespective of any kind of special traits that they have.
हेलो कोई बात नहीं यार, आप अगर प्रोफेसर कौशिक कहेंगी तो फिर लगेगा जैसे डांट रहे हो, स्कूल में बच्चे को डांट पड़ती है ना, मेरे को वाली नहीं है। Because I look ma'am as a stalwart in this area and I have heard lot many lectures from her. Did had the good fortune to be her student formally, but I learned a lot from her over my journey. So please ma'am, I'm still Bharti. You. So myself, Professor Bharti Kaushik, I work in Central Institute of Educational Technology, NCTRT, wall-to-wall business building. And I'm basically working in assistive technologies, how to make curriculum, textbooks, and other resources accessible based on the principles of YouTube. We'll discuss more about it.
Very good evening to all of you. मेरा नाम राजेश नेथानी है और मूलतः मैं शिक्षा से जुड़ा हूँ, देश में और विदेशों के विश्वविद्यालयों के प्रबंधन समिति में हूँ और जो समावेशी शिक्षा की अगर हम बात करें तो उससे जो मेरा सबसे महत्वपूर्ण मेरा नाता रहा है कि सौभाग्य रहा है मेरा कि समावेशी शिक्षा को नई शिक्षा नीति NEP 2020 में उसका समावेश करने का अवसर मिला। भारत के माननीय शिक्षा मंत्री थे उस समय, उनके सलाहकार भी हुए हैं, तो तब से समावेशी शिक्षा से एक नाता जुड़ा और ये मेरा सौभाग्य है दोबारा की ऑरोबिंदो सोसाइटी के साथ इस पथ पर हम अग्रसर हैं और निरंतर मैं एक विद्यार्थी भी अपने मानों पर इनसे सीख रहा हूँ।
Good evening, everyone. And I would really like to thank the audience first. They have been so patient and they have been listening to everything. They are trying to grasp so many things. So myself, Sonita, I work in Sri Aurobindo Society. And from the morning itself, we have been talking about like what Sri Aurobindo Society has been doing. So I am one of the many people of the Sri Aurobindo Society who have been working towards competency-based education and physical education and school reforms and all those things. Since today's session is about inclusive education, and we have been hearing a lot about what a teacher is supposed to know, how we can build the capacity of the teacher and all. But I would like to direct this discussion, if my fellow panelists will allow me, to see that what kind of changes actually we can bring at the design level itself. Because what I believe, we are talking about capacity building in everything, but when we see success in the learning, we see it through a standard approach, right? We design everything, be it the curriculum, be it the assessment, be it the capacity building programs. We always have an assumption of a standard learner. इतनी देर में इतना पढ़ लेगा, 3 घंटे में इतना लिख देगा, एक क्लास में 12 चैप्टर्स कंप्लीट कर लेगा, कम से कम इतना ले लेगा, ज्यादा से ज्यादा इतना ही ले पाएगा. We have a standard approach of looking on everything, right? How can we make it like not so standardized? I think if we can discuss in this direction, then probably we'll be able to answer like how.
Yes, I agree with you. I think this is very, very important. In this panel discussion, we are going to discuss that. See, I'm a hardcore grassroots special educator. Even at this level, I'm all the time with the children to learn, how they are learning. What we read in 80s, that doesn't, work now. So we have evolved over the years. So what you said is very right. In this panel, we are going to discuss about the classroom.
So far we were discussing about infrastructure होना चाहिए, accessibility होनी चाहिए, curriculum होना चाहिए, or so many other things. We are not talking about the classroom. This is my classroom, inclusive classroom with the diverse learners. Now, how I can make this classroom inclusive? What do I mean by that? So first of all, before making it inclusive or before making it successfully inclusive, let us first understand what is our view, what is our view of a composition of an inclusive classroom. Who are we talking about? इसके बारे में हम बात कर रहे हैं. ये मेरी so this is the discussion. The discussion will delve into that, not the outsider. The child has been identified. All diverse learners are in my classroom. Now, who are they? So can we discuss on that? Ma'am, you are working in a very inclusive school. You must be experiencing this altogether. And with this new policies, RPWDR, apart from other diversities which we were talking in the morning, language diversity, geographical diversity, and so on and so forth, we are also talking about the different disabilities which RPWDR given us, now 21 disabilities. So friends, we are having all those disabilities along with these diverse learners, so that this job for all of us is very, very challenging. So who are we talking about? Understand, no, कि मैं किसके लिए बात कर रही हूँ? How can I make it successful? Generally लोग कहते हैं inclusion बुरा, स्कूलों में बहुत अच्छे से हो रहा है. जब मैं जाती हूँ क्लास में, वो वहाँ पे बैठे हुए और थोड़े दिन आते हैं, 5 दिन में से 2 दिन आते हैं, 3 दिन नहीं आते, थोड़े दिन बाद निकल भी जाते हैं. I'm not generalizing friends. Some schools are doing very well. But are we looking for that? Where are we? Are we at a common pedestal? So I would ask my fellow panelists, what are they doing? Who are my, who are my targets? Who are there in my classroom? Yes.
So ma'am, if we talk about classroom, because I have been a teacher also for 25 years and now from 7-8 years I'm a leader. So what I've seen is that as a teacher, I feel I've always enjoyed diversity in my class. There will be some children, who will enjoy making diagrams, like I'm from a science background, so science teacher. Some will enjoy the activities that we do. There will be some who will, sitting there only, maybe they're making my sketch only, that how I'm looking that way on that day. There will be some who will write a poem on what concept we are dealing with. So I think in the classroom, the teacher has to be passionate and she should treat each and every child as a unique and a special individual. So by special here, I don't mean special needs. Each child is a special child. Okay, the child is at the heart of the education system and we should treat them like that. And I feel as a principal, this is what I talk to the children also. Each and every child has to, imagine his own journey. So everyone cannot be a painter. So if maybe I'm not good at drawing because I have some kind of psychomotor deficiencies, that does not mean that I will not write or I will not capable. There are children in my own school who were so good in singing and they went to national level competitions and they were visually impaired. There's a girl who was so bright in the studies also, and then she graduated from Miranda House. She's having her own social media handle where she sings beautiful old songs and she has thousands and thousands of followers. So I have seen journey of so many children who are doing extremely well. As a principal, I think it is my role to provide multiple opportunities. There will be some children who will become artists. There will be some children who are into entrepreneurship. We have some soap making and other activities where some of these children are doing extremely well. But yes, we do want our society also to become empathetic and compassionate. There are children in school who will just hit somebody and leave without giving space to the child. Child is walking slightly slowly. So I think as a society, we all need to sensitize people. That's very important. I think upbringing also matters a lot. It is not only a teacher's role to sensitize children that you have to help each other, you have to be collaborative. I think as a society, when these children only become adults and parents, then children have to remind them that Papa, please do not skip the red light. So what kind of a student we were when we were children, and now when we are an adult, our children are reminding us that no, please put the garbage in the dustbin. So I feel that if the society also becomes empathetic, schools are ready to do, whatever we can do for the child. We are ready to, do an extra mile. The teachers are trained. Every year there are training sessions. They know how to use Prasha's app. They know when they have to go to the special educator for some kind of, moderation in the papers, or a different assessment style has to be given to a child. So all that is happening, but I feel parents also, I heard, and I remembered some of the anecdotes when the parents said, ये तो burden होता जा रहा है मेरे लिए, मैं 2 घंटे कैसे बैठूं, मेरे को अपने job पर बिल्कुल जाना है. So as one of the speakers said, why can't the family walk into this, challenge? So if the society as well as the family also commits themselves, I think we can definitely bring about a positive change. And the last point which I want to make is, I am still not clear as a principal that, okay, if a child has done well in the 12th class, how will we put that child into a certain career? So I think that point we need to work on.
Okay, so this is none has reached to have education already. So I'm still at the point like, what do you view an inclusive classroom? Okay, so an inclusive classroom, in my view, is a class where I have children with lots of special needs, and I'm not going to the labels. Because special needs cut across various labels that are given by RBWD in 2016, no doubt, 21 types of labels, and NEP 2020, that is talking about 5 types of identities under SEDGs groups. These identities may be gender, these identities are related to geographical background, these SEDG identities are related to multilinguality, these are related to socio-cultural aspect, these are related to socio-economic aspect, and of course, disability is also an essential part. So for me, an inclusive classroom is one where learners have lots of flexibility. Okay, I don't want to write or I cannot write. Both the things accepted. Fine. You don't want to write today? Give me your recorded answer. Give me your classwork, maybe in the form of a collage, maybe in the form of a painting, or maybe in the form of anything that you want to do. You don't want to do an assignment on giving definitions of living and non-living things? No issues. You give me a sketch on that. So for me, an inclusive classroom is one where each and every child is given optimal opportunity to showcase their learning and understanding. I know it's easier said than achieved, but I'm sure the day is not far behind. In very near future, we'll be able to achieve this. Thank you. So, your view very different from this?
Yeah. So I think an inclusive classroom starts with the teacher. The teacher understands that every student, I don't believe in labels, and special ability is a label. When the teacher realizes that every student has a different ability, whether, in my case, whether it's unable to balance or miscoordination, whether it's hearing impaired, whether you think differently, images oriented, speech oriented. These are all abilities and they're all different. So every child is different, and it starts with the teacher. If the teacher, I think, needs to broaden their mindset to understand that every learner, every child is different, And they're right. I think once the teacher understands that, then they make a classroom inclusive. See, our goal, our achievement is to have every child with a different ability in the same classroom. And that's what the question is, how do we get there? Right? We cannot have a standard curriculum because we have so many diverse learners. So it's up to first the teacher to understand that there are different types of learners and they have to be ready and be willing to adapt to each kind of learner. Yes, so from a curriculum standpoint, we have to be ready to educate our curriculum. Okay, so that simple answer is here. Yes, but I'd like to have you on this.
यहाँ पे जो अभी डॉक्टर अलमा चोपड़ा ने कहा, मैं उस बात को आगे बढ़ाना चाहूंगा कि जो इंक्लूसिव जो कक्षाएं हैं, जो समावेशी कक्षाएं हैं, इसमें जो सबसे महत्वपूर्ण अगर योगदान किसी का देखा जाए तो वो एक अध्यापक या अध्यापिका का वहां पर रहेगा और वही सही दृष्टि में हमें गाइड कर सकते हैं, हमारा मार्ग प्रशस्त कर सकते हैं कि इंक्लूसिव क्लासरूम कैसा रहेगा। ढांचागत स्थापना जो उसमें इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है वो कई जगह कम ज्यादा हो सकता है और जो इसका लिटमस टेस्ट है, क्योंकि मैं एक अभी मैं भी एक सेंटर हमारा देहरादून में और जो सोसाइटी के सहयोग से हम उसको बहुत अच्छा सेंटर चला रहे हैं, तो मैं लिटमस टेस्ट देखता हूँ कि जो बच्चे जब वो अपने माता पिता के साथ जाते हैं तो वो अपने टीचर से रिपोर्ट जाते हैं। तो मुझे लगता है कि ये लिटमस टेस्ट है कि आपने एक इंक्लूसिव क्लासरूम बना दिया कहीं, तो ये जो भी हम अध्यापक है, जो भी लोग हम इससे जुड़े हुए हैं, ये हमें किस तरह हम आत्मीयता से, किस तरह हम भावनात्मक रूप से उन बच्चों से जुड़ सके। नई शिक्षा नीति में जैसे मैंने कहा कि इसमें पहले एक्सेसिबिलिटी की बात थी, पहुंच की बात थी, परंतु नई शिक्षा नीति में ऐसा प्रयास किया गया नीति निर्माताओं द्वारा कि हम इसे आत्मा बनाए, इसे जो इंक्लूसिविटी है, जो समावेशी शिक्षा की जो बात करते हैं, ये शिक्षा की आत्मा बने और हम ये ना पूछें कि हाउ वी कैन कोप विद द चाइल्ड। हमारे जो संस्थाएं हैं, हमारी क्लासरूम में हम ये पूछें कि हाउ वी कैन रेज आवर स्टैंडर्ड्स टू मीट द चाइल्ड्स रिक्वायरमेंट। तो ये जब ये भावनाएं पे आ जाएगी, क्योंकि और इसमें मैं सबसे महत्वपूर्ण एक मुझे संस्मरण याद आता है यूनेस्को की मीटिंग में फिनलैंड की वहां की शिक्षा मंत्री बैठे थे और फिनलैंड की शिक्षा आपको पता है वो इंक्लूसिव एजुकेशन में थी और कई चीजों में आ गया। मैंने उनसे बहुत महत्वपूर्ण सवाल किया, मैंने कहा कि क्यों फिनलैंड एक देश एक मतलब अर्थव्यवस्था की दृष्टि है वैसे मतलब कहीं भी बहुत ज्यादा डिफरेंट नहीं दिखता, परंतु शिक्षा के रूप में आप सबसे आगे। उन्होंने बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण बात कही, उन्होंने कहा कि हम शिक्षा में जो सबसे संवेदनशील लोग हैं, सबसे ब्राइट लोग हैं, उन्हें हम शिक्षा में लाते हैं। मुझे लगता है कि वो चाहे समावेशी शिक्षा हो चाहे दूसरी शिक्षा हो, जब तक आप अच्छे और वो जो दूरी है इस शिक्षा की या समावेशी शिक्षा की उस अध्यापक या अध्यापिका के आसपास है और वही इस समावेशी जो कक्षा का निर्माण में महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभा सकते हैं। धन्यवाद।
Would you like to say something or shall we go on to the next? We can go. Okay, so basically we are talking about the classroom to successfully. We are not at the same level. Inclusion क्या है? Different people will describe inclusion in different manner. But the ultimate is तीन इसके principle है, equitable और दूसरा है accessibility. तीसरा क्या है? requirement. It is the right to be educated. और इक्विटेबल, जिसको जितना चाहिए उतना उसको मिलना चाहिए सपोर्ट सिस्टम, ताकि वो लर्न कर सके। If you see the latest definition of RTWD Act 2016, तो ये main difference है। So having said that, in inclusive classroom there will be diverse learners, who will be visual learners, auditory learners, print and write learners, and kinesthetic learners and so on. इतना तो तय हो गया। So now the second is ये मेरी क्लास है, अब मुझे इसको क्या पढ़ाना है? Do I have the answer to that question? What is the curriculum with these children? You will say yes ma'am, किताबें तो हैं, किताबें हैं मेरे पास। Say for example ये चौथी क्लास है और ये चौथी क्लास में मेरे पास चौथी की किताबें हैं। But can all the children access that curriculum? Or is this my duty to make it possible that everyone accesses the curriculum? Yes, that's my duty because I'm here. Okay, so how do I? So I will ask one by one. I start from you because you're in inclusive school, and it's a well. I mean, I remember it's the first inclusive school which we used to kind of
bank on to see what are the inclusive practices. So मैं आपसे पूछना चाहूँगी कि जो the current curriculum and assessment procedures we are following in inclusive schools, are you okay with them or do you think they need to be changed?
Yes, assessment is a very important part of the student's journey in the whole year. And we have not really faced any challenge in providing any kind of moderation. Now, of course, we have audio books that are available. CIT is also providing so many other apps through which concepts can be explained. The children can read it, they can listen to the concept and then understand. In fact, with the help of CIT, we have also set up an AR/VR lab in our school. So, with augmented reality, the children can easily imagine what exactly is the concept. And I think till middle school level, what I tell my teachers is that it is not a hard and fast rule that all the chapters have to be done in the same order. You can integrate some topics and let children decide how they want to learn that topic. So it is not necessary that a teacher has to use a presentation or she has to read the chapter and then give questions. The chapter can be done in the playground also. The chapter can be done in the garden also. So we encourage teachers to decide along with the children how they want to learn a particular concept. And as ma'am said, it is not necessary that everyone is going to give me a written essay on a certain topic. They can do an assembly presentation where one child is reciting a poem, the other one has prepared a dance for a certain concept of maths or something like that. So I think we should enjoy different types of learning styles, and the ultimate aim is that the learning has to take place. And talking about the board classes, we have buddy system where many a times I see that the child who has a buddy is actually teaching the buddy that, okay, ma'am, ye karaya tha, tumne suna nahi hua, you are very naughty. So, I mean, it's a very collaborative kind of setup, and we do not distinguish children on the basis of the kind of percentage they are having. What we want is that each and every child should have a kind of holistic development. That is more important than getting marks in the exam. But I can really, I'm reminded of stories where one of the child from humanities in one of the Salman school, she taught all over India and she was invited by the President of India, for a high tea. And she was a special, visually impaired child, and she's talking in the entire country in the CBSE board exam.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, NCRT has done a lot of work. That was my first place where I go to, and we talk to. I also moved from special education to inclusive education. So we were also, all the time, what do I say, having a lot of challenges before us. कहते थे जूझ रहे थे अभी तो हम अपने बच्चों को देखने के लिए स्पेशल बच्चों को अभी कह रहे हैं इंक्लूसिव स्कूल में हमारी बच्चे आ जाएंगे तो हाउ डू वी deal with that? So NCRT books gave it into the and they have done a lot of work. They have brought it also. So over to ma'am. Thank you so much. I think I am audible at the back also. You tell me later, so I thought no, mic से अगर मैं बोलूँगी तो फिर ये दिखा नहीं पाऊँगी. So thank you, ma'am. I can show you getting started. So you can see this class 2 mathematics textbook developed by NCERT. They are wonderful books. Yes. Now let me show you the magic. What if I tell you they are latest books post NEP 2020 and NCFSE School Education NCF 2023 and NCF Foundational Stage 2023. Baat ki developed textbooks. Now you can see it's printed, right? Yes. Now these printed textbooks, if I'm going to say that they are being developed for inclusive and equitable classrooms. So remember my definition of inclusive and equitable classrooms, the same textbooks for all learners, irrespective of the label. Now before you start thinking how these books are going to work, let me show you a demo.
Welcome to the world of Smart Speak. Hi, I am Smart Speak
Yes, you can see many red hyphens there. And you can also see a small line there, up there. So let me show you this.
Page 24. There are 16 touch points on this page in which 2 are picture points. All touch points may not be in the same line.
Right? Now,
in this picture, 3 children, 1 girl and 2 boys are playing the game of Guess My Number. The girl is thinking of number 30 and 2 boys are guessing the number. First boy is asking, is it more than 40? Does it have 0 as a digit? Second boy is asking, is it less than 20?
right? So it has picture description also, along with the diagram. Now, if you are thinking that this is the only thing that we have done, so I can ask ma'am to touch this picture.
It's raised.
Yeah, it is raised, it is removed, it is tactile, you can feel it. And the question all says how many triangles are there, how many circles are there. So we have both the options open. Either a child who cannot see properly can go to the buddy or the teacher for the help, or you can touch it and do it independently, all in the same space. So this is what we are trying to achieve. And before I continue, let me show you one more picture. In few of the pictures, especially in language textbook, you will find small square. And this is just in a prototype stage. We are upscaling it definitely, but let me show you.
Hello, I am Singer. I have 3 dialects and 7 blue stars.
What we have done, we have made the picture description, then we have also given small dialogues for all the characters. So this is also we are doing the here, and there we have complex questions which we feel the child may not be able to do it.
In this picture, a pencil is kept on the eraser.
Picture description, and in few of the questions, I'm not able to locate the right question right now, where it is like helping the child in giving the alternative question also, right? So we have made the changes in the question at the audio level to help the child perform the activity independently. So this is about a UDL based textbook example. Now before you ask me how many books we have converted into this format, the entire set of textbooks for class 1 and class 2. That means 8 textbooks we have converted like this, page by page, word by word. And if anybody has a question, like how a child who cannot hear will be able to engage with these textbooks, every chapter has in the beginning a QR code. You scan the QR code and it will take you to the sign language video. This is one of the dream come true kind of a material that we are in. And about Precious, Ira ma'am has also talked about it, you have also talked about it. So I'll not give you in much detail what Precious is all about. So this is one of the initiatives of NCERT. Ma'am, shall I give more initiatives? Would you like to have more? I know the time is running out. So I'll not give other initiatives in detail, but just give you an idea on what all things we are working on. So this is a channel 31. If you have your smartphones with you, you can open the YouTube and search BTN channel 31. So NCERT BTN channel 31. If NCERT is working on 200 BTN channels, so why I am talking about only one channel? Because please Google it. Please open the YouTube. Yes. That way I'll get at least 25 to 40 more subscribers now. Once we go out. Yeah. So what is the speciality of this channel 31? The entire broadcast 24/7 is into Indian science. With audio, visual, as well as science. So this is channel 31. Then we have lot many courses on Diksha, Dhvanishala, Swam, Rashtriya Vidya Samiksha Kendra and all. This device also asks me, where are you? I'm missing you. Assuming the child has lost it. Then flushers, everybody knows about it. After this is the KIPA, we call this KIPA. Then we are running a series called Teaching Learning Interventions for Inclusive Classrooms. Ma'am, you were also talking about the teacher. So we need to empower the teacher. So this is a series that gives lots of ideas to the teachers and the students to make the classrooms inclusive. But here we are not talking in here. We are not talking abstract things. We take one class, one subject, one textbook, one lesson, and ask our experts to come. Please come prepared with UDL-based TLMs like this, which is written in braille, print, and also has a marker to tell you how to keep this. Like this is the way how this TLM is to be used. So finally we'll say goodbye. Saving the battery. So this teaching learning intervention is giving you lots of ideas how to make your classrooms inclusive, equitable based on the chapter. So if you are about to say that make your pictures or describe your pictures verbally, you can say this is the picture, now you describe. So that kind of things we are doing. And this series has more than 1200 episodes archived in our YouTube channel. So anyone and everyone is welcome to access these. So this is the main thing that I wanted to talk about. And the last thing is Nishtha. Everybody knows largest teacher training program that is being done by the NCERT. So now we are doing it. Earlier we started it as face-to-face program. Now we have moved on to online. So thank you everyone. These are the initiatives. And I'm looking forward to everyone subscribing channel 31.
Thank you, ma'am. This is how, this is what matters. This is what we are looking for. हम लोग बोलते रहते हैं करिकुलम एडेप्टेशन करो, करिकुलम मॉडिफिकेशन करो, कैसे करूँ मैं? This is what I always say. You ma'am is your organization. When we started, somebody said in the morning that pedagogy पढ़ाते हैं नहीं पढ़ाई जाती. Special teachers, because so they are at fault, when they go to the school, they don't know how to teach Hindi, they don't know how to teach math. That's not the case now. We have moved, far up. So we can now practice in all the courses, our student trainees are supposed to write their disciplines with UDL principles. कहना बड़ा आसान है, multiple ways of presentation. एक चीज को, एक चैप्टर को, मान लीजिए पार्ट्स ऑफ द क्लास में सिंपल चैप्टर ले लूं छठी क्लास का, वाया से ऑल दिस थिंग मैम ने मेरे को क्वेश्चन दिया हाउ इट मैटर्स इन रियलिटी में, मुझे तो प्रूव करके जाना है कि मैं पढ़ा सकती हूँ सबको. ये जो आईडी वाला बच्चा है द लीस्ट द लीस्ट कॉग्निटिव लेवल, उसको अगर मैं पढ़ा सकी तो जाते मैंने पूरी क्लास को पढ़ा दिया. सो मेरा वो एम है. सो शी इज taken into account all the learners. So the point I was making, multiple ways of presentation. आपने parts of the plant पढ़ाना, हम बाहर से पेड़ ले आते हैं, पेड़ दिखाते हैं, पढ़ाते हैं. This traditional method will not work anymore. What about my child with ID? What about my child with autism? HIVI के सब कर रहे हैं, physically handicapped बच्चे के सब कर रहे हैं. पुरानी किताबें जो NCERT की थी, उसमें HIVI का सब दिया हुआ. पर हमारे बच्चे का नहीं, ID कैसे करें? तो हमने बैठ के यहाँ सिटिंग हियर वी मेड अवर ओन करिकुलम इन आवर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन. कोई तो भी कर रहे हैं, हम अपने लिए तो बनाए. तो हमने अपना करिकुलम बनाया, यूडीएल के प्रिंसिपल्स को लेसन्स को कन्वर्ट करा यूडीएल के प्रिंसिपल. पार्ट्स ऑफ द क्राफ्ट में मल्टीपल वेज ऑफ प्रेजेंटेशन कैसे हो सकते हैं? क्या मैं सिर्फ कॉन्क्रीट में दिखा सकती हूँ, कि क्या मैं चार्ट में बना सकती हूँ, और क्या मैं कर सकती हूँ? Which way I can present? क्या मैं खेल भी करा सकती हूँ? बताया पैरासिटिक लर्नर्स ऑल्सो, क्या मैं कार्टून नाच ऑटिस्टिक बच्चा मेरा बैठा है जो एक ही जगह बैठा रहता है, wants to have the same thing every day in the same manner. तो मैंने उसके लिए क्या करा, मैंने उसके लिए कार्ड्स अलग से बनाए कि नहीं बना, और मेरा ये बच्चा के सारा कुछ that's the question next time. Sorry, with the paucity of time, I'm just going ahead. Okay, so, this child with I children. So, for them, we have to will you be able to get my next question to you? If some of the children, all of the children will not be able to do all the lessons, all the chapters, so what do you do for them? Anybody can answer this question. And you? I always come to you because you're in the school. And you? Alma, you have that experience?
I have not that.
Okay.
So, for a child that ma'am is talking about, for me, first thing that I do is I identify the need. How much rehearsals, how much repetitions, what kind of simplification, if any, the child requires. What are the chunkings that I have to do? What are the steps that I need to break down a complex task into a smaller class? Say, for example, as a teacher, I enter this class and say, today we'll learn such and such chapter from such and such textbook. So I have to give a child that require breaking up of instructions into a series. So I'll say, today we'll study this subject. Now, open your bag, take out the book, and I'll wait. Then I'll give them the page number. The instructions needs to be broken. If this is what inclusion is, if you are not doing this, I'm sorry, we are doing exclusion within inclusion, and that happens quite easily because we all are reflecting society and our attitudes when we are in the classroom or when we are at our workplace. कितना आसान है ना हमारे लिए ये कह देना कि यहाँ तो सिर्फ चाय और कॉफी मिलेगी या लेमन टी मिलेगी, but about a person who doesn't think on this. और जब हम बच्चों का प्रोग्राम प्लान करते हैं तो we don't think of coffee for kids, right? क्या होता है रिफ्रेशमेंट पैकेट, जूस की पैकेट, what if a child loves coffee? So inclusion is like being sensitive to each and everyone's need. Again, easier said than done, but at least सोच में आएगा तो हम कर पाएंगे.
I would like to add a point to this. I totally resonate with the thoughts, and I really applaud your team to make such wonderful theorems and all.
पर एक क्वेश्चन हमेशा मतलब रहता है कि मैंने टीचर्स को सब दे दिया, पर जब क्लासरूम पे इम्प्लीमेंटेशन की बारी आती है, हाउ वी आर मेजरिंग द सक्सेस ऑफ अ टीचर एंड हाउ वी आर मेजरिंग द सक्सेस ऑफ अ स्कूल इन टोटलिटी, दैट मैटर्स द मोस्ट. बिकॉज एंड ऑफ द डे जो इवैल्यूएट होता है वही प्रायोरिटाइज होता है. तो अगर किसी टीचर का सक्सेस, अगर स्कूल किसी टीचर का सक्सेस इस नजर से देख रहा है कि एवरेज स्कोर कितना है, सिलेबस कंप्लीट हो गया है नहीं हो गया है, सब बच्चों की नोटबुक सबमिट हो गई है नहीं हो गई है, तो आप कितना भी कंटेंट हम प्रोवाइड कर दें तो टीचर का स्ट्रगल, राइट? नाउ स्कूल जो पॉलिसी बना रहा है, तो एज अ पेरेंट जब मैं अपने बच्चे के लिए स्कूल चूज करने जा रही हूँ, अगर मेरी प्रायोरिटी कितने बच्चे यहाँ से आए थे चले जाते हैं, व्हाट वाज द हाईएस्ट स्कोर, व्हाट इज द एवरेज स्कोर, मेरा पूरी प्रायोरिटी ही वही है. तो नाउ स्कूल इज आल्सो फोर्स्ड टू फोकस देयर. सो द पॉइंट इज कि हमारा जो मतलब जो लेंस है जिससे हम सक्सेस को मेजर करते हैं, that needs to be changed first, because otherwise whatever we provide to the teacher, at the end teacher is forced to put lot of emphasis on the academics only and the success only and the average percentage which is scored, right? Why not as a parent we ask this question कि स्कूल में कितने स्पेशल नीड वाले बच्चे हैं? Why don't the principal ask the teacher कि आपके वो बच्चे जो 2 ग्रेड लेवल नीचे पढ़ रहे थे आज कहाँ हैं? तो जब हम इवैल्यूएशन के लिए बैठे तो मैं टीचर का प्रोग्रेस वो देखूं, ना कि ये देखूं कि पिछली बार 80% थे तब की बार 82 आया नहीं. So I think a lot depends upon many things. As a whole ecosystem, as a whole society, we have to adapt ourselves to this idea of inclusion. Then only I think the teacher would be successfully using these content and theorems and all.
Just,
That's right.
Just adding to what Soni Karan said, जो ये मापदंड है जो ये नापते हैं कि हमारे जो अध्यापक है सफल हुए हैं, तो उसमें मैं एक जो जब ये मुझे याद है कि 21 अगस्त 2019 को जब हमने निष्ठा किया, तो निष्ठा में एक चीज हमने वो करी थी, हमने बोला था कि इसको ओपन इनोवेशन करना चाहिए, जिससे कि हम मुक्त नवाचार कह सकते हैं. Open innovation, what it means is that I may have weaknesses, but you have some strengths, and if we join hands together, and I'm proud to say, I'm sitting in an organization at that time, there was the first time I got interested in the organization. 2.5 million लोगों को इन्होंने प्रशिक्षित किया. अब ये इनकी स्ट्रेंथ कहाँ से है? इन्होंने वो जो ओपन इनोवेशन का सबसे बढ़िया एग्जाम्पल किया. तो ये जो मैम ये जो भी हम क्रियाकलाप करें इसमें तो ओपन इनोवेशन आनी चाहिए. और ये ओपन इनोवेशन जो आप कह रहे हैं, ये हम इवॉल्व कर रहे हैं. ये जो मैम ने चीजें बताई, मैं 15 साल अमेरिका में रहा, तो मैं जब ये यहाँ की चीजें देख रहा, तो अमेरिका में ये चीजें बहुत, वहां पे जो लोग हैं वो मतलब जो ब्लैक लोग हैं, कोई भी जैसे जो भी हमारे स्पेशल लोग हैं, उनको जितनी जल्दी मैसेज देते हैं, तो जो नॉर्मल लोग मैसेज का रिप्लाई करते हैं वो पूरी ईमेल रिप्लाई कर देते हैं आपको. इतना सिस्टम गैजेट्स में वो लोग डेवलप है. और ऐसा नहीं कि वहीं के लोग तो बाहर के मूल के लोग हैं. So the technology was so developed over there. The schools, वहाँ पे कुछ universities, there were some universities over there. So they were so well versed because we had students. They were like doing PhDs and they are special kids, like from different countries and from countries like Slovakia, Romania, who had come and get adapted to the American system. So the key word I believe here is like, adaptability, open innovation, collaboration, and this is evolving field. What we have done here, this is remarkable, but then we need to, as Sunil rightly said, we need to come up with parameters. And the first thing, I said, it's all about, being sensitive. It's जो संवेदनशील में भी हम बात करते हैं, क्योंकि at the end of the day जो मैंने रिपोर्ट से सलाह की, बच्चा अगर आपसे रिपोर्ट जाता है, तो वो सबसे बड़ा पैरामीटर हो सकता है. बजाय कि आप मार्क्स से करेंगे उसके 80% है, 90% है. अरे वो आपने पिक्चर भी देखी, क्योंकि वो मैं आपको बताया मैंने कि वो जो इंडियन लाइन टीम थी उसके जो सेक्रेटरी थे वो हमारे सेंटर देहरादून आए, और उन्होंने वो कहानी बताई कि यहाँ के IIT द्वारा बड़ी परेशानी हुई उनको यहाँ पे दाखिला लेने में. एंड दे वेंट टू US और वहां करके गूगल में उन्होंने बहुत ही राजकुमार की पिक्चर बनी. तो मतलब ये उन्होंने वहां पे एग्जाम्पल बताया, आप लोगों को पता होगा. पर उसमें क्या है कि वो अब इवॉल्व हो रही है वो चीजें. एंड व्हाट ही सेड, इट्स नॉट वी आर नॉट कंप्लीटली अगेंस्ट द सिस्टम, वी आर जस्ट बीइंग बट देन वी शुड बी रेडी फॉर दैट ओपन इनोवेशन. वी शुड हैव अ माइंडसेट where we embrace all the changes that are happening all over the world. और दुनिया बहुत तेजी से बदल रही है और हम भी अपना उसमें वो डालें तो मुझे लगता है कि हम आगे बढ़ सकते हैं और कदम से कदम आगे चल सकते हैं.
So I would like to have your input on this, ma'am, Bharti ma'am. As Sonika ma'am said, that we need to have flexibility even with the evaluation system. Not only in the curriculum, we should have flexibility in the evaluation.
Absolutely. So, Sonika ma'am और राजेश सर ने क्या किया? कुछ questions raise किए. Then during their deliberation, they answered their own questions. Say for example, आपने बात की, आपने टीचर को ये सारी चीजें दे दी, लेकिन उसके बावजूद भी if the lens is how much is the score? What are the lens of measuring success? Definitely, we need to change our lens how we measure the success, right? And this change will not come overnight with the help of a magic wand. What we have to do, each one of us sitting here or listening to us or maybe listening later, Almaji is here, each one of us have to be the change agent. And how can we do this? जब हम देखते हैं ना अपने ही बच्चों को अपने ही घर से शुरुआत करते हैं. I have a daughter who is now in the 3rd year. And when it was time to look for a school for her, my only criteria was a school where she can go happily in the morning, she can come back smiling without loads of homework. This was the only criteria that I was looking for in a school. I was not looking for success or something. That was the only criteria, and God has been very kind that she got into that kind of school. So this was my requirement as a working mother who has to manage a job 9 to 5:30. Right? So each one of us has to be the change agent. And the successes that we are looking at outside, we as Indian, we as citizens of India have the entire potential, all the resources, and we are the innovators. हमारी जो आप कहते हैं ना जुगाड़ तकनीक, कोई जुगाड़ तकनीक बहुत सारी जगह चलती है. The only thing is कि उसमें believe करने की जरूरत है. और जो जर्नीज, जो सक्सेस स्टोरीज हम बाहर की देखते हैं, वो भी कोई एक दिन में नहीं आएंगे. उनके पीछे की स्ट्रगल की उतनी ही लंबी कहानी है. और आप और मैं अगर हाथ बढ़ा करके काम करेंगे तभी हम सिर्फ ओपन इनोवेशन की बात कर पाएंगे, है ना? सो दृष्टि बदलनी पड़ेगी. आप कहें तो आप कह सकते हैं कि ये जो ग्लासेस हैं ये ऊपर से थोड़े खाली हैं, पर मैं देखती हूँ कि ये तो पूरा भरा हुआ है 300 से ज्यादा. That's the only thing that we need. Thank you.
I would like to see Dr. Alma's view also. I think that flexibility in, I think I'm not good. Flexibility in assessments and evaluation is required, as we require flexibility in the curriculum.
Yeah, I think so. Like I said, the lens needs to change, right? But in order for that lens to change, first thing that needs to happen is our mindset needs to change. And we can implement all-inclusive curriculums as much as we want, and you've done a really good job. Hats off. But before that, we have to talk about basic inclusivity, right? The examples we were given before. If an elephant walks in today, everyone's gonna start staring at the elephant, But when we start working and talking and being with elephants, that's when it becomes part of our culture, right? So similarly, respect, discipline, these things are just, we think they're just values, but they're not. They're really foundations to us being tolerant to diversity, us being tolerant to different abilities. I'll give you an example. I have a nephew, let's say 8 years old, not grateful, not appreciative, and he's intolerant, right? Now, 10 years later, what do you think my nephew's going to do when he sees someone like me? Oh, who's that girl? She must be stupid, right? Because that tolerance level was, he was never exposed to the tolerance level, right? So first, our education systems, our curriculums have to intricately design to implement these values, right? Mathematics, science, क्योंकि वो सब पढ़ाओ, but साथ साथ में कैसे पढ़ाना, instill the discipline, instill the respect. These values are needed. We can have inclusive classrooms, inclusive work. That's perfect, and that's ideal society. But first, we have to have inclusive mindset, and that's only going to happen when people understand the values like discipline, like respect, like appreciation, like gratitude. Because these, you might think these are just words, and they're values, and they're nice to have, but they're not. Once you are grateful for what you have, then you can appreciate other person who can't see, who can't hear, who can't talk. Once you understand discipline, you will know what it takes to get to point M when you're at point A. Because you're going to take everything for granted. So I think before we come to inclusive environments, our social places, our classrooms, let's talk about how to make our mindset inclusive, right? And in the classroom, that, yes, we get inclusive curriculum, but the teacher has to, or the school system has to think, how do we make the mindset of our students inclusive and exactly?
Beautifully said. Now, taking a clue from there, I would like to ask my panelists how the framework of inclusion should reflect not only the academic, but also the social, emotional well-being, which Alma has so clearly shared with us. Do you hear me?
So, as Alma mentioned, I was reminded of one of my visits to Australia. We were visiting girls' school there as part of the exchange program. So there was, they have different verticals in school. So there was one vertical of, value education. So the director of value education, when we met, so he told us that for the first 3 school years, like when the child enters the school, we don't bother about maths, science, or history. That throughout, he's going to learn. What we focus on is the value system, pride in being an Australian, and why we should follow the rules and regulations which are there in a civic society. So our children are all standing on a red light and seeing why we should stop at the red light, what will happen if somebody is breaking the rule. Why, in Australia, in Adelaide, I saw that every house has 3 dustbins there. And that means that each and every child, when he grows up, he knows that he has to segregate the waste. So I think we all need to be sensitized. Somehow, I also feel that, we are missing out on giving practical value education to our children. We do have life skills curriculum, we do have value education or moral education. Only 2 days back, I was in Pune for an innovation award which our school was getting. I was sitting in the auditorium, my phone was discharged, so I had put my phone in a plug point. There were around 1,000 toppers all over India who had given some nice innovations and they were there for the final round. Incidentally, a child came running, he just threw away my phone and he attached his own phone into the plug point. And after a few minutes, his name was announced and he was the topper of class 7 all over India in innovation. And for a moment, I skipped a beat. If this child becomes an innovator, will he be empathetic towards, solving problems which are there in the world, or will he, use his intelligence in something destructive? So I think as a society also, we need to become sensitive and compassionate towards it.
Very well said. Over to you, ma'am, because you are, I think I'm loud enough. Okay. So, very well, how we should be behaving? Like the question is, we're talking about the realities, the core realities on the ground. ये होना चाहिए, वो होना चाहिए. ये जो इनका जो इमोशनल प्रॉब्लम है, सोशल प्रॉब्लम है, इनको केटर कैसे करना है? और उसके बाद बिल्कुल. So emotional problems, social problems, building empathy, building sensibilities, and making future innovators, future architects, future teachers, future doctors, future scientists, and any profession you say that needs to be sensitive towards the needs of others. Right? This is the question. So, if you have seen our NCERT textbooks, right, maybe from when you were in the school, when I was in the school, there was hardly any mention of, I'll use the word disability, Almaji. That is okay. So, disability of persons with disability, there was hardly any mention. Nowadays, when we look at the latest textbooks, you will find the pictures also have children who are using cane. Pictures also have children who are using headphones or hearing aid. We have pictures who are using smart cane. So that means at the level of pictorial description also we are trying to build maybe in a namesake manner. First level through our textbooks. Second level is when we have characters and activities in the textbook. Then characters also have maybe a bhaiya who cannot see. So what his or her day-to-day activities, how he, she does. Bhaiya or didi with visual impairment. Then we may have a neighbor who has a child who is using wheelchair. Now that child, how he or she is going to access the school in the village. So कैसे बच्चों ने और neighbors ने मिलकर के they didn't waited for the aids to come from the government or the state government or some NGOs and all. उन्होंने अपने आप ही एक solution निकाला. These kind of stories are there in our textbook. Third thing, in our textbooks we have teacher note or note to the teacher or shikshan sanket. There also we have mentioned many a times how to make a child with such and such need participate in this of particular interest. I may be sounding like we have achieved utopia, all is not hunky dory. We also know our shortcomings, but change is happening. This is within science. Thank you.
So, I would like to just add to that. So, I've noticed in the wider sphere of society, I also see movies coming out, which depict characters with different abilities. But to answer your question, I don't know how many educators we have here, but some ways to make your classroom more inclusive to kind of embed the value system is when I was younger, we used to say every morning before class started, we used to say math on them. I didn't know, okay, I also but like in India, you would hand out, say that, when they, I'm jumping down my that, what does that do? It's not just, it's hard class. It still gives up and it patriotism and also small things like that. When your child comes in, these days, children are more, they're more alert. Their nervous systems are more active. Right? So when your child comes to class, how do you make your child, how do you teach your child, okay, this is your classroom, now you're here to learn whatever is not science yet. You have to, there's a certain, maybe like movement to relax your child's nervous system. So if you look at our education, 10 years, even 20 years ago, 30 years ago, it was academic focus, right? Science. We want to go to Ivy Leagues, we want to be PhD holders. Now, as an educator, we're required to look at the whole child holistically. And now it's not just about making a child smart, it's about making the child intelligent, right? Emotionally intelligent, empathetic, compassionate. How do you do that? Right? Introducing all of these systems into the classroom at an earlier age.
Thank you very much for expressing your real feelings. So this is what is happening. Most of our children have the self-esteem is less and the self-concept is very low. And most of the time they are feeling left out. People are bullying and making mockery out of them. So the training program, they also should be trained, that should be the part of the curriculum, deliberate attempt of the school to train these people that how the children will behave and how you are supposed to behave. Anyway, now the last question, I would ask that we were talking about classroom teacher. Who's the teacher who's controlling the classroom? One of us? So what kind of competencies we should have? Non-negotiable. जो होनी ही होनी है. बहुत सारी competencies हैं. We are talking about the must. Just 5 competencies. एक बोलते हैं सब फटाफट.
Let me start. It has to be
please.
संवेदनशील.
संवेदनशील, very good. I think critical awareness, just to see what is happening in the class, what should be the possible solution. Empathy, samanubhuti, very good.
I think passion is a must. You should be passionate that each and every child in your class has to be successful, irrespective of their, abilities or disabilities. Everyone has to be successful, and they should enjoy your lecture.
Okay, so I'm going to assume passion for every teacher.
Yes.
But I would, for inclusivity, I would say tolerance.
Patience look at them. So I just conclude, they should be human, but along with that, they should also have the knowledge to make your curriculum accessible. UTS सिर्फ जाना पड़ी theory में, हर lesson को convert करो UTS principle के साथ, उसके साथ का differentiated instruction जाता है, वो parallelly, they are, like friends in the office में, curriculum कम करना पड़ेगा, वो आना चाहिए teacher को. आपको प्रोडक्ट कितना करेगा उसकी वर्कशीट छोटी होगी औरों के कंपैरिजन में। तो मैंने क्वेश्चन पूछा, हमारा इवैल्यूएशन भी उसी के हिसाब से होगा। सो इट विल बी क्राइटेरियल रेफरेंस, नॉट नॉर्म रेफरेंस। और ये हमने सीबीएसई वालों को और जो बाकी बोर्ड है उनके साथ बहुत बार डिस्कस करा है, और तभी हमारे पास हमारे टाइम में सिर्फ 4 सब्जेक्ट्स होते थे और कितने सारे सब्जेक्ट्स। सो ये मूविंग अहेड, बट अभी मकाम पर पहुंचने में टाइम लगेगा। So friends, ma'am is already here. So we will, anybody want to say something important which you have not said? I got it. So thank you to all my fellow panelists. It was a wonderful discussion and
on the policies, practices, and people who make inclusion possible in teaching. And request we have to thank the about the state and the data analysts. Dr. Alma Chopra, can you please have a round of applause, everybody? Ms. Sarita Thank you, Susan. Dr. Bharti Kaushik.
Thank you in time. Thank you. Thank you.
And Dr. Rajesh Kumar. Now to bring this NPTEL session to a close, I would request any man to deliver a vote of thanks. I know we are, everybody's in hurry, just give me just 2 minutes, because the conference cannot be complete unless we thank everyone. So I just want to say, I want to thank from the bottom of my heart all the dignitaries, panelists who have come here. They have given their precious time, and there was a beautiful, meaningful conversation could happen. I want to thank the Ministry of Education, Department of Persons with Disability, NCERT for their valuable inputs and their participation. And I want to thank other corporates and organizations who have been involved in this discussion. And I want to thank ISLRT specifically
family for sending their volunteers, they volunteer to translate the conversation happening in sign language. So we wanted to felicitate them, but by chance they left early, but we'll definitely take care of it. I want to thank you all the people who are sitting here till now, so that shows their commitment towards the work. Thank you, and I want to thank my team also, the whole Rupantar team. We have been working together rigorously so that we can make this conference happen, and it is a success. Thank you, my team. And then thank you all other people, my admin staff for making space workable for all of us, all my housekeeping staff, my resource mobilization team, my project inclusion team, curriculum team. So Panther team is everybody who is involved in that. So thank you everyone for making this conference successful and memorable 10 years of project inclusion. Thank you.